Good morning, race fans, and a very warm welcome to Donington Park, the home of motorsport in the Midlands, for day 2 of Convoy in the Park 2023, the weekend where we celebrate all that's good about trucking and truck racing as we get ready to go racing with a full programme of motorsport for you. A slightly damp morning here in the North Midlands, unfortunately, but it takes more than a bit of rain to stop racing here at Donington, as we've already seen this weekend. My name's Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action across the course of the weekend. We kick off very shortly with the first of 3 races today for the British Truck Racing Championship. That's followed by the third of 4 races this weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. And then our second race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres Image Wheels Intermark Silhouette Series. They had a cracking race yesterday. Then we've got the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Championship, a whole mixture of cars in there. Also coming up later, we've got the Kumho BMWs, the International Truck Prix as well, with some very special names racing there as well. We had hoped to hand down to Pointy to talk to some of our truck racers, but I think he's still finishing his breakfast, so instead I'll hand you down to Ian Waterhouse, our other race interviewer, see who he's found to talk to.
Well, good morning, everybody. Yes, welcome to Donington Park, and it is, of course, raining once again, despite the weather forecast saying it should be sunny right now. How untrue is that? So wet, in fact, that we couldn't even get Pointy out of bed this morning. Don't know where he is right now, pottering about somewhere, no doubt. Right, the third British truck racing race is about to get underway, the opening race of the day. In fact, we've got a total of 5 truck races going out on track at Donington today, with the International Truck Prix races, 2 of those a little bit later, and 3 British truck racing races. We've also got the Intermark Silhouettes going out. We've got the CNC Heads, the pickup trucks, and the Kumho BMW Championship is here today as well, all live on the BARC channel, so you can make sure you tune in and watch it all. Let's go for a little walk, shall we? As you can see, the trucks are just lining up behind us. Let's go see if we can grab a quick word with 1 or 2 of the drivers, shall we? Craig Reed is up here. I wonder if we can have a quick chat with him. He's just chatting to his engineer at the minute, but we'll jump in very quickly if we can. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Craig, I know you're a busy man. Do you like the wet?
Yes, I do, mate. Very much so. Brands Atchmore, though, to be honest.
What have you made of Convoy in the Park so far this weekend?
Just great. Seeing a lot of faces which don't come to all the events that are coming to this event. Just great, to be honest with you. We've got a lot of, because we're local, only 45 minutes away. Nice. We've got a lot of family and friends here. And I went over to the show trucks. It's amazing, to be honest with you. So yeah, great. 1,500
show trucks. It's a real exhibition, isn't it?
Oh, honestly, this is going to be one of the biggest. You know, when you've got like your truck fest and that, this is going to be one of the biggest. And the truck racing just hypes you right up there, doesn't it? So yeah, it's great, great.
Let's talk about this race. Of course, you're in prime position here. We're going to get the W.
Yes, yeah. To be honest with you, this truck is good. The only sceptical is that I need more rain. That it's not enough rain. This is greasy rain. I want more rain. So, but I think once we get into a rhythm, it'll be fine. I think the problem we're going to have is everyone's going to be a little bit shell-shocked at first because of how, you know, just because we've been racing dry. Yeah. All yesterday, even when it rained, it was dry in the next race. So, but no, I think the track, now they've resurfaced it, is amazing.
Is there an opportunity here then? Because you're talking about greasy rain. Is there perhaps a little bit more grip than people might think there is then?
Yeah, to be honest with you, you won't believe how much it is. It is a bit like dancing on ice, as we always say. But once you've got the advantage with the rear grip, you're pretty much there. You know, it does neutralise everyone a bit though. But I think some people will be a bit hot-headed this morning, and there'll be some action, I tell you.
There'll be some action. Craig, thanks so much. Best of luck out there, mate. Great to talk to you. Let's keep going around. Actually, see if anybody's got the doors open. We can have a quick chat. Number 86 over here as well. Let's just see how they're feeling ahead of this one. Of course, greasy conditions, but perhaps a little bit more grip than we might think. Tom's here. Tom, how are we feeling? Ready for this?
I'm ready to go, yeah.
Craig is feeling a bit racy over there, but we know you're going to go for it.
No, I quite like the wet.
Yeah.
I quite like the rain.
It's a good job, isn't it? Because this weekend has been unbelievable, hasn't it?
Oh, it has. Yeah, so we've had a difficult start to the season, but it was good to get a good day's racing and finish 2 races yesterday. So I am really looking forward to this.
Is that what it's about? A bit of consistency, because 3 races today, there's lots of opportunities, isn't there?
Oh, there is, and they're quite well spaced out as well. So,
Yeah.
but I think the track will be greasy.
Yeah.
So should be carnage in the first corner, I would think.
So best of luck.
Hopefully I'm not involved.
You won't. No, absolutely not. So there we go. That's Craig, and that's Tom O'Rourke there. Craig Reed also saying expecting a bit of carnage early doors in this race. Let's just move down the middle, shall we? Let's get a feel for this. In fact, let's have a look at these absolute heavyweight engines, shall we, as well? Look at it, roughly 5-ton trucks or so. Look at somebody wants to have a quick chat with us over here. Let's go and have a quick chat with Dave Jenkins, shall we? It's always good to see Dave. Dave, how you doing, mate? You all right? It's great to see you.
Very well, thank you.
Right, tell us what you've made of Convoy in the Park here at Donington Park 2023.
It's just been the most amazing event. The enthusiasm from the crowd, the racing, the volume of racing. It's all been brilliant. So yeah, so far so good.
Do you think there's a bit of an opportunity then? This is race 3, of course. Greasy conditions out there, but opportunities.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. We've not driven the new tarmac at Donington in the rain yet. I did watch the European race with interest yesterday. So, yeah, steady, see how we go, I think.
It's going to be a lot of fun, isn't it, Dave? Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Great to see you as well. How nice is that? Here's your championship leader as well. In fact, I think we're going to be going, actually. So, yeah, the trucks are lining up. They're going out on track. They're literally moving right now. Dave, over to you. Enjoy this one, everybody. It's going to be a cracker.
It certainly is going to be a cracker. Thanks, Ian. We're ready for our first truck race of the day then. We've got a huge programme of 5 truck races to get through on our second day here at Convoy in the Park. There's a whole host of other attractions here at Donington as well, almost too many to go through. We'll try to do that a little bit later on. We're almost ready now for our first race of the day. Race 3 out of 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. The grid decided by the results of race 1 yesterday, with the top 8 in each division reversed. So finishing in 8th place in race 1 was Craig Reed in number 68 with his Iveco. He starts on pole alongside number 86, the Scotsman Tom O'Rourke with his MAN. Second row, number 12, Michael Oliver, and 89, Simon Reed, brother of Craig, on row 2 with his Iveco. Row 3, number 46, Bradley Smith, the youngest man on the grid, and 69, David Jenkins. Row 4, number 7, Stuart Oliver, father of Michael, 10 times British champion, 1-time European champion as well, and number 1, Ryan Smith, going for his 8th consecutive British title this year. Winner of the 2 races yesterday in Division 1, he starts 8th in his Daimler Freightliner. On row 5, number 3, Stephen Powell. Problems in qualifying hindered him slightly yesterday. The number 3 alongside the 14 of John Bowler. Fair play to John, he's contesting all 9 races this weekend. He's competing in the International Truck Prix as well. And on row 6 of the grid, number 95, Ricky Collett, the Yorkshireman, in his MAN alongside Simon Faulkner, number 92, with his Iveco. Then there's a gap. We've got the slightly less powerful Division 2 trucks, and they're headed up by Paul Rivette, number 22. He won the second race yesterday. Starts alongside Adam Bint, number 5, with his Volvo Whites. Both of those trucks suffered turbo problems in race 1 yesterday, so finished at the back in Division 2. Therefore, they moved to the front of the grid for this one. Second row of the Division 2 grid, Jim Bennett, Gentleman Jim, in his Seth Atkinson, number 28, 74 years young. Starts alongside 41, Simon Cole, with his new Iveco, switching from Division 1 to 2 this weekend. Next on the grid, number 10, Craig Evans, with his MAN, alongside yesterday's race 1 winner John Powell in his DAF. And at the back we've got a Division 1 truck. It's Neil Yates, number 33. It's his first time in Division 1, first time in that MAN, so he's requested to start from the back. Neil Yates, of course, some of you will know the previous round at Thruxton, he was racing in Division 2, had a big accident and ended up vaulting the barriers after his throttle stuck open going into Allard. Thankfully, everyone was okay. Neil out in a new truck this weekend. Just looking down at the grid out of the commentary box window, I don't think Simon Faulkner is there, unfortunately, so he may be missing one of our Division 1 trucks. So Ryan Smith will go for a hat trick, but he's got to fight his way through 8th on the grid. Drizzly weather here at Donington, so it's going to be slip and slide, especially in the early laps here of the Donington Park National Circuit. 11 races in total to get through today. This will be a 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship. Settling in there, ready for day 2 here at Convoy in the Park. Hundreds of show trucks in the paddock, and on the infield. We've got so many other attractions. You can even try driving an HGV for yourself, courtesy of Taylor's Haulage. They've got one of their trucks here in the paddock. On board with Tom O'Rourke on the outside of the front row, the number 86 MV Commercial MAN. There's our pace truck ahead as we go into Redgate Corner. The long right-hander, quite easy to run wide into the gravel there. Out behind Redgate is our area. We're seeing the Formula 1 stock car demonstrations. We've got rallycross and rally cars here as well. Truck drifting, even a caravan smash-up later on. Then it's down Hollywood and the drop down the fearsome Craner curve, such a spectacular section of circuit named after motorcycle star Fred Craner. Craig Reed's Iveco on pole, one of a number of Midlands-based drivers from Stoke. Tom O'Rourke all the way from Livingston in Scotland. Michael Oliver from Hexham in Northumberland. And the second of the Reeds, that's Simon, the identical Ivecos. Bradley Smith looking for his first British Championship win, the young gun in the 46 MAN, the blue, white and green truck alongside David Jenkins. David's yet to win this year, quite surprisingly for the former champion. Ryan Smith there in the Dayglow yellow and blue number 1 Daimler Freightliner, looking for his 11th win of the season. Starts alongside Stuart Oliver. He looks for win number 4. 17 British titles between those two, and a European title for Stuart Oliver a few years ago as well. Division 2, meanwhile, the reigning British Division 2 champion Luke Garrett is here this weekend, competing in the International Truck Prix races. He does want to make a British Championship comeback next year. There's Division 2, the slightly less powerful machines. We look back from Michael Oliver's truck, heading up through the right-hander at McLean's Corner. Then the climb up to Coppice under the flight path of East Midlands Airport, just next door to Donington Park. Coppice, the tricky double apex right-hander, and because of the rise of the hill, it's hard to see the apex as you turn in there. Next along the exhibition straight down into Roberts Chicane. There you can see first apex. There's the second. Okay, 15 minutes of racing to come then here at a drizzly Donington. Day 2 of Convoy in the Park 2023. We certainly have got ourselves a convoy. I'm not going to sing the song, don't worry. All drivers with wipers going, their headlights on. These 12 and 13 litre, 5-ton, near 1,000 horsepower machines, all limited to 100 miles an hour. It's time to go racing here at Donington Park. British Truck Racing Championship race number 3 of the weekend. Can Ryan Smith take a hat-trick? Wins yesterday for John Powell and Paul Rivette in Division 2. Here we go then, the pack about to be unleashed. 15 minutes of racing, here we go. And the pack is away, down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Craig Reed gets away well. Simon Reed going well at the outside as well. John Bowler, number 14, tries to squeeze his way down the outside. Looks like they're all going to get through Redgate. Ryan Smith's been crowded out. Stephen Powell gets around the outside. Paul Rivette leads Division 2 ahead of Adam Bint in the Volvo Whites. The Volvo Black and Orange, it should be called. See the amount of spray being thrown up by these GT tyres as they head down the drop into the Craner curve. Looks like it's Craig Reed in the clear ahead of Tom O'Rourke. Michael Oliver is third. David Jenkins has got away well. He's up into 4th place. Ryan Smith currently stuck behind Bradley Smith in the 46. Donington, not the easiest circuit to overtake on in a truck. Takes plenty of skill. Here comes Ryan Smith on the back of Bradley Smith. No relation, those two. Ryan going around the outside. They go through Schwantz curve, named after Kevin Schwantz, the motorcycle legend. There's Division 2 back. There's Simon Cole. Good to see him back out. Had some problems yesterday. Stuart Oliver has a look as Bradley Smith. Ryan Smith's already gone through. You saw him get a wheel onto the curb and just flick the tail sideways. The painted curbs here can spin you out in wet conditions like this if you get a rear wheel onto them. Everybody makes their way through Coppice okay for the first time. Craig Reed in the Reed Freight Iveco Stralis leads the way by a few truck lengths ahead of the 86 of Tom O'Rourke, the MV Commercial MAN second. Michael Oliver in the Team Oliver Racing GT Tyre sponsored MAN is third. Had one win earlier this year at Pembrey in Wales. On board with Michael Oliver, chased by David Jenkins. They come out of the chicane That's the Hospitality Suites down the pit straight, the Wheatcroft Straight. It's named after Tom Wheatcroft, who revived racing here at Donington in the 70s. Of course, the famous pre-war venue, Donington Park. Ryan Smith has a look up the inside. He's on the grass there, attacking Simon Reed. There's no room there to get through. Ryan's getting a little over-eager there. He really is a win-at-all-costs driver. David Jenkins getting through there past Michael Oliver up into third at the top of the Craner curve. There's been a little bit of contact there. You can see a rear wheel arch has come loose on the MV Commercials Freuhauf Trailers MAN of Tom O'Rourke. Simon Reed fifth, Ryan Smith in sixth, then Bradley Smith, John Bowler, Stuart Oliver's quite a way down the order. Then it's Ricky Collins, Stephen Powell, and there's our Division 2 leader, Paul Rivett. The rain proving something of a leveller here because the Division 2 trucks, which are a little less powerful, able to keep up with the Division 1s. So it's Paul Rivett from Adam Bint and John Powell in Division 2. Fourth behind them is Simon Cole in the pink and whites Iveco. It's first time in the Iveco this weekend. Ran an MAN in Division 1 for the first half of this season. But repeated mechanical problems with the 41 MAN has led to him switching into Division 2 with the Iveco. Looking back then from Michael Oliver, Simon Reed chasing. Here comes Ryan Smith up the outside. Flying Ryan looking for a hat-trick. He's got his work cut out here though. Craig Reed is in the clear. He's had just one win in his Division 1 career. The very last race of 2022 at Brands Hatch on Bonfire Weekend he took a win. Slide the way out of the chicane. Down the straight. There is Reed in the clear. David Jenkins under fire from Michael Oliver and Simon Reed. Jenkins, the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN. He's right on the tail of Tom O'Rourke. Michael Oliver trying to go around the outside. The number 12 gets out onto the curve. Needs to be careful there. You can see him sliding there on that painted bit of curbing. And he does not want to be pinged for track limits either. We've seen track limits penalties on a few occasions this weekend. One of our pickup truck racers actually got so many penalties in their second race yesterday, he was disqualified. Ryan Smith up the inside attacks Michael Oliver. He's going to go through at the old hairpin. There's not much room to go side by side there. Michael Oliver keeps his foot in. He's going to almost spin out. Yeah, he's onto the grass there. Michael Oliver, he really should have given Ryan Smith some room. He's just going to spin out. There's no grip on the grass at all. Round he goes. You could see that coming from the moment they went into the old hairpin. Should really have lifted off, I think, and given Ryan Smith the racing room there, but he kept his foot in, tried to stay on the outside, got out onto the paint and then the grass, and round he went. There was only one outcome there. Now hopefully Michael Oliver can get that MAN going again, because if he's stuck there the race might be stopped. So now that's Ryan Smith up into 5th place. His next target is Simon Reed, whose brother Craig is over 3 seconds clear in this race 1 of the day, 3rd of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Into the chicane they come. O'Rourke 2nd, Jenkins 3rd. There's Michael Oliver. He's got going again. Breezes round the outside of the elder statesman of the championship, Jim Bennett, in his classic Sen Atkinson. Real proud favourite is Gentleman Jim. Over the line comes this very busy battle for second place. Looks like the M6 on a bad day, doesn't it? When is it ever not a bad day on the M6, I hear you say? Especially in the West Midlands. 68 Craig Reed. Look at him sliding there as he comes down the Craner curves. Perhaps a bit of showboating there. O'Rourke going well in 2nd place. His only win in British truck racing, if memory serves me right, was here at Donington a couple of years ago. Ryan Smith on the inside is going to try again at the old hairpin on Simon Reed. Again, Reed keeps it there on the outside. He doesn't want to do what Michael Oliver did. No, he moves back onto the tarmac, giving Ryan Smith a bit more room. And Smith goes through. So that's Ryan Smith's preferred tactic. Get down the inside at the old hairpin. Quiet race for Stuart Oliver. He's back in 9th place. Craig Reed's got the fastest lap, 1:35, points at 9:08. Here comes David Jenkins having a look on the inside at Coppis, trying to get through the P2. Ryan Smith now in P4. Who's leading Division 2? Let's look back on the timing screen. Paul Rivett still in front there, looking for his 2nd win of the weekend. After a stuttering start to the season, Paul Rivett needs the points to try and catch Adam Bint and John Powell, who are together at the top of the points chart. And David Jenkins leaning on Tom O'Rourke there. He bumps back in behind, only just in time to take the chicane. He will not fit 2 trucks side by side through there. Flying Ryan Smith in 4th place. Moves up on the outside of Jenkins. They've had a big rivalry over the years, these two. Look at Stuart Oliver in the background, dodging about on the tail of John Busy Bowler. Smith on the outside. He won't get the line away for Redgate. If anything, it's getting a bit wetter out there, I think. Now to the inside. They can't go 3 wide into the Craner curve, sure. Very busy behind as well. It's these 4 line astern for second place. The main battle at the moment. So O'Rourke, Jenkins, Smith and Reid. Next through is Ricky Collins. He's going well. The heavy haulage boss from Halifax in his number 95 MAN. Then it's Bradley Smith, John Bowler, Stuart Oliver and Stephen Powell, the man from Kent, near neighbour of Brands Hatch circuit. Along the bottom of the circuit they go. Craig Reid's lead is over 4 seconds now. This is the fight for second. They're rather bottled up behind Tom O'Rourke here. He's the cork in the bottle, as they say. Once Jenkins and Smith can try and get him out of the way, they will go after Craig Reid. But this is ideal for Craig at the moment. There's Neil Yates, our newcomer, only his second weekend in truck racing. And he's got some trucks from his recovery firm on display in the paddock this weekend, including a huge American Lone Star recovery truck. Absolutely beautiful machine down in the paddock, just on the edge of the truck racing paddock. If you are here this weekend, do go and take a look at that gorgeous American beast. Neil Yates currently towards the tail of the field. He's in P16. Here comes Ryan Smith. He's going for third place. Almost leans on David Jenkins. Is he going to get around the outside of O'Rourke as well? Can Ryan Smith get the line here into Redgate? No. David Jenkins, the man from Stafford, holds the place. Simon Reid hanging on as well. And this is going to allow the rest of the pack to tow up. And David Jenkins leans on Ryan Smith there, coming through Hollywood towards the top of the Craners. And Smith's got the inside line. He'll get through into P3. This is much more competitive and close than we saw yesterday, it has to be said. Plenty more overtaking. Look at Ricky Collins. He's loving this in the 95. One of the best races he's had so far this year. Chasing now Simon Reid for 5th place. Bradley Smith is 7th. Craig Reid still in front, looking for only his second Division 1 victory of his career. He's a former Division 2 champion. There's Adam Bint, still second in Division 2 behind Paul Rivett. Third now is John Powell. He's got ahead of Simon Cole. He's dropped back to 5th in Division 2 behind Craig Evans. Jim Bennett at the tail of the pack. There's Stuart Oliver, chased by Stephen Powell. It's been a quiet weekend for Stephen Powell. Had a few issues in qualifying, ended up only doing 1 flying lap and ended up at the back of the grid in yesterday's 2 races. Here comes Powell. Now is that spray or is that smoke from somebody? Up the inside, Stephen Powell takes Stuart Oliver into the chicane. That's a good move by Stephen Powell. And Stuart Oliver, if anything, is being caught by the Division 2 trucks. Has Stuart Oliver got a problem here, I wonder? Because he's dropping back. This isn't like Stuart Oliver at all. Round the outside comes Ryan Smith. He's going to go into 2nd place. He's got ahead of Jenkins. He's now ahead of Tom O'Rourke. Around the outside into Redgate. Now, outside into Redgate rarely works in the dry, never mind in the wet. So I'm wondering if Tom O'Rourke's got an issue there. He seemed to be slowing a little. Somebody is smoking in there. You can see that's not just spray from the rain. We can see some smoke there. There's a bit of smoke from Ryan Smith. Is he having some sort of a problem? He's up there in 2nd. O'Rourke is now 3rd. Then Jenkins, Simon Reid, Collins, Smith, Bowler, Powell, Oliver. There's Simon Cole in the number 41. Used to race the Mercedes Beast, as it was known. Yes, there is a little bit of smoke there from Ryan Smith's truck, but it's not slowing him down. If you see steam, incidentally, coming off the wheels of these trucks, that's because they have water-cooled brakes. There's Michael Oliver, recovering from his spin earlier on. He's down in 15th overall, 11th in Division 1. Chasing down Craig Evans, who is 4th in Division 2 with his MAN. Ryan Smokey Smith in 2nd place. The gap is coming down. Yes, you can see they're catching Craig Reid. Now that Ryan Smith's got past Tom O'Rourke, he's free to go after the race leader. We've got just over 3.5 minutes to go, so a couple more laps to go. Bradley Smith with the fastest lap. That's a surprise. 1:34.833 for the 46. You can see him in the background. David Jenkins weaving about on the tail of Tom O'Rourke, trying for 3rd place. I reckon O'Rourke must have just been slow off the chicane. That's how he lost out to Ryan Smith. Simon Reed still in there. Paul Rivette still leads Division 2. Down the Craners. Into the right-hander. David Jenkins still shadowing Tom O'Rourke. He wants to hold on for a podium. Truck 41 of Simon Cole has been given a 5-second penalty. That's for exceeding track limits. Your first couple of offences you get a warning flag. Third offence you get a 5-second penalty. Well, this is great running by Tom O'Rourke. If he can hang on here, the best he's had this year is 7th place at Brands Hatch at the season opener at Easter. Can he hang on for a first podium of the season here? David Jenkins behind him. Been a frustrating season for David Jenkins. Craig Reed going superbly. The best result he's had is a second at Pembrey earlier this year in Wales. Ryan Smith looking for his 11th win of the season. Just over 2 minutes to go, so I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this. There's Ricky Collins. Certainly enjoying the damp conditions here. Ricky Collins normally to be found in the lower reaches of the top 10. His best result, a couple of 7th places this year, so he's on for P6. The rain proving a bit of a leveller here. Now, what's the lead gap? Let's have a look what it was as they came over the line. It's down to just over a second now. Ryan Smith is reeling in. He's just on the fastest lap, 1:34.779. We could be in for a grandstand finish here. Tom O'Rourke runs a bit deep through the Craner curve. He's holding off Jenkins. He'll have the inside for the old hairpin. Now, can Craig Reed hang on? The gap came down by a few tenths of a second that time through. Michael Oliver in Division 1 passes John Powell, the Division 2 winner yesterday. He's 3rd this time. And now Smith has caught Craig Reed. This is going to be interesting. Can Ryan Smith make it a hat-trick? Can Craig Reed hold him off? He's going to have to go defensive for the final lap. Into Coppice, there's a back marker, Jim Bennett ahead of them. They're coming up to lap the 7 Atkinson. Here they come along the exhibition straight down to the Robert chicane. Craig Reed already starting to defend. Smith's caught him. We know Smith's preferred passing place in this race. It's the old hairpin. Look at the steam coming off Jim Bennett's brakes on the 7 Atkinson. 3rd place, it's still O'Rourke, Jenkins, Reed and Collins. Has Tom O'Rourke done enough? They lap Jim Bennett and Ryan Smith. Now he's trying to bamboozle Craig Reed. He's got the inside run. Here we go down towards Redgate. Is he going to make his move early? They lean on each other. Ryan Smith's being forced towards the grass. Craig Reed turns in. Ooh, it's getting a bit rough and tumble at the front of the field. Surely Ryan Smith's going to go through. There he goes. Yeah, Craig Reed tried to turn in, but Smith was already alongside. He gets the line, gets the overlap and gets the lead. Craig Reed is not finished yet, but he's fired up. He's going to have a go into the old hairpin here. No, you don't, says Ryan Smith. That's my move. He's wise to him there through the bottom section of the course. Through past Starkey's Bridge. The old stone arches there on the right, a feature of the Donington circuit pre-war. Would you believe it used to go through one of those little stone arches, the circuit here at Donington in its early days. Through McLean's Corner. And then up to Coppice. Can Tom O'Rourke hang on for his first podium of the season? Bradley Smith closing up as well. Ryan Smith with the fastest lap of the race. They're coming down to the checkered flag this time. Out of Coppice, can Craig Reed pull off a last bend lunge through into the chicane? Here we go. Reed having a look to the inside. Smith will be wise to him. He's going to try and cover the inside line here into the first part of the chicane. I don't think Craig Reed's going to do it. See, the only chance he's got is to slipstream him on the run to the line. Difficult to do in a truck. Here they come then, out of the final corner. It's going to be a hat-trick for flying Ryan Smith. Well, the clock's counted down to 0. There's the checkered flag. Second goes to Craig Reed. Ryan Smith wins it from Reed. O'Rourke, his first podium of the season. Then Jenkins, Simon Reed, Collins, Bradley Smith, John Bowler, Stephen Powell and Stuart Oliver as quickly as that. And Paul Rivette wins Division 2 for the second time this weekend. Right, so close in Division 1. We didn't really focus on Division 2 for that race. Adam Bitt comes over in second. Jim Bennett is a lap down. So we wait for the rest of the Division 2 runners to come through. Michael Oliver making it back up to 13th overall. Here's Craig Evans. He's coming in for 4th in Division 2 behind John Powell in the DAF, number 6. That keeps up his challenge of Adam Bint in the points. And the other finishers, Neil Yates, Simon Cole and Jim Bennett. Jim Bennett also getting a 5-second penalty, presumably for track limits. We'll confirm the provisional result in a second. Well, you just cannot beat Ryan Smith this weekend. Wins by 0.68 of a second over Craig Reed. Brilliant drive by Craig's best results of the season. Tom O'Rourke is by far his best result of the season. His first podium of the year in the MAN ahead of David Jenkins, then Simon Reed. Ricky Collett with his best finish of the year in P6 ahead of Bradley Smith, John Bowler, Stephen Powell and Stuart Oliver rounding out the top 10. 11th place Paul Rivette wins Division 2 ahead of Adam Bint, defeating the Volvo by 2.5 seconds. Next home was Michael Oliver, then John Powell, Craig Evans, Neil Yates, with Simon Cole and Jim Bennett completing the finishes. A couple of highlights from that race. While Ryan Smith was in attacking mode from the off, he certainly got very friendly with the Reed brothers in our first race of the day. Then attacking Michael Oliver down into the old hairpin. Michael Oliver not really giving way, it has to be said. He tried to keep on the outside, but once he got onto the painted curb there, sent him sliding onto the grass, and eventually the MAN was sent spinning. Fortunately, didn't spin back into the pack. No grip on the wet grass at Starkey's. Thankfully he was able to rejoin, eventually finishing 13th. Ryan Smith then tried the same move on Simon Reed, and it worked again through the hairpin. Ryan Smith frustrated at being stuck in the pack in the early laps, then chased through on David Jenkins, hunted down Tom O'Rourke coming out of the chicane. O'Rourke, we see there, got a wheel onto the curb, and that sent him sideways. That was what gave Ryan Smith the momentum to get through. I think it was down to the business of trying to hunt down Craig Reed. Michael Oliver, meanwhile, continued his recovery drive, battling his way through the Division 2 trucks. And then came the move for the lead. Craig Reed was not going to give way down the straight. He edged Ryan Smith further and further towards the grass. Further and further they went. He tried to turn in, there was contact, but it was Ryan Smith who had his nose down the inside, and Craig Reed had to cede the lead. So great stuff there in our first British Truck Racing Championship race of the day, and we can now head down to Pointy. He's finished his breakfast and decided to join us down in Park Fairvane.
It's my life. I'm live, fantastic, my goodness, first time today. Welcome to Donington Park. It's all going swimmingly here. I use that term of course because the weather's terrible, and so is the signal, so if anybody tries to call me today, it's not going to happen. Anyway, here we are, 11th trophy win for Ryan Smith. He's getting out. Ryan, how are we? Literally smashing your way through the circuit there. We've had some close calls on some corners, but you were finding an interesting line through that chicane. It looked like the place for your overtakes.
Well, look, you say interesting manoeuvres. When you're up the side of 5.3 tonne and they decide to close the door once you're in, it's only going to have one outcome. If you're in your mirrors and you see people there, give them room and I'll break out of it. I don't want to touch anyone, you know, but if you've got the inside line, Simon, full credit to Simon, drove well, but I got on the inside and then he pushed me onto the grass, tried to break out of it. You can't get out of it on the grass.
Lucky that you didn't end up further on the grass, I suppose.
Well, and it's just stabilising and keeping safe, but
well done,
thank you, Dave. It's just, you know, if a truck's up the inside of me, I don't turn in.
No.
The one on the outside is always going to be the loser, but it was a good race and we just kept honest, we just kept working
come from
hard.
where you were in the grid to where you've obviously finished in the grid, which is in first place, a real battle on your hands from the get-go.
And just searching for grip, getting work going with the conditions. Everybody was taking a different line to me through the chicane, but I was getting such a good launch from the chicane. It was helping me a lot.
You could see that you were pulling away quite well when you did get past them. Yeah, I mean, Craig was obviously holding you off for quite a while there. There's about
about a 4-second gap between him and the rest of the pack for most of that race, but then those last 2 laps really made it for you.
To be fair, once Craig realised I was engaged, he pulled away, and I'm trying to break out of it. But the minute you try and break in these conditions, it's hard.
So it is as slippy as it looks out there at the moment.
It is slippy, and I thought it was a lot more slippier than I thought. But you know, it's the same for everyone, so everyone's the same.
Well, another win for you. A very good season so far. So we'll leave you to it. Thank you very much, Ryan Smith. Let's go and have a quick word with first-time podium winner. How you doing, bud? You all right, mate? Good to see you, bud. Let's have a quick word. Let's have a quick word with Mr. O'Rourke. Tom,
All right.
You must be pretty elated with that setup. That situation.
Great. I enjoy the wet, you know, so it's a bit of a leveller, I think. Being Scottish helps a wee bit, you know.
Yeah, used to the road conditions.
We live in the wettest place in Europe, so no, it was really good. Thoroughly enjoyed it. No,
So you're happy to take in some silverware home today?
Well, listen, it's nice to be up at the front, you know. So, but plenty of pressure for Jenko in that race there, you know. So, but managed to hold them off.
I say defensive driving is probably harder than just having a clear track and going for it, because your head is so focused on what's behind you rather than what's in front of you.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks. Okay,
Some congratulations from the reigning champion as well. It's got to be good for the team as well to give them a boost,
good.
all the work they've put in.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've changed engines and gearboxes and lorries, and everybody's tired. So you need a wee lift now and again, you know. So that's what it's all about, you know. So
absolutely fantastic result. Well done to you. So we'll give you some
Thanks,
trophies out very shortly. Let's have a quick walk then up Parc Fermé whilst we've got time. And we'll see who else we've got. We haven't seen Ricky Collett this weekend so far. Simon Reed, obviously your side there. Let's see, head back a little bit further and see who we've got here. Further back in the pack, like I say, a very exciting race that was, with lots of overtaking. Stuart Oliver, how are we? Very good. Here he is. Got Steve Powell, Ricky Collett. Ricky, we'll have a chat with you. You're out the truck. How was that for you? It was an interesting race for everybody at home. There was some very interesting overtaking coming from the back to the front. How did you find it?
Oh, great. It wasn't slippery enough, really.
Honestly, can't win with these drivers. Some of them are like, oh yeah, it was slippy out there. You know, it was a bad track, and then some like, oh, it could have been wetter, really.
Yeah, well, it could have rained a bit hard. It would have been a bit more interesting. Yeah.
Do you think there's a kind of thing where it's better dry or better wet, but that bit in the middle isn't great for anyone?
It's the bit in the middle that's the tricky bit, because one time you're going around and you go around, and next time you're off. So
constantly second guessing the abilities of the tyres.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, but you made it round in one piece, which is always a bonus.
Yeah, and you're still running, so it's brilliant. Yeah.
And of course, another reverse grid later on today. Where will that see you start in the next race?
I think I'm on second place. I think.
Very excited. So you're just going to make it stick now, Ricky?
Yeah. I've got to do a Tom now, haven't I? Just.
So do it.
Yeah.
You're not getting past. Thanks very much, Ricky. Ricky Collett. And very quickly over to Steve Powell. We've not had a chance to talk to him just yet. Hi. Sling your up. Go on. How are we?
I'm all right, mate. Yeah, not had a great weekend, to be fair. So, a few teething problems. Snapped centre pin yesterday in qualifying, and then that messes up for the basically rest of the weekend, really. So I think we've got pole for next race. So. Got a bit of a wet setup now, so I'm happy with that, really, to be fair. Would have rather finished 8th than 9th, but there you go.
Yeah, as I say, it should be you and Ricky essentially very near the front at the beginning of the next race. He thinks he's in second place for the next reverse grid, so that could be an interesting start of you two sticking out at the front.
Yeah, thanks for that, yeah.
Because you were really looking forward to it, I just wanted to make sure you had your head in the right place.
Yeah, I didn't really think about who was next to me, actually. I was only thinking about being on pole, so... be what it be. We'll see what the weather does, but I'm not saying a word about that, actually.
Not saying a word, is it?
Go from there, yeah.
Okay, right, well, we'll leave you to it, Steve. Thank you very much. Right, I think that's all we've got time for down here in Parc Fermé now, so I'm going to hand back to Dave in the studio to have a little go over what went on in that race.
Yeah, thanks very much, Pointy. Well done to our truck racers, and it's trucks of a different kind coming out next onto track. Pickup trucks, to be precise. Busy weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. They've got 4 races this weekend, the 3 that were originally programmed, and yesterday we also had the bonus race, which was the postponed race from Thruxton last time out due to time constraints. So they're up next for a 14-lap race, or 20 minutes, whichever comes first. Then we've got the Avon Tyres Image Wheels Intermark Silhouette Series. If you've ever seen national hot rods on a short oval, a quarter-mile oval, similar cars to those that we'll see out in that 15-minute race. And then we've got the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. And that features absolutely everything. If it's not a single-seater, you can race it in that championship. Then we've got the grid walk, where Pointy will be down there to talk to some of our drivers and probably a few of the fans as well, following the next truck race. Then a lunch break. That's followed by the class that we didn't see yesterday. We had the MGs yesterday, the MG Owners Club. Today we've got the Kumho BMW Championship. That's followed by the first of 2 races for the International Truck Prix. Incidentally, their qualifying session is after the Intermark Silhouette race, so there'll be a short break in our coverage there. Number of international truck racers on the grid for that one. We've got representation from the European Championship here this weekend, then another pickup truck race, then the British Truck Racing Championship out again, and the BMWs and the International Truck Prix will round out the day. The pickup trucks are down in the assembly area, and I think Ian Waterhouse is down there with them.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. What a great race that was for the British Truck Racing Championship. A little bit more truck racing, but pickup truck racing now as well. There's Alan Cooper over there. He's going to be on pole for this week because he's very, very excited. But I did want to have a quick chat to Mark Willis, and I do know, Mark, good race yesterday in race 1, wasn't it? You got on the pony, but I believe you had a misfire.
Oh, we've had a misfire all season, to be honest. We thought we'd cured it. We went to the rolling road. We was a good 2.5 hours on the rolling road on the dyno, you know, and we thought we'd cured it. Thruxton was a bit of a nightmare, so we tried to have a sort out after that. And yeah, we came here yesterday and it was all right in qualifying. Went out in race 1, it'll come back again. So again, we thought we'd cured it. Went out for the night race last night, the Thruxton final race, what they put on extra. And yeah, it was just unbearable. It was. We were just riding around at the back with 3 cylinders. But we've rewired the injector rail last night, and the lads worked on it late into the night. And yeah, so we're on the front row today. A little bit of rain, maybe with a little bit of luck, we might have a result.
A little bit greasy out there, but yeah, I hope you get that sorted anyway, and you could be flying in this one, right?
I hope so. Fingers crossed. Thanks very much.
Top man. Good luck, Mark. There we go. Misfire yesterday. Still finished on the podium in race 1 in 3rd place. And don't forget that second race yesterday, if you watched it, that was the 3rd race from Thruxton. That didn't take place due to a bit of track damage last time at Thruxton. So this is actually race 2 here of the Donington weekend, but the 3rd race that they're actually going to have. Now, a bit of a story yesterday in that race 1 was track limits as well. And Alan, that's what happened. Track limits yesterday. We're going to avoid that today, aren't we?
Fingers crossed. I'm struggling with track limits in the dry, so I don't know what we're going to happen in the wet.
A little bit greasy out there. Do you like these conditions though?
Not really. I've not really done enough track time. I've probably only done about 2 or 3 meetings since I've started in the wet, so
yeah.
I'm still learning in the wet, really.
Okay, well, look, best of luck out there. If you're going to learn in the wet, best to do it from pole position. Let's move down a little bit, shall we, as well. In fact, I did want to have a quick chat with Jay as well, also track limits. But Jay, how are we feeling ahead of this one? You ready?
Yeah, I think so. Try and keep with track limits in this race.
I was just chatting to Alan. He suffered the same fate as well in race 1 yesterday, didn't he? But I mean, you obviously learnt quite a bit from yesterday, but different conditions, a bit greasy out there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit slippery out there, so I'll take it easy the first few laps and get some grip in the tyres, really.
So you're going to start flying second half of the race. You're the man to watch in the second half of the race.
I hope so.
That's not bad. Best of luck, Jay. They've been talking to us. Let's move down again. There's Matt Simpson, of course. We caught up with him yesterday. Watch out for him. I did want to just have a quick chat with Michael Smith. He was the first man up here as well about 10 or so minutes ago. Michael, I've made a beeline to come talk to you because you were the first man up here at the assembly area, and we had to wait quite a while for everybody to come up. But how are you feeling for this race? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm dead ready, yeah. I don't mind the rain, I don't mind the wet. So yeah, we'll be give it a go, and hopefully I'll go forward, because we're having a bit of a struggle this weekend.
Is there any particular reason for that? Is it just conditions, or is there an issue with the car?
If I'm honest, I'm scratching my head a little bit. I'm not 100% sure, but we've changed a few things, and obviously then it rained, so we've changed it again. But let's see what happens.
Just one of those things. Lovely. Michael, thanks for talking to us. Let's just have a quick look at some of the other cars as we make our way down a little bit further, shall we? These pickups, absolutely brilliant. They do have another race later as well. 4 races in total for the pickups this week. And like I said, 3 actually classes the Donington race weekend, and that final race yesterday that we had was that replacement race from Thuxton. David, let's have a quick chat with you. How are we feeling? Ready?
Yeah, we're a bit back, but look, we'll try and see if we can go forward as much as we can anyway.
Conditions like this means it can be a bit of an open book, can't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot to play for. I can only go one way really forward, so depends what happens in front. It depends what goes on left, right, centre. So we'll have to see how it plays out.
Top man, cheers, David. There we go. I mean, technically he could go backwards, but that's what we like, a bit of confidence. Right, I'm going to hand back to Dave, about to get underway for the pickup truck. Race 1 of the day, race 3 of the weekend, race 2 of Donington Park meeting for the pickups. Do you get that? Does that make sense? Probably not. Dave, over to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Yes, ready to go almost with pickup truck race 3 of the weekend, and as Ian was explaining there, the grid for race 4 is going to be decided by combined results from races 1 and 3 this weekend. Race 2 from if you're watching yesterday, was the Thruxton race. Got that? Good. Okay, so I'll bring you the grid shortly then for our next pickup truck race, race 3 of the weekend. We should have 20 trucks out there. There's a couple that are not on the grid sheets. I think that's because they didn't set a time in the second part of the qualifying session yesterday, because the way pickup truck qualifying works, there are 2 parts to the session. Part 1 sets the grid for the first race, part 2 for the second race, and then they flip the top 6 times round in each one. So the 6th fastest truck starts on pole. The 2 that have not appeared on the grid sheet for this race 2 are 25 Russell Smith and 41 Aaron Thompson. Now, I saw Aaron Thompson's truck being pushed into the paddock during qualifying yesterday, so he probably had problems early in the session. We'll give you the grid in just a moment for this session. It was Alan Cooper who judged it very well indeed, has to be said, yesterday, because he took pole position for both races. He managed to get P6 in both parts of the qualifying session, and it's the number 72 of Alan Cooper who will start on pole position as they head out from the assembly area. 2-litre race-tuned engines in these pickup trucks, either Vauxhall or Ford power units. These aren't like, as we said yesterday, these aren't like the pickup trucks you'd see your local tradespeople driving around in. So they'll be on their way out to the grid. It'll be a rolling start and then a 14-lap race. Alan Cooper starts on pole in the number 72. And alongside him will be at number 65, Mark Willis. Hopefully he's cured that misfire from yesterday. The second row will be number 2, Jamie Liptrot, who I think set a rather dubious championship record yesterday in the Thruxton race, race 2, because he managed to pick up 8 track limits penalties in one race and ended up being disqualified. So Liptrot starts alongside the championship leader, number 83, Dale Gent, and on row 3 is another man who took a win yesterday. Gent won the Thruxton race. Winner of race 1 yesterday was number 30, Matt Simpson. He starts on row 3 alongside the reigning champion, number 40, Rhys Jones. He retired from race 1 yesterday, so needs some points here. On the 4th row, number 71, Simon Ward in the Barwell Trailers truck alongside 21, Dean Tompkins. The 5th row is number 93, Michael Smith, who we've just heard from, alongside number 24, newcomer this weekend, Ryan Hadfield in the ex-Danny Hunn truck. There's the yellow and red truck further back, the ex-Ginetta sports car racer, Ryan Hadfield. Row 6, number 89, Chris Brockhurst is alongside number 12, Paul Tompkins, father of Dean. Row 7, number 8, David O'Regan, the Irishman, and number 52, James Goldstraw, who's built a number of the engines for the trucks in this series on the grid. On row 8, we've got number 84, which is Matthew Moore. He's in the previously championship winning truck, formerly driven by George Turicki. Alongside him will be number 29 of Tom Hutchins. Row 9, number 37, Neil Tressler, and number 68, Eric Bolton. It looks like Aaron Thompson is not there. And I don't think Russell Smith is there either. He didn't start race 2 yesterday in the ex-Paul Jones truck, Russell Smith, so he's not there. And Aaron Thompson, we saw him retire from yesterday's second race as well, so the ex-Clio racer not there. So 18 trucks on the grid for what will be a 14-lap race. Thank you for all your comments on the stream so far. We haven't been able to read many out yet, so we'll try and get time later on. It is Alan Cooper on pole, was on the podium in race 1. In drier conditions yesterday. Mark Willis just desperate for a decent result here. Just looking at the front of the grid, I don't see Dale Gent. Is the 83 not there? No, looks like he's not. So we're missing our championship leader and race 2 winner yesterday. That's quite a surprise. Unless he's going to start from the pit lane, we'll wait and see, because the race is about to get underway. Racing over 14 laps. Here we go, a slightly reduced grid of pickups. Then we've got one truck slowing up at the back already. I think that's Matthew Moore possibly pulling into the pit lane. Jamie Liptrop with a great start down the inside in number 2, and he's got the lead as they head into Redgate Corner. Matt Simpson coming through on the inside as well. Alan Cooper's gone wide, so has Mark Willis. His contact further back. Off goes Paul Tompkins wide onto the curb. Michael Smith was involved there, and I think David O'Regan as well. Well, Matthew Moore has pulled into the pits, the ex-George Taricki truck number 84. Down they come towards the old hairpin for the first time. It's Jamie Liptrot, who I think leads for the first time ever in a pickup truck race. But no, the significant story in the early laps here is that Dale Gent is a non-starter. Paul Tompkins recovering, gets past Michael Smith. We've got a spinner, Chris Brockhurst going off. Is he going to hit the barriers? Yes, just impacts the barrier there at Schwantz Curve with the nose of the 89 truck. The former hot rod racer, as many of these drivers are, from Sussex. Unfortunately, that could have put him out of the race. You may see the safety car if he's stuck there. So heading up the hill through Coppice then, it's Liptrot who leads the early going. Michael Smith, has Liptrot dropped back? Yes, he has. While that was going on, he must have run wide coming out of McLean's. Liptrot had the lead, but he's dropped all the way down the order. So it's all change in the early stages. Rhys Jones there up the inside on Dean Tompkins. Yes, he goes through up into 4th place in the pink truck, the reigning champion. Dean Tompkins goes wide. David O'Regan going through. It must be because the conditions are wet to dry in this race, because it is starting to dry out there. Matt Simpson, the ex-British Touring Car race winner, has got the lead. Alan Cooper back up the inside takes Mark Willis for 2nd place. It's Jones in 4th. Looking further down the timing screen, yes, Chris Brockhurst hasn't come through, neither has Moore. We know he pulled into the pits. Rhys Jones gets past Mark Willis. David O'Regan's going to try and go through at the old hairpin as well. The Irishman in the number 8 truck. Mark Willis is sliding about all over the place. I think he may have got the setup wrong, unless his misfire's returned. There's James Goldstraw. We've got yellow flags coming out of the old hairpin because presumably of Chris Brockhurst's truck. You can see on the right of your screen there, walking away, Chris Brockhurst is okay, accompanied by the marshals. It's Matt Simpson out in front looking for win number 2 this weekend. Now if he wins both, he'll be the top overall in our 2 Donington races this weekend, but that'll probably give him 6th place on the grid for the last race, because again the aggregate of the 2 qualifying heats sets the grid for the final, but again they flip the top 6 round. Here comes Rhys Jones on the inside. He's going to go through for 2nd place past Alan Cooper. David O'Regan up there as well. Here comes Dean Tompkins attacking Mark Willis. Doesn't get alongside him though. But slipping and sliding around all over the place. There's 14 trucks running out there. 16 took the start. So we have lost a few. Jamie Liptrot, who led the first half a lap, has dropped down to about 10th place. We were watching Chris Brockhurst come to grief, sadly, at Schwantz Curve, so I didn't see what actually happened to Liptrot, whether he ran wide or just suddenly slowed briefly. There's no grip out there at all. They're sliding all over the place. Simpson leads it from Jones. Through the old hairpin, Paul Tompkins recovering after a bit of a mishap on the first corner. And Michael Smith has gone off in the 93. That's coming out of the old hairpin, the offshore fuels truck. He'll rejoin towards the back of the field. Rhys Jones sideways in 2nd place. So Simpson, Jones, Cooper, Mark Willis is dropping back. It's David O'Regan next in the order. Then Dean Tompkins. Then Simon Ward in the 71 truck. Had his best run of the year in race 1 yesterday. Why Michael Smith is appearing on the timing tower 3 times on the left of your screen, I don't. Over the line they go to complete their third lap. Mark Willis has just done the fastest lap of the race, so he's fighting back. 1:25.704, attacking Alan Cooper. He's going to go through into third. They slide into each other. That reminds me of a line that the great Charlie Cox once said during a touring car race, banging into each other like bags on a luggage carousel. I just about summed up that move into Redgate there. They were sliding into each other like that. Down the Craners. Mark Willis back up into third place, one of the most experienced men on the grid. It's O'Regan, the Tompkins family, son ahead of father, then Simon Ward, and there's Jamie Liptrop, the number 2, Able Roofing truck. Behind him is Tom Hutchins, then James Goldstraw. Next is Eric Bolton, starting from the back in the number 68. Michael Smith and Ryan Hadfield, the other runners. The race starting to settle down now. The trucks that didn't take the start, of course, the biggest name was Dale Jent. Aaron Thompson also not out there. I don't think Neil Tressler took the start either, the number 37. He's not come through. Still your leader is Matt Simpson by nearly 2.5 seconds now, the number 30. I remember him beginning his career in the junior mini stocks on the short ovals. His father Jeff, who we have seen race this season in the ex-Roger Dormer truck, was a successful hot rod racer. And Matt followed in his footsteps. He raced Legends cars, National Hot Rods. He raced in the Super Silhouettes Championship in the car that Ian Hales now races with the Intermark Silhouettes, the Tigra, before progressing on to the British Touring Car Championship in a Honda Civic. Had a win at Alston Park. And Matt Simpson's son Ben now starting out in karting as well. Down the hill comes the midfield. Liptrop coming under fire from Tom Hutchins. Ex-Saloon car races, competes in a Honda Civic in various events. David O'Regan is catching Alan Cooper. There they are at McLean's. That's the 4th place. Good to have David O'Regan back. We haven't seen much of him over the last couple of years. Based near Cork in Ireland. Used to be sponsored, I'm not certain if he still is, by Parcel Force. I don't think your parcels would be very intact though if they were delivered at the speed that this pickup goes at. He's certainly proving a force to be reckoned with here. Chasing down Alan Cooper, number 72, in the K Cooper Motors sponsored pickup. Alan Cooper used to compete in Formula 2 stock cars on these short ovals. We've got the Formula 1 stock cars here this weekend at Donington for a demonstration in the stunt arenas behind Redgate. Alan had most of his successes on shale ovals in the Brisker F2 stock cars, so he's used to driving on slippery surfaces. He's also raced Reliant Robbins, would you believe, as well on these short ovals. Down they come through the Craners. There's Dean Tompkins. He still races bangers occasionally. His dad Paul, a former world champion in the bangers. He was at Ipswich a few years ago. Look at them sliding their way through the old hairpin. And some more slidey than most. That was Alan Cooper out of shape, and David O'Regan goes through up into 4th. Matt Simpson still leading from Rhys Jones and Mark Willis. I'll have to try and find out why Dale Jent was not out there. So we're on lap 6 out of 14 now. Here's the fight for second place. Mark Willis, undergoing a bit of a revival, seems to have cured that misfire. I wouldn't say that too loud. Don't look at the curse of the commentator on the 65. Chasing down the reigning champion Rhys Jones. And now David O'Regan being caught by Dean Tompkins. He's got ahead of Alan Cooper, who seems to be struggling with the handling. 21 truck, the A4 metal recycling sponsored machine. There's his dad Paul, the number 12. And behind Paul Tompkins we've got Simon Ward, the number 71. Racing for some 10 years or so now, made his debut in a Vauxhall Astra GTE in classic touring cars. Behind Simon is Jamie Liptrops. Then it's Tom Hutchins rounding out the top 10. Up the hill they go towards McLean's. There's Hutchins, the 29. He's followed by James Goldstraw, the number 52, racing in gold and purple. Michael Smith is behind him, recovering after his spin earlier on. There's Ryan Hadfield. He's learning his craft in the familiar colours of the Hunt family from Essex. They've all competed in hot rods over the years. Ricky Hunn, a former world champion. Then there was Jason, Terry and Danny Hunn as well, all raced in those yellow and red colours. Ricky Hunn still competing with his famous Peugeot 205 as Simon Ward makes a mistake, runs across the gravel at the chicane. He's lost out to Jamie Liptrop. Tom Hutchins will go through as well. The Barwell Trailers truck loses 2 places. Dean Tompkins is revelling in these drying conditions. Up the inside takes David O'Regan, that's for 4th place. I believe Dean Tompkins' team held the record for the fastest ever pit stop seen during a race at Rockingham on the 1.5 mile oval. Lead gap is now nearly 3.5 seconds. Matt Simpson's up the inside. Mark Willis goes through past Rhys Jones, up into 2nd place. There's Simpson, and Rhys Jones is slowing, I think. Now he either ran wide there, or is he slowing down? We saw him retire from race 1 yesterday, Rhys Jones. I hope he's not having gremlins again. 24 of Ryan Hadfield. Began racing with his father Rob at Buxton Raceway in the Peak District many years ago in hot rods. Ryan and his brother Jonathan have raced Formula 2 stock cars before moving on to the circuits. This is the battle for 4th place. Matt Simpson with the fastest lap of the race, 1:24.681. Here's a fight further back. This is for 9th place. Tom Hutchins and recovering Simon Ward after his mistake at the chicane last time around. Through the Roberts chicane. Lap 9 of 14. Dean Tompkins now 4th. There's O'Regan, Cooper, Paul Tompkins in the number 12. He's raced hot rods as well as bangers before moving into the pickups. He used to be very successful at the much missed Rockingham Motor Speedway in Northants. Always incredibly close NASCAR style action on the 1.5 mile oval. And now it's just sitting dormant. I really hope we do see racing at Rockingham once again. The sky, if anything, is getting darker again here at Donington. Let's hope we're not going to have another cloudburst. Well, it wouldn't be the UK in 2023 if the weather didn't change every 5 laps or 5 minutes, would it? Down the hill, there's Eric Bolton. He's raced in saloon cars in the past, in a Honda Civic and a Ford Fiesta, among other things, chasing down Michael Smith for 13th place. Michael, a former double champion in the pickups. He's very spoilt by a spin early on. I don't think they're going to catch Matt Simpson. He pulled away by nearly another second on that last lap ahead of Mark Willis. Coming towards the closing stages now. Simon Ward gets back ahead of Tom Hutchins. They're having a good scrap. It's now for 8th place. As Jamie Liptrop has dropped back again. He lost some time on that last couple of laps. Well, there's our leader, Matt Simpson, out on his own. There's Willis in 2nd. You can see a dry line starting to emerge. Rhys Jones in 3rd, which ran wide through the old hairpin a lap or 2 ago. Alan Cooper's being caught by Paul Tompkins. That's for P6. $14 trucks still running out of the 16 that took the green. Chris Brockhurst crashed out early on, unfortunately, and Matt Moore, he pulled into the pits at the end of the green flag lap. Matt Moore, the Space Train escort racer in the special saloons. Down the hill comes Michael Smith. Eric Bolton behind him. This is at the tail of the field. Is that a raindrop I see on the camera lens there at Schwantz Curve? I hope not. Perhaps I think it is starting. Yes, it is starting to rain again. Just as I mentioned the words dry line. Apologies everyone, I think I've cursed that one. It's the most annoying conditions, particularly if you're a team manager. I said yesterday, it's okay if it rains constantly, it's okay if it's really hot constantly. The most annoying weather for a race meeting is when it changes every couple of minutes or couple of laps. Yeah, it's pouring down again as they come into the chicane. This is the sort of day when it can be dry on one side of the circuit, hammering it down on the other. Look at it as they come into the pit straight. You can hardly see the trucks as they go over the line. Matt Simpson's still with the lead. His lead has come down a bit though on that last lap. Mark Willis took about a second out of him. We're on lap 11 out of 14 now. Michael Smith sliding about there, coming through Hollywood. There's our leader. Here comes Matt Simpson down into the chicane, coming through to complete lap 11. Now, can Mark Willis catch him? His first win in a long time, if he's able to. Rhys Jones isn't far away either. Over the line they go. Mark Willis, a little bit of a slide there. He's got a wheel onto the edge of the track. There's Dean Tompkins in the background. He's pulling away from David O'Regan. The gap is 3.36 seconds. Yes, Willis took another half a second out of Matt Simpson on that last lap. Simpson still got the fastest lap. Here comes Rhys Jones as well. Now, he was quickest of all on that last lap of these three, 125.9. Mark Willis did a 126.5 last time through, while Simpson did a 127.1. So these three are closing up on each other. See, you can see Jones has reeled in Willis. Also see how difficult it's getting out there. Dean Tompkins on his own in 4th place. There's O'Regan in 5th. Alan Cooper still holding off Paul Tompkins. Now, is there enough grip, enough visibility for them to try and catch Matt Simpson? Remember, the gap was 3.36 seconds. You can see on the timing tower last time through. We'll see if these two have been able to close in again. They'll have 2 more laps to try and catch Matt Simpson. Wipers flailing away as they come down the straight. Well, on Simpson and Jones's cars, trucks anyway. Mark Willis's wiper doesn't seem to be working. Rhys Jones is now right with him. 3.36 seconds was the gap. Let's see what it is this time over the line. It's down to 3.1 seconds now. Another half a second closed in. Rhys Jones is going to go for second on the inside into Redgate, the reigning champion. Mark Willis turns in and closes the door. I don't think they're going to catch Matt Simpson here, especially if they start battling each other. They'll lose time fighting each other. Simpson will be away and clear. Is Tompkins catching these two? No, he's not. First and second place, both laps in the 127s last time through. It was Jones who was the quickest out of them. Quickest of everybody, 126.8. A little bit of rain coming down as I look out of the commentary box window on the pit straight. It's, I think, worse on the far side of the circuit now up here at McLean's and Coppice. Through the right-hander they go. Willis still ahead of Jones. Coming round to start their final lap this time in race 3 of 4 this weekend for the pickup truck racing championship. And you can see from the visibility on our camera at the chicane, the visibility is improving. So the rain is moving across the circuit. Over the line we go into the final lap then, and the gap is right down to 1.5 seconds now. So Mark Willis, yes, he took 1.7 seconds out of Matt Simpson on that last lap. Now if he can do that again, this is going to be very close. He took 1.7 seconds out of him on the previous lap. The gap now is only 1.5 seconds. But he's got to be mindful that Rhys Jones is there as well. Mark Willis has got to attack and defend at the same time. I don't think he's quite going to do it unless Matt Simpson makes a mistake. You can see the gap coming down though. He may go just short as we've got a spinner. That's 52 James Goldstraw. He's spun coming out of the chicane. Gets the number 52 going again. The engine build-up, based in Newbury in Berkshire. That's allowed Ryan Hadfield to close up on him in the ex-Hun truck. Here come the leaders then. You can see them sliding about. It's certainly worst at the top of the course. Into Coppice for the last time. I think Matt Simpson is just about going to hang on. Certainly an interesting contest. It may not have been as frantic as we saw yesterday in the dry. Here come the three leaders. Down to the chicane for the last time. It looks like it is going to be a second win of the weekend for Matt Simpson in truck number 30 in the pickup truck racing championship. They come through the chicane for the final time, up towards the line. Certainly a twitchy affair for our pickup, sliding about all over the place. Matt Simpson masters the conditions. He holds on to take the win. Second goes to Mark Willis. Great result for him, holding off Rhys Jones all the way. And James Goldstraw's lost it again, unfortunately, at the old hairpin. The top three covered by 1.5 seconds at the line. The gap was 1.1 seconds. Fourth is Dean Tompkins ahead of David O'Regan, Alan Cooper, Paul Tompkins. Simon Ward comes over in 8th ahead of Tom Hutchins, and Jamie Liptrot rounds out the top 10. What might have been for Jamie after briefly leading early on. Now next through, it should be James Goldstraw, but 2 spins in the last couple of laps for him. Wait for the purple machine. No, it's Ryan Hadfield that's coming through. Has Goldstraw lost it again somewhere? Yeah, he must have done, because that's Michael Smith coming through, so James Goldstraw might have had another spin somewhere. Saw him spin twice. There he is behind Eric Bolt, so he's going to finish at the back, unfortunately, James Goldstraw. So that's everybody in, and everybody on the lead lap who went the distance in that 14-lap race for the pickup truck racing championship. We'll hear from the drivers shortly, but here's the provisional result. Matt Simpson holding on to take the win ahead of the closing Mark Willis by just over a second. Rhys Jones right on Willis's tail. Dean Tompkins a good 4th place ahead of David O'Regan, Alan Cooper, Paul Tompkins. Simon Ward further back in 8th ahead of Tom Hutchins, Jamie Liptrot. The other finishers, Ryan Hadfield, Michael Smith, Eric Bolton. A few spins towards the end of the race for James Goldstraw. We lost Chris Brockhurst. He unfortunately crashed out on the first lap, and Matt Moore pulled into the pits as the race got underway. Not sure why Dale Jedd didn't take the start of that race. We'll have to try and find that out down in Parc Ferme. Just waiting for Ian to get into position down there. Next on the agenda today is the Avon Tyres Image Wheels Intermark Silhouette Series. Second race for them of the weekend. They had a 15-minute race yesterday, the space frame hot rod style cars. Yesterday it was Lewis Smith who took the win, his brother Daniel as the runner-up. It's a partially reversed grid for today's race. The draw was made after race 1 yesterday, and number 7 was drawn, so the top 7 finishers in yesterday's race are reversed on the grid for today, and that's given Russell Humphrey, 51, pole position. I'll take you through the grid as soon as we've spoken to our pickup truck race finishers down in Parc Ferme. If you're a fan of hot rod racing on the short ovals, then you will enjoy the Intermark Silhouette Series, so called because the original silhouette of the shape of the car is maintained, but they are space frame chassis, carbon fibre and Kevlar purpose-built bodies powered by either Ford or Vauxhall 2-litre race-tuned engines. First of all, though, let's hand down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
everybody, welcome down to Park Ferme. Another cracking race from the pickup trucks. Now I have just been reliably informed as well, they've actually stopped the top three at the top of the pit straight, so we're not going to be able to have a word with them, but let's jump down here anyway. We'll grab the top three for the final race later. Let's have a quick chat with Dean Tompkins there, who had a pretty good race. Dean, are you happy with that?
It's getting better, slowly but surely we're getting there, yeah.
What were conditions like out there? Because there was another heavy downpour just as you guys were going around.
It started getting good, to be fair, and then it just poured down and then it just went slippy everywhere and it's no good.
Still got one more to go. What have we learned?
Hopefully it's dry in the next one, to be fair. I don't want none of this.
Well, it should have been dry now, but who knows? I mean, who knows?
The weathermen need to change their job, I reckon.
Exactly. Well done, Pete. Congratulations. So we spoke to him a little bit earlier. We'll let him crack on. We spoke to Alan as well. Let's go grab Simon over here. See how he's just let him get out of the car first. We'll have a quick chat with him as well. Well, you better keep that helmet on, actually, Simon, because it's that wet, isn't it? What was it like out there?
It was good, mate. It was nearly ready for slicks, and then it started raining again. So
really, nearly ready for. I don't know if anybody can see the puddles that we're walking in right now.
No, we'll go out on slicks on anything, mate. We're hardcore, aren't we? So no, it was good. It was a brilliant race.
Hopefully a dry one later, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good, mate. Thank you. Yeah, it was good.
Well done. Keep that on. Keep that on. Let's keep going through a little bit, shall we, as well. Let's just jump in here. We've got Eric, who's very sensibly still in the car. Don't get out because it's pretty wet out there. What was it like out
there? Wet and slippy. Wet, slippy and horrible.
You want a dry one later, right?
Yeah, we want dry races, really.
Fantastic. What you made of the weekend? Convoy in the Park, let's just talk about that quickly, because it's so nice to see so many fans here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's busy, isn't it? It's busy. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the middle as well.
Have you had a chance? As drivers, do you actually get any time to look around, or is it just constantly going that way?
We went round there last night. Went on all the spinny rides.
Did you? You went on a fun thing. I tried to get in one of the pink little cars and wouldn't let me in. Health and safety, apparently.
Yeah, we went on the ghost train and the spinny rides and stuff. So.
Top man. Best of luck a little bit later. There's still one more pickup truck race to come later this afternoon. Top three are going to stop down the pit lane, so we'll grab them a little bit later. Still more racing action to come up. The silhouettes are up next. So Dave, over to you.
A bit of a clear up going on here, as you can see. Chris Brockhurst's truck's being cleared from Schwantz Curve. Opportunity to say thank you to all our volunteer marshals here this weekend, braving the conditions. Couldn't go racing without our volunteer marshals out there in all weathers, the Orange family as we call them. If you want to become a marshal, then have a look at the BARC website, barc.net. or the British Motorsport Marshals Club, that's the BMMC, marshals.co.uk is their website address if you want to sign up to become a marshal, get closer to the action. Well, next up it is the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club promoted Intermark Silhouette Series, sponsored by Image Wheels, Avon Tyres, and we caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier on.
Right, hello everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. Now it's one of my favourite races. The Silhouettes are about to go out for their second race of the weekend. Quite a lot to look out for in this one as well. From yesterday's results, the top 7 are reversed, so that means Russell Humphrey is on pole position for this one. Certain things to look out for as well. Keith White, he's the only driver to have finished all 9 races this season, and the championship looks like this. Dan Smith is your leader, narrowly leads his brother Lewis Smith, but if Lewis wins today, he'll go above him in the table, so quite a lot to look out for. Now I've come down here to talk to Philip Young because it's an old Mitsubishi Colt. I used to have one of these. Well, my first car was a Mitsubishi Colt, but if you look at the side it says Mr. Cheese on the side. Philip, your name definitely isn't Mr. Cheese, but where's it come from?
It's in my youth. It's my nickname because I always had a bit of a problem with embarrassing itching, let's just say that. So,
oh no.
Always scratching, and then they all called me Mr. Cheese.
What are we expecting from this race then? Because we're a little bit unsure, aren't we? It's still wet out there, it's still damp, isn't it? But there might be a bit of a dry line starting to form.
Yeah, well, just hopefully just keep it on the black stuff. It depends, there's a big black cloud just over there.
Yeah.
It's just really a lottery, really. You're on the right tyres or you're not, so... I've got 2 of each, so hopefully I've covered my bases.
Well, actually, just as we're talking, it's just starting to rain a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. That's the trouble. You stand out there and you go, shall I, shan't I? And then it starts raining again. So that's it, really.
Well, look, best of luck. And as I say, that is starting to chuck it up. Philip, thank you so much. You know, when you asked me about the story, and sometimes you wonder, maybe I shouldn't have asked that, but never mind. There we go. Right, Silhouette's about to get underway. And as you can see, as we're talking, it is starting to absolutely hammer it down. Oh boy, this is going to be exciting. It is the second race of the weekend full of Silhouettes. Dave, over to you.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Ian, and thank you to Phil Young, Mr. Cheese there. Now we know why he's called that. I'm not sure we wanted to find that out, to be quite honest. He's in the ex-Dave Longhurst Mitsubishi Colt. 20 years since Dave won the National Hot Rod World Final in that very car. Let's have a look at the grid then. Top 7 reverse from yesterday's race. And it is number 51, Russell Humphrey with the Tigra, who will be on pole alongside the similar machine at number 3, Paul Knight. Keep an eye on him. Had an overall win at Mallory Park earlier this year. Second row, 196, Dave York. And number 38, Keith White, took his first win in the seniors category yesterday. First win of the season. He does lead the seniors points to the drivers aged 45 and over. Row 3, number 6, Ian Hales, alongside 33, Daniel Smith, his brother on row 4, Lewis Smith, yesterday's winner. They're fighting for the lead of the championship overall at the moment. Lee Rogers, the ex-pickup racer, 8th on the grid. First appearance of the season for him. He told us all he'd retired from racing, but a one-off appearance in Brian Loram's Tigra this weekend. Row 5, Scott Apriliano in his Peugeot 206. Starts alongside Mick Robertson in the VW Corrado, number 52. Row 6 is the man we just heard from, number 21, Philip Young in the Colt, alongside 267, John Price. On row 7 is Baz Johnson, number 9, in the Grand National Coupe, another ex-oval racing car of many years ago. I said yesterday I didn't think any of those still existed anywhere. Alongside number 14, Phil Spinks with his Tigra. He unfortunately ended up in the gravel at chicane on the last lap of yesterday's race. And then we've got the cars that didn't finish yesterday. Richard Smith, he's the father of Lewis and Daniel, had a few spins yesterday in his Mercedes. Starts alongside 128 Dan Fisher, pickup truck racing regular in Chris Ayling's Vauxhall Tigra. Row 9, Philip Blackford in the Peugeot 206, and the similar car Reuben Taylor. He had an off and brought out the safety car at the old hairpin yesterday, stuck in the gravel. Row 10, Fabio Laffarelli in his VW Corrado. That's an invitation class car. He's got a motorcycle engine in his Corrado. And Stephen Phillips starting at the back in his Autocross Fiesta. I'm just taking a look at the grid as they head back out onto the rolling lap. Just checking to see if anybody is missing. 2 Peugeots there towards the back. Yes, the Autocross Fiesta is there at the back, number 523 of Stephen Phillips. We'll double check if anybody else is missing as they come round. One car we won't see out there is 491 Colin Smith. His Ginetta blew its engine, unfortunately, in qualifying yesterday. I think everybody else is there. It's going to be decidedly wet and slippery once again for these space frame machines. So there is Russell Humphrey on pole position, the yellow and blue Tigra. Used to race a BMW M3 at various endurance and GT events, Russell Humphrey, so he's used to plenty of power. It's Paul Knight, the white and blue car. Dave York, number 196, the grey and orange car, runs P&D York Travel, a coach company based in Cannock in Staffordshire. And then Keith White has been racing his famous BMW Z4 Coupe in events like this for many years. Ian Hales is there. Then we've got the Smith brothers and Lee Rogers. It's the Smiths that have done the majority of the winning so far this year. And their father, Richard Smith, competing in the seniors category further back, all from Billericay in Essex. There is Richard, the maroon Mercedes. We unofficially named him Billericay Dicky yesterday. And he had a few spins yesterday before retiring. There's Fabio Laffarelli, the green Corrado from the southwest. competes regularly in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, that machine, as do Tyrone and Melissa Lafarelli, with a Space Frame Mini and a Peugeot 106 over the last few years. It's been a 15-minute race for the Intermarque Silhouettes. There's Lewis Smith, the white Mercedes, yesterday's winner. Here we go then, the revs begin to rise in markedly different conditions from yesterday. We are going to do an extra green flag lap. The race not getting underway just yet because of the wet conditions. They qualified and raced in the dry yesterday, so with the change in weather, an extra green flag lap. A few of the drivers further back almost seemed to not get the message there. They were up to speed. The clock, you can see, has started, so the race effectively has started. We're going to start behind the safety car because it is getting very wet very rapidly out there. So the race is going to start behind the safety car. And we effectively are underway in racing. You can see the green lights flashing. Paul Knight very close to the back of the safety car there as they come through the old hairpin. Lee Rogers in the black and orange car. That's Brian Laram's Tigra, the motorcycle dealer from Devon. Lee Rogers, he said he retired from racing this year, but many years ago Lee Rogers and Brian Laram had a swap deal in the hot rods for a meeting down at one of the auto speed races. I think that was at Taunton, quite possibly at Smith Arp Stadium. And they've swapped back again this weekend. It's Lee Rogers, number 69 in the pickup truck championship. Phil Spinks, number 14, the black Tigra. Could be a contender for senior honours here. He unfortunately spun it into the gravel on the last lap yesterday. The smaller hatchback Peugeot look out for as well, Scott's Apriliano. Carl Boardley was very successful in one of those in national hot rod racing in a 206. Now is a TCR touring car racer, of course. Try and pull up 2x2 then. The safety car is coming in this time, so we'll be underway in racing with just under 13 minutes on the clock. Here we go, the pack about to be unleashed. Oh, John Price a bit slow off the chicane now. That's created a bit of a gap in the field. As here we go then, we're underway in green flag racing down towards Redgate. It's a good start by Paul Knight. Russell Humphrey covering the inside. Look at Keith White having a go up the inside in the BMW Z4, number 38, but it's Humphrey who's got the lead. Keith White, his brother Colin, very famous for his Ginetta racing, himself a former National Hot Rod World Champion. Look at the spray as they head down towards the Craner curves. It's Russell Humphrey who's held his lead from pole position. Here comes Lewis Smith with a big aggressive dive at Dave York there down the Craners. They're side by side for fourth position. Smith going round the outside. Oh, brilliant. Up into a fourth position. And Paul Knight 3 wide there. Paul Knight slowed down. Off they go. Paul Knight is off. Contact with Keith White. That's allowed Lewis Smith, I think, into second place. Now, it looked to me as though Paul Knight was slowing there. And that's what caused that 3 wide moment. And a bit of contact has sent him off. So it's Lewis Smith now second. David York is third. Daniel Smith fourth. And we'll try and pick up the rest of the pack. Lee Rogers is there. He's in P6. Who's that's come through into fifth? Is that Keith White? Yeah, he's still going in fifth place. Apriliano is seventh, but it's Lewis Smith. Has he taken the lead? Not quite. He's in P2 at the moment behind Russell Humphrey in the number 51 Tigra. There is the Lee Rogers car, or Brian Laram's car, driven by Lee Rogers. Scott Apriliano goes round the outside of him into the chicane. Phil Spinks, number 14, up behind them. A big twitch from the Peugeot. Over the line they go. And I think the safety car's coming out. I saw the board there in the background. Yeah, safety car is coming out because somebody's gone off somewhere. Now, who hasn't come through? It's I think it's number 88 Philip Blackford that's gone off. He hasn't come through on the first lap. Ian Hales has disappeared as well. It's saying out lap on the we'll see again here. There's the incident which took out Paul Knight and Keith White. There's Knight going off, so it may well be for his car. Yes, he's in the gravel on the outside of Schwantz curve, so that'll probably be the reason for the safety car. Ian Hales is showing his outlap, so he may have started from the pits. There's Ian Hales. I think. That's him at the back. Mick Robertson, at the top right of your picture there, is in the pit lane in the Corrado. Yes, there's Ian Hale, so I think he started from the pits. There's your leader, Russell Humphrey, behind the safety car. The safety car is out. We've lost Philip Blackford on that first lap, and Paul Knight as well, the number 3. That's a shame for Paul Knight, because he was up there in second place, but suddenly he seemed to slow coming out of the old hairpin. And as Keith White and Lewis Smith went to make their move to go past him, Keith White got squeezed in the middle into Paul Knight's car. That's what sent him going wide onto the grass and into the gravel. So Russell Humphrey leads from Lewis Smith. It's David York in third. Then Daniel Smith in the blue Mercedes. Keith White is still there in fifth. And behind him, it's I think it's Apriliano's Peugeot. No, he's dropped behind Phil Spinks, so Spinks next in the order. There's Lee Rogers, then Apriliano. And behind them, that is the Peugeot of Ruben Taylor. He ended up in the gravel yesterday. Next is the 128, which is Chris Ayling's car, being driven by Dan Fisher. Then we've got Laffarelli, Baz Johnson in the Grand National Coupe, John Price, Richard Smith, and Phil Young, Mr. G's. There's Steve Phillips, Ian Hales, Mick Robertson's rejoined from the pits. The safety car brings them round. Yeah, so we're told Ian Hales stopped on the green flag lap just before the chicane, then came into the pits to fix a problem. And we're told by Rod Burley, who's down in pit lane, some drivers have a mixture of slicks and wets on their cars. That's a rare thing in UK motorsport. It might be the right thing to do today, though. Of course, Avon tyres, the sponsors of this series, and Image Wheels, because of wheels, particularly for oval race cars, for many years now. Pack heads round behind the safety car. You can see just on the extreme left of your picture there, Paul Knight's car being towed away. Now, the telehandler there tows him out. Is he going to get going again? The number 3? Or is he going to be towed into the gap over there in the barriers by Starkey's Bridge? Now, it looks like, yes, the latter option is being followed. Mick Robertson we saw make his way into the pits. He stopped to change onto full wet tyres, so we'll see if that works for the Corrado. We had 1 or 2 drivers doing that in the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon race yesterday as well, stopping for a tyre change. And let's have a look if the lights have gone out on the safety car. No, they haven't yet, so I think we're going to do 1 more lap. It's Keith White, BMW none the worse for that collision. Still Russell Humphrey out front. Can he hang on for his first Silhouette victory? Quite a change from a BMW M3 into one of these Silhouette cars, the Tigra. Used to share his BMW with Mark Wyatt, so they were very successful in the Castle Combe GT series down in Wiltshire. There's Lee Rogers. His wife Annie Rogers used to run a chocolate business. So produced some very tasty business, very tasty products indeed. The Chocolate Pizza Company was the former name of her business. Lights still on at the moment. It's following a similar pattern to yesterday's race. We had the safety car out there when Reuben Taylor went off on the Craner curves. Have we lost any other cars? Just double check the timing screen. No, just the two. We've got 8 cars running. There's Baz Johnson in the Pontiac Coupe, the effectively a miniature NASCAR. Steve Phillips in that remarkable looking autocross Fiesta. That's another ex-Hun family car. Okay, the lights are out atop the safety car, and we get ready for the resumption of racing. We're about 4.5 minutes, so we should get about 3 laps of racing out of this. Can Russell Humphrey hang on for his maiden win in the Tigra, the Interceptor Racing Cup? Here we go then. Pace car pulls off, safety car pulls off, and away they go. It's getting a little bit drier out there, I think. Still slippery though, and here comes Lewis Smith. He's going with Russell Humphrey. He's going to try and go around the outside into Redgate. He's sliding under braking. Have to be very, very careful. That's brave from Lewis Smith. Russell Humphrey doesn't give him any room, puts him out onto the curb almost. David York in third, then Daniel Smith is in fourth. Well, if that's had worked there for Lewis Smith, it would have been the move of the weekend, but it didn't quite. Didn't find the room on the outside. Down to the old hairpin. Humphrey leads it. Lewis Smith going for the inside. He's going to try and do a Ryan Smith. He goes through. Now, can he hold it on the exit? Yes, he's got it. Russell Humphrey fighting back. Oh, they're really going at it here, and Russell Humphrey goes straight past him. That Tigra's going superbly in these slippery conditions. David York in third, then there's Dan Smith, fifth is Keith White, and up the inside again under braking for McLean's Lewis Smith. Can he turn it back in time? This time he's got it, surely. What a brilliant battle between these two. Meanwhile, the seniors class is still led by Keith White ahead of Phil Spinks. The battle for the overall lead. This is absorbing stuff. Lewis Smith leads the way, looking for his second win of the weekend from P7 on the grid. And here comes Russell Humphrey trying to fight back. They're being reeled in by Dave York as well, the Staffordshire driver. 3 minutes of racing to go through the chicane. The sun's coming out now as Lewis Smith, who's competed in the VW Racing Cup in a Volkswagen Scirocco a couple of years ago before returning to the Intermark Silhouette Racing world, leads the way. There's Dan Smith in fourth. If Lewis wins this, as Ian told us earlier, he'll take the lead of the championship from his brother at the top. Keith White still leads the senior points, looking for his second class win of the weekend, but Phil Spinks having a good go at him. This could be for the seniors class lead here. Behind them is Reuben Taylor. Fabio Laffarelli still leads the invitation class, he's in P10. Third of the seniors, John Price, the Dayglow orange and white Tigra. Similar livery to that used by Gordon Bland in the 1990s. Further back there's Reuben Taylor, the number 49 from Somerset in his Peugeot Coupe. Up the hill they come. Behind Taylor in P7 we've got Apriliano, who's gone ahead of Rogers. Laffarelli rounds out the top 10. Lewis Smith starting to pull away now just a little from Russell Humphrey. So there's 2 minutes of this race still to go. See how long's left as they cross the line. Going through to complete 6 laps. See the amount of spray, even though the sun is beginning to come through the clouds once again. 6 laps completed by our race leader. Yes, the gap's up to over 2 seconds now, and round the outside, Phil Spinks. That's a brilliant move on the brakes. And against a driver with the experience and calibre of Keith White, that is very impressive indeed. From Phil Spinks in the Tigra. They're both ex-national hot rod racers, so they're used to passing on the outside. And who's coming up behind them now? It's Reuben Taylor and Phil Spinks. That's for the lead of the seniors class as well. So Phil looking to make up for his non-finish yesterday with a class win. Down towards the Craner curves, that menacing black Vauxhall Tigra. Phil Spinks used to race, I remember, Citroen Saxo in national hot rods. You didn't see many of them about. Mikey Godfrey had some successes with one as well, the occasional motorsport news columnist. There's Lee Rogers, Laffarelli in the green Corrado. Then we've got Dan Fisher being chased by Ian Hales, who had a problem at the start and has had to fight his way through. He's up to P12 now. Still 18 cars left running in this second race of the weekend for the Intermark Silhouette Series. There's our invitation class runner. That's the Autocross Corrado of Fabio Luffarelli, based down in the far southwest of England. That's the motorcycle engine car. All the others 2-litre engines. Luffarelli with a 1-litre engine. Over the line they come. The checkered flag comes out slightly early. So the flag comes out slightly early. There are only a few seconds left on the clock there, so the officials opting to bring the flag out early. So Lewis Smith is your winner, ahead of Humphrey, York, and Phil Spinks has come through for third. We've lost Daniel Smith, the number 33, so that might be why the flag has come out early. We have lost Daniel Smith's Mercedes, so if he's gone off, that'll be why the race has been flagged early rather than bring out another safety car. We'll try and pick up on that if we can. Okay, so we'll try and establish what has happened there. And Scott Aprigliano, I don't think he realised the race has finished. He nearly spun it there coming into the old hairpin. So it's a win for Lewis Smith, 2 for the weekend, and that means he'll take the lead of the championship. Russell Humphrey in second, and David York takes third. 7 laps completed, the winning margin 3 seconds. Phil Spinks wins the senior class. He timed that move to perfection to take 4th into the chicane, ahead of Keith White to win the class. Daniel Smith has now reappeared in the times there. Did we just miss him coming through and his transponder failed? Okay, so Dan Smith. What's happened to Keith White? Just in the background there. He's spun at McLean's after the checkered flag. It's all happening here at Donington. Okay, so Dan Smith, it looks as though his transponder failed there. Yes, he was. My mistake there, didn't see him come through. So we'll confirm the results officially in a second. We thought he hadn't come through over the line there. I was a bit thrown there by the checkered flag coming out early. I do apologise. So Lewis Smith has won it, ahead of Humphrey and York. Dan Smith was 4th. And Phil Spinks does win the senior class in P5. And as I say, Dan Smith has come to a halt there after the flag. See him on the left there. But he did cross the line. Stop trying to confuse me more than I already am. Oh dear, sorry about this everyone. I know it doesn't take much to confuse me. The rest of the result, Ruben Taylor 7th, ahead of Scott Aprigliano. Lee Rogers and Fabio Luffarelli round out the top 10. Then Ian Hales coming through from the back for P11. Then Dan Fisher, Mick Robertson after his pit stop, and John Price in 14th. Richard Smith was 15th. And then Baz Johnson, Phil Young and Steve Phillips completed the finishers. We lost Paul Knight and Phil Blackford on lap 1. Okay. So next up on track there's going to be a short break while the International Truck Prix competitors have their qualifying session. So we're just going to take a few minutes break while that takes place. And we'll take a look at a few of the drivers during that session, hopefully, before our next race, which is the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, a series celebrating its 40th birthday this year. There are a few drivers who raced yesterday that we won't see in today's race, sadly. Just problems yesterday. Well, we can see Daniel Smith, his car did fail, but after the checkered flag, fortunately, something's happened there. He's pulled up at the entry to Swans curve. Keith White spun after the checkered flag as well. What a chaotic end to that race. But well done to the Intermark Silhouette Series. Thanks to the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club and the series sponsors, Avon Tyres and Image Wheels. And we will head shortly down to Parc Fermé. Thanks to all your comments. We're nearly up to 100 likes on the stream, so do keep your likes coming in. Thanks for all your comments as well. Hello to Ethan Dance, one of our regular commenters. Bob Lower, who was here yesterday doing a Marshall's Taster Day. So good to see you joining the Orange family, Bob. Hello to Richard Barwick as well. No idea who he is. Normally one of our camera operators at our events. So a big thank you to all our camera crews as well out there braving the weather this weekend. We're currently, just gone over 100 likes on our stream. Thank you very much. Do leave a like on the stream. It does mean that it's seen by more people around YouTube. Hello to Nick. Hello to Benjamin watching in France. Jesus Nicholas watching from Spain. Darren Campbell cheering on the bowler racing team today. Adam Wilson watching in America. Even got one or two viewers from New Zealand. Hi to Kane Sutton watching down in New Zealand. Hi to Carl Britchford. Well done to Carl on his laps for motor neurone disease charities on his bicycle with his daughter Holly at the end of yesterday's action. They completed their 2 laps of Donington in aid of the MND campaign for motor neurone disease. My Name's Doddy is the name of the campaign, in memory of Doddy Weir, the rugby star. So well done to Carl and Holly. 3 circuits in a week they've done. Knockhill, Croft and now Donington, followed by a well-earned rest today. They've raised over £1,500 so far, have Holly and Carl this season, so well done to them. Okay, so next up is a qualifying session for the International Truck Prix. Well, if you missed yesterday's action, we'll take you through the lineup for that qualifying session shortly. That's followed by the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. Big field of cars here this weekend. As I say, you have lost a couple of cars that were in action yesterday. But we'll move on to that a little bit later on. The series where you can use just about anything you like, as long as it's a sports car or saloon. Then we've got more from the British Truck Racing Championship, and then the lunch break followed by Kumho BMW Championship. First time we've seen them this weekend. They had their qualifying session this morning. That should be very close indeed. The International Truck Prix then have their first race of the day, followed by the 4th and final race of the weekend for the pickups. That's followed by our last British Truck race of the weekend, then the Kumho BMWs again, and finally the International Truck Prix to round off Convoy in the Park 2023. Tons of off-track action taking place as well. In the live action arena down behind Redgate, we've got rallycross and rally cars being demonstrated. Rallycross star Ollie O'Donovan, the Irishman we heard from yesterday, has got some of his car collection here this weekend. We've got drifting competitions in cars and trucks as well. Formula One stock cars we saw yesterday as well. There's about 10 or 11 of those here. The Red Dragon monster truck rides are available. I've ridden in that truck as another event. That is great fun, better than any roller coaster. You can even try driving an HGV for yourself down there with Taylors and Sons Transport. There'll be a caravan smash up later on as well. If you've ever been stuck behind a caravan on a narrow road at low speed, then they'll gain revenge on your behalf. We've got fairground rides, live music, remote control trucks, even wrestling matches taking place here this weekend over on the infield. Lots and lots more besides, and our huge display of show trucks as well. There'll be prizes for the best show trucks presented later on too. Well, let's head down to Ian Waterhouse, see who he's standing to talk to in the pits.
Right, everybody, here we are, Parc Ferme. I'm here with Lewis Smith as well. And I think actually, Lewis, we're going to let Rob Burley do the maths, but that might put you to the top of the championship. It was quite chaotic there, wasn't it?
It was. It was a chaotic start, but we was having no prisoners. We was moving position straight away. So, but the visibility is terrible when you're following cars. So, the quicker you can get through, the better.
Now, there's quite a lengthy safety car period as well. Did that help things or did it hinder?
I mean, it helped. It shortened the race down, but yeah, no, it was a nice restart. We got away and managed to get past Russell.
It's been quite a good weekend for you. Enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been good actually. It's an eventful weekend really. We've had 2 wins, qualified second, so yeah, we can't grumble at that.
That's it. Now you can go relax and enjoy the rest of the day. Now that the sun's finally decided to come out.
Yeah, that's it. We've got to go and load up now, so hopefully get home.
Lewis, well done. I think Matt probably wants to have a chat with you as well. I was chatting to Russell. In fact, here he is. Russell, let's finally have a chat, shall we? You and me were a little bit lonely in here for a while, weren't we? Because a bit of confusion at the end.
There seemed to be some confusion. I saw the checkered flag, but no one else did. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, you were definitely classified as second. So.
Yeah, there was time to go on the clock apparently, but the flag was out, so yeah, take that.
Now, he started on pole, of course. Lewis just a little bit of extra pace at the end. The safety car, did it help you or did it knock rhythm a bit for you?
I think that first start I got away, and I couldn't see anyone behind me. I thought, this is great, love this. And then the safety car, typical, because I ain't going to hold Lewis up. He's class, so
he's quick.
Yeah, he is quick, and I'm just out here having some fun, and yeah, that was great. Loved it.
There you go. You can get another little pot to go home with, and you can fill it with a bit of champagne now because you don't have to drive for the rest of the day.
I've got to drive home.
Oh, okay, so that don't non-alcoholic then. Well done, Russell, thank you. That's actually it for the Intermark Silhouette Series for the weekend. Both races done and dusted. Still a lot of action coming up here at Donington Park. Dave, back to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. You can see things drying out again, well, for the next few minutes anyway, as we get ready for qualifying for the International Truck Prix. Now, these are some of the drivers who we've not seen in regular truck action in Britain this year. 1 or 2 of them in the European Championships this year, the likes of Jamie Anderson with the Anderson Commercials MAN. He had a couple of wins yesterday. John Newell is back as well. We saw him and Mark Taylor, number 81, in the British Championship over the last couple of years. They've gone to race on the continent this year. Also Martin Gibson, a big welcome back to him. Ray Coleman, we've not seen out for a few years. He's got his Lantern Recovery Services MAN. We had hoped to have Terry Gibbon out for the first time in 4 years as well. Unfortunately, his MAN suffered some problems in free practice yesterday and has failed to race. Brad Smith is here with the Unity Recovery DAF as well, a regular in Division 2 for many years in the British Championship. Unfortunately had some problems in qualifying yesterday, so we've not seen him race yet. We have seen, though, Luke Garrett, the reigning British Division 2 champion. Had hoped to compete in Division 1 this year, but his plans unfortunately fell through, but he's making his first appearance with his MAN. Welcome back as well to Mika Mäkinen, all the way from Finland, the Mad Croc racing team in their Sisu. Spent several days driving down from Finland with his transporter, former British Division 2 champion. He and Eric Forsell used to be British Championship regulars. And we also got the Flying Dutchman, Willem Bredijk, with his Volvo. Had a few problems yesterday, unfortunately. In race 1 his turbo blew, and then he spun into the gravel in race 2 and broke the front axle. So hopefully we'll see his Volvo back out today. But perhaps the biggest motorsporting name we've got here this weekend as a guest in our International Truck Prix is someone who's most famous for his exploits on 2 wheels. Yes, the Morecambe missile himself, John McGuinness. 23 Isle of Man TT wins, 3rd in the all-time lists behind the legendary Dunlop family. And John McGuinness here this weekend driving one of Stuart Oliver's trucks, the Scania, that Michael Oliver has raced in the past. Hopefully we'll see as many of those trucks out as possible for this qualifying session coming up next. Mentioned all the attractions taking place around the circuit this weekend. If you are in attendance here at Donington, I know some of you are watching the stream on your mobile devices during the weekend. Plenty of attractions in the fairground, just opposite my commentary box, as well as the fairground rides. We've got circus performers, mini go-karts and much more. Remote controlled trucks we've mentioned as well. Scalextric racing. If it carries on raining at every event, Scalextric racing indoors seems like a very attractive prospect, doesn't it? Several charities raising funds here this weekend. We mentioned the My Name's Dolly Foundation, Native Motor Neurone Disease, and also here are PADS, Positive About Down Syndrome, which are raising money here this weekend, so do give generously if you are here. As the trucks starting to make their way out for qualifying them, Mark Taylor leading them out. Just heading past my commentary box now. Mika Mackinnon's out there, John Newell. Luke Garrett, who had one or two problems yesterday. And Martin Gibson in the GT Tyres truck. He's sharing a truck with Michael Oliver this weekend. That's the black and yellow machine. There's Luke Garrett, the orange MAN, the Apollo Tyres truck. Just mentioned his daughter Ada, who's the team lucky mascot, cheering her dad on this weekend. Hopefully we'll see Luke back in more regular action over the next few months. He's hoping to perhaps compete in the British Championship this year. Jamie Anderson's back out there. That's the blue MAN, just heading down the Craner curves now. Also there's Ray Coleman, I can see. There's Willem Bredick, the Volvo, and behind him is John McGuinness. We know what he can do on 2 wheels. What's he going to do on 6 wheels today? It's a separate qualifying session. There's effectively 2 legs of the International Truck Prix. There was qualifying in 2 races yesterday. Now hopefully we'll see John Bowler out there as well, because he was the only driver that's a regular in the British Championship to sign up to do every truck race this weekend. He did unfortunately get disqualified from one of the races yesterday for exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. There's Mika Mackinnon in the C-suit. Mark Taylor will come over the line, so we'll soon start to see representative lap times coming in. It's Mark Taylor currently in 11th place in the European Truck Racing Championship this year, which is led by Norbert Kiss of Hungary. There's the Sisu, the Mad Croc livery. Looks great, doesn't it? Great to have the Finnish driver back in the Finnish-built truck, the Sisu. Yes, the European Truck Racing Championship did used to be regular here at Donington. It was here in 1984 that the first ever truck racing event in the UK was held, and it's had the biggest crowd Donington I think had ever known. There were some great names took part in those early days. Well, I mentioned John McGuinness out there. There he is in the Scania. Other motorcycle legends converted to truck racing. Barry Sheen had a go. Steve Parrish went on to become a multiple European truck racing champion after his motorcycle career had finished. Wonder if we could convince some other motorcycle stars to move to truck racing. Can you imagine Carl Fogarty in a race truck, as we said yesterday? What about Peter Hickman, the current Isle of Man TT champion? And there's the likes of Jonathan Ray and Scott Redding, Britain's 2 stars in the Superbike World Championship. I reckon Scott would be up for a go at truck racing. Looking at the standings in the European Championship at the moment, after 4 rounds, it is Norbert Kiss who leads, ahead of Jochen Hahn and Sascha Lenz of Germany. Antonio Albacete, the veteran Spaniard, still going. 4th place. Jamie Anderson currently sits 7th in the points. Mark Taylor 11th, and John Newell in 12th. John Newell is currently quickest in this qualifying session with a 1:34.280, 0.46 of a second quicker than Jamie Anderson. They've been the class of the field so far this weekend. Anderson quickest in free practice and qualifying yesterday, and then won both races. John Newell was quickest in the warm-up this morning then. So we watch Willem Bredick, the Dutchman. A lot of problems with his Volvo yesterday, but he's bounced back for more. His first visit to Donington. He's been to the UK, raced at Brands Hatch in the past. And that's the number 23, John McGuinness. number 23, because that's the number of TT wins he has. He's currently 7th fastest, 1 place ahead of Willem Bredig. There is Luke Garrett, currently 4th fastest. And the grid system is the same as the British Championship, so this qualifying session sets the grid for race 1. And the results of the first race sets the grid for race 2, with the top 8 finishers reversed. There's the number 12. No, it's not Michael Oliver, it is Martin Gibson, man who's brought GT tyres into truck racing. There's a lot of development work for them. Based at MIRA, the Motor Industry Research Association in Warwickshire. Slides the truck round. He's been concentrating on car racing over the last couple of years, says Martin, in the Fun Cup Endurance Series. There's John Newell, and he's down to 6th place in the times now as the lap speeds start to fall. It's Jamie Anderson who is quickest with a 1:34.74. Luke Garrett has gone 2nd on 1:35.29. Martin Gibson 3rd fastest, 1:35.481. 4th is Mark Taylor, 1:36.051. 5th is Mika Mäkinen, 1:36.726. And 6th quickest is John Newell, 1:36.786. We've still got 9 minutes of this session to go though. There's Garrett, just ahead of Gibson. Up to 130 likes on the stream now, incidentally. We need to get towards 150, our next target. Quick hello to Luke Roberts on our YouTube feed. He's working at Snetterton Race Circuit this weekend, and between jobs is watching our stream here at Donington. Nice slide there from John Newell, the Yorkshireman. When does... Just had a quick question. When does race 1 start for the International Truck Prix? That's at 3:15 for these trucks, but our next truck race is at 1:40 p.m. While this qualifying session is going on, we can head down into the pit area.
Surprisingly difficult to hold adrift when it's too slippy. Anybody out there that does drifting will actually tell you that if it's too wet, it's actually harder work. Now, my driver, my lift down to the live action arena, Stuart Oliver, how are we doing today, buddy? You've just come off the circuit. These conditions are looking absolutely horrendous for racing, but what are we talking about for drifting?
They should be fine. Should be fine. It's the trouble is you kind of get a lot of smoke because you've got so much moisture, so it's hard to generate heat. But we will do our best.
I'm sure you'll just be revving them so much in one spot that we'll be able to dry out some tarmac as we go, Steve.
Yeah, we'll soon dry it out, I think. We've had the tarmac on fire at Brands Hatch before, so we might save that until later. But there's a bit of grease, a bit of oil down, so might make it a bit more fun.
Now, for those of guys out there that don't know already, we've got the Caravan Smash later on. 2 beautiful caravans that we've taken out of the campsite. They were left unattended last night, and today we're going to destroy them, aren't we, Stuart?
Absolutely, yes. You know, we just hope the owners aren't at this part of the circuit. So I think they're on the. I've heard they're on the infield, so we should be all right as long as we get it done before they get back to pick them up.
Steve, now I believe there's a running thing now where you've actually come out better off with the annual Caravan Smash. Do you think this might be Stuart's year?
I think I might give him a year. We've both got twin axle caravans, and they're quite wide and long, so it should be quite good fun. I think the brakes are stuck on one, so I'll give him that one.
So one will be skiing, twin axle caravans. My gosh.
We need to clarify the rules before the Caravan Smashes. We need to know, do we have the least caravan left or the most caravan left is the winner?
I believe that having the most caravan left would be the winner. Yeah. So that's why you're still losing. Yeah. Right. Are you all ready to see some truck drift in action? Oh, fantastic. That's a better crowd than we had yesterday. The rain hasn't dampened the spirits. So, let's make some smoke, hopefully. There's certainly enough smoke coming from the engine, if not the back tyres. Steve Thomas straight into it. Chunks of rubber and the odd bit of stone flicking off towards the railings. He's already sideways, putting on a fantastic show in the Truck Sport DAF. Absolutely fantastic control from Steve Thomas there. Stuart Oliver flicking it sideways as well, as they make their way round the backside of the oval. Now, we actually had a slight race on our hands yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, as Steve Thomas managed to undertake Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver overcooking it. He takes a detour through the Rallycross circuit. We're going to lose a cone or two here, I think, ladies and gentlemen, but he's managed to dodge them all. More by luck than judgment, one might think. Ollie O'Donovan will not be happy if he's taking squash cones back with him this weekend. This could get exciting. Oh, a near miss there. Stuart Oliver just getting out of the way in time as Steve Thomas comes powering through in a fantastic slide. Incredible control from both of these drivers. And as promised, plenty of smoke out there as well. Steve Thomas coming round the back straight to the oval there and just bringing himself back under control. Tyre squeal now. We've definitely dried out a line. Almost taking out that fence 2 days in a row now. He was full sideways yesterday at about 30-40 miles an hour before he managed to get control of that one. Stuart Oliver definitely finding that line beautifully. Now I think we'll be going to some donuts very shortly to see if we can't burn some rubber on the tarmac down here at the Live Action Arena. If anybody's wondering if this is as fun for the drivers as it looks, I can tell you, yes, it is. Having once the opportunity to be a passenger in one of these things, it is an absolutely crazy experience. Stuart Oliver now in the MAN TNT delivery truck, doing a beautiful donut, very well controlled. And here comes Steve Thomas. Both of these guys, not only truck racing drivers, also organisers of the BTRC and Truck Sport chairman. Loads of effort goes into putting these events on. And what's this? Steve Thomas out of his truck on the back. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Riding the back of his own truck. Unbelievable. And he's back in. Round of applause for Steve Thomas. Fantastic control. It's amazing what you can do with him in a 3x2 and a cable tie. And off they go again for a final lap. Oh my goodness me, look at that smoke, absolutely incredible. And here comes Stuart Oliver with another cheeky slide around the straight. Massive throw there from Steve Thomas as he overcooks it into a donut. Can he save it? No. He's definitely overcooked it there, ladies and gentlemen. Traffic on the oval for Stuart Oliver. Not to forget as well, whilst I've got you, to say thank you to the Formula G drifters having a little practice at the top end of the Live Action Arena this weekend. They came along to show their support. And here come the drivers. Steve Thomas still flying round. I think he's forgotten to pull over. He didn't get the memo, obviously. Stuart Oliver back out of the truck now. Stuart, you didn't lose control at all there. Very nice donut. Steve, he did pull a little trick getting out onto the back. So I think what we'll do is it'll go down to cheers, I think. So if anybody thinks that the red one was the best one out there today, make some noise. Make some noise now for the red one. Okay. And if we think Steve Thomas in the black and red one was the best, make some noise. Oh, it's a tight one, but I think Steve Thomas takes it, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Steve Thomas. That road cone's about as useful as this microphone, I think. Mike, if anybody's got a signal booster for a microphone, can you come and see me afterwards? Right then, another round of applause for both your truck drift drivers. That'll be back later on at 5:15 for more drifting. So, as I said, they'll be back at 5:15 this afternoon for the final show of the day, where, of course, I'll also be destroying someone's caravans. Just to let you know as well, we've got the Truck Prix International qualifying session on the track shortly. That'll be starting in about 15 minutes. And don't forget to head over to the infield to have a look at our fantastic truck show with all of the family activities as well. Not to mention, of course, as well, the truck show results, which will be held on the main stage at 2:30 this afternoon. Anyway, I'll hand you back over to Sean and the Rallycross drivers for some more live action arena entertainment.
I mentioned truck drifting, and there's proof you can drift in a truck as qualifying continues here at Donington Park. In fact, we're just coming to the end of the qualifying session, so well timed there. The checkered flag has just come out on our qualifying session for the International Truck Prix, and I can tell you it is John Newell who has gone quickest. 1:32.873 his quickest lap. Second fastest, number 81, Mark Taylor, with a 1:32.953, so only 800ths of a second in it in the end there. Jamie Anderson, third quickest, 1:33.198. Fourth fastest, number 12, Martin Gibson, 1:33.961. Fifth fastest, number 2, Ray Coleman, 1:34.684. Sixth quickest, 42, Luke Garrett with 1:34.925. Seventh, number 71, Mika Mäkinen, 1:35.504. Eighth quickest, John McGuinness, number 23, 1:35.914. And finally, number 50, Willem Bredek, with a 1:37.221. So 4.3 seconds covers our field of 9 trucks for the International Truck Prix. First race will take place later this afternoon, 3:15. Meanwhile, we're about to move on to the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship, and Ian's been talking to some of the drivers.
All right, everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. What a difference half an hour makes. Yes, it was torrential rain half an hour. Now we've got beautiful sunshine. We've also got a beautiful story down here for the CNC Head Sports Saloons. I'm here with Brian and Helen Allen, and married as well. Let's get confirmation of that, Brian. You are married to Helen, aren't you? Yeah, you are married to Brian.
I was there too, yes.
Yes, you were there too as well. Now, Helen, your role in motorsport actually goes a little bit deeper than just racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm also chair of the British Women Racing Drivers Club that's just celebrated 60 years.
Congratulations.
The purpose of the club is to support and promote women in motorsport. We're not an organising club, don't organise our own championships, but we do have championships within the club for karting, racing, rallying and hill climbing sprint, and volunteers.
How does somebody get in touch, Helen, and find out more about this?
bwrdc.co.uk.
There you go, make sure you visit it. Now, you guys, you're actually lined up side by side on the grid. I'm not going to have to look after you guys, am I? We're going to be all right. No incidences into Redgate.
No, I don't like trying to repair 2 cars. That's purely and simply, no, it isn't. If I'm getting in front, I'll make the arse end of that big and stop her behind me. And
you're not going to like that.
And equally, she'll do the same.
Yeah, good racing.
Good, clean racing, but I have to win.
Well, you did actually in race 1, didn't you? You did finish ahead of Brian in race 1.
I did.
Sorry for bringing it up, Brian. But we must say as well, you did tell me a little story. Number 37 on the card, there's a reason for that, isn't there?
Started the year I was the age when I started. I'm now 69.
And
So I've
70.
done 32 years.
32 years, 70 in 2 months is still racing. Top man. Right, I think the whistle's just gone actually. I was better let you get in. Thanks so much for that CNC Head Sport and Saloon Championship. What a great story that is. Brian Allen, Helen Allen going toe to toe and they're married here. Dave, over to you.
Yes, that's a great story, Brian and Helen Allen. Helen won her class yesterday in this championship in their first race in her Ford Fiesta. But the British Women Racing Drivers Club we mentioned there do so much to promote women in British motorsports. Helen, their chairwoman at the moment. I was honoured to attend the British Women Racing Drivers Club Awards night a couple of years ago as well. Some big names have appeared through the club, the likes of Abby Eaton and Alice Powell, some of the leading ladies of British motorsport, of course. Let's have a look at the grid then for the CNC Head Sports and Saloons. This is a very varied grid indeed, and it's an all-Saker sports car front row. This is set by the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying yesterday. Paul Rose is on pole position, the boss of JPR Motorsport, who run the Saker sports cars. His teammate Steve Harris, who won yesterday's race, starts alongside. On the second row, at number 6, Simon Alloway. He's in the Lotus Esprit V8, effectively a single-seater with a Lotus Esprit body. We said this championship takes all sorts of machinery. And alongside him, Ronnie Patterson, the Scotsman, in his Caterham C400. Row 3, 46, David Clark in the third of the Sakers. That's the slightly lower capacity one. Alongside Jasvir Sapra with his BMW M3. He races in just about every championship in the UK at some point. Row 4, we've got number 27, Gary Wardle with his Cupra TCR car, alongside number 12, Chris Petch with a Ginetta G50. Row 5 is Rick Wood, the owner of CNC Heads and the long-time sponsor of this championship in the Nissan RB26 Skyline, the Calsonic car. If you played Gran Turismo, you'll be familiar with that car. Starts alongside Conor Modrow, number 7 in his Ginetta G40. Row 6 of the grid, we've got Darren Owen, Deadly Daz as he's known, the ex-Banger racer in his Space Frame Mark 1 Escorts. Number 8 retired from yesterday's race with a flat battery, unfortunately. He starts alongside Stephen Parker in his BMW Compact, number 77. Row 7, Guy Carter, number 76 in his TVR Tuscan, struggled in the wet conditions yesterday. Starts alongside Bod Buckby, number 96 in his Caterham. He had a class win yesterday. Row 8, we've got the overall championship leader, extended his lead winning Class E yesterday in his Ginetta G20, that's Ian Bamber. And alongside him is Rick Walker, number 118 in his BMW Mini John Cooper Works. Row 9 is another Space Frame Escort, that's of Tim Foxlow, another long-time short oval racer. Starts alongside Richard Hall, number 23 in his Caterham. On the 10th row, 87 David Green with his bright orange Honda Civic, alongside Tom Franklin in his now rare Renault 5 GT Turbo. Row 11 is number 30 Robert Wakelin in his very modified Peugeot 205. It's a 2.4 litre engine in that car. He spun out of yesterday's race, so I hope he's there, starting alongside Connor Harvey, number 97 with his Caterham. Row 12 is number 98 Matt Jones with his Ford Focus, and 66 Tony Harmon in his Ginetta G20, that's the bright pink car. Row 13 is Peter Kukulas in the Toyota MR2 Roadster. We spotted that in the assembly area, so he's there, alongside Gary Warburton in his Mini Miglia, number 149. Then we've got the Allens in row 14, Brian with the Puma and Helen with the Fiesta. On row 15, David Jones with his Mark 1 Ford Focus RS. I think he failed to start yesterday's race, so I hope he's there. Peter Gillett was there as well with his Honda Civic Type R number 888. At the back of the grid, now hopefully we have got Andy Southcott, number 175. That's the Mod Sports MG Midget in Class A. He started at the back yesterday after problems in qualifying and had made it up to 4th place, but then the car sadly let him down again. Hopefully Andrew is there, because he will blitz through the field very quickly indeed if he is. And alongside him is Julian Wood in, well, it's down as a Kia Optima. It's only a Kia Optima in body shape. It's a silhouette racer. It's a Solution F TC12, and what that is a mid-engine touring car built for the Swedish Touring Car Championship. As we said earlier, you really do get just about everything in this CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. cars of very differing performance, so we will see a lot of lap traffic during these races and cars on different laps. We've got 6 classes in this championship, as we say, celebrating its 40th year this year, organised by the BARC Northwest Centre. It does most of its rounds up at Alton Park in Cheshire, but it does have a couple of away rounds. There is at Anglesey in North Wales as well. They have an away round at Cadwell Park, and they come to Donington once a year as well. There are the Sakers on the front row. They are Dutch-built sports cars. They look a bit like the old Group C races of the 1980s, don't they? But they're powered, I believe, by Subaru engines. Paul Rose, the JPR Motorsport team boss on pole, he pitted at the end of the green flag lap in yesterday's race to change tyres, which dropped him down the field. That start from the back. Steve Harris in the green car won yesterday. There are a few cars that we have seen earlier in the weekend that are not out. I notice the Esprit V8's missing, sadly. Simon Alloway may have had some problems with the Esprit V8. He should be on the second row, he's not there. Roddy Patterson's Caterham is though. Cars that raced yesterday that have not appeared today. We don't have Aaron Armiger, who had a great run yesterday in his Vauxhall Tigra silhouette car. That car, the Esprit V8, just to interrupt myself, is making its way now, just late to the assembly area. That's good to see. Aaron Armiger, he had some problems in yesterday's race. The timing belt slipped on his engine, unfortunately, so in order to avoid risking engine damage, then he's elected to withdraw from today's race, unfortunately. Who else have we lost? Ralph Underwood, the Triumph TR7 V8, that's had problems in qualifying yesterday. We don't have Bob Claxton, the Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark III. He retired from yesterday's race, the plumber and heating engineer from Harrogate's. He's a non-starter. We haven't got car 35 Ray Harris either, the Ginetta G55 that was front runner yesterday. He's withdrawn. Another car that had problems in qualifying, number 45 Oliver Thomas with his modified Subaru Impreza, is also a non-starter. And very sadly as well, a car that would certainly have been a contender for overall wins, John Wolfett with the Spire GTR sports racing car, the car built in Chesterfield, hence Spire. Chesterfield famous for its crooked spire, of course, but it's a broken spire, unfortunately, for John Wolfett. Brake issues preventing him from racing this weekend, very sadly. We've said there are 6 classes, split into specials and saloons, and then further divided by engine capacity. Class A is being led in the championship by Paul Rose, 5 points ahead of Duncan Auckland, who's not here this weekend. Steve Harris third in the category, but he'll move up this weekend with that win yesterday. Class B is being led in the championship by Roddy Patterson, 5 points ahead of Jamie Cryer, the former 2-time overall champion with his Ginetta. But Jamie not here this weekend, as he's due to become a father rather imminently, so best wishes to Jamie and his family. Class C is being led by Bod Buckby. He increased his lead by winning the class yesterday. Class D, that's being led in the points by David Jones in the Ford Focus RS, just ahead of Oliver Thomas in the Subaru, but they both had problems yesterday. Class E, well, that's the overall championship leader on top. That's Ian Bamber with his Ginetta ahead of Stephen Parker and Peter Kukulis. And Class F is being led in the points by Andy Bignell. He's not here this weekend. As Class F this weekend consists just of Helen and Brian Allen. Well, Ian's still down there in the pits enjoying a bit of dry weather at the moment, so let's make the most of it. Let's see who he's found to talk to.
Going on track. I thought I'd just come for a quick chat with my old mate, my old pal Ricky Walker's here. Ricky, we were having a little chat earlier, and race 1, you got bogged down at the start, but it wasn't your fault, was it?
No, racing excuses coming out, obviously, but...
Where's the manual? Where's the book? It's about 500 pages long, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, got stuck behind one of the Caterhams, so hopefully same won't happen this time. Hopefully get a better start. I've got championship leader next to me, so getting a bit of a nosebleed at this side of the top end. But yeah, should be fun. Should be good fun actually.
Hey, it suits you being up this far, Ricky. I'm telling you, it looks good on you, mate.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. Yeah, thanks.
Track conditions, what are we expecting? Because up here, of course, we're at the assembly area, so it doesn't really get too much going through it. It's still quite damp, but I imagine it's a bit dry on track.
Yeah, a few people have gone for slicks. Some people have gone for inters. I think it will be a little bit greasy still. Obviously, the trucks have been out, so take it steady, see where we go. Hopefully I can pick a few off while their tyres are getting warm and then try and stay ahead of them, hopefully.
Hopefully that's what I like to. What have you made of the weekend so far, Ricky? Because Convoy in the park, there's about 1,500 show trucks in the middle. Have you had a chance to walk around and have a look?
Yeah, I went walking around for the last couple of days. It's the best weekend of the year. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Like some of the machinery over there, the money involved must be incredible, to be fair. But yeah, it's good, great lap, everyone enjoys themselves. The live band last night. Yeah, so it was really good actually. Great weekend, love it. Best one of the year.
I'm really glad you enjoyed it. I'll let you crack on. Not too long to go now. I can guarantee we will be going racing very, very shortly. Just a quick one as well. I think if you're watching on the BARC YouTube channel, we're just under 30,000 subscribers. We just need a few more. So if you are watching on the BARC YouTube channel, please do hit subscribe. It's completely free to do, and it just makes sure you don't miss any of the racing action throughout the rest of the year as well. And don't forget, of course, the Barking Mad podcast. Every 2 weeks, myself and Alan Hyde bring a host of motorsport guests into our studio. That gets released every other Friday. Make sure you have a listen. Episode 5 went live last Friday. It is on the BARC YouTube channel as well. Right, I'm going to hand back to Dave. Almost time, I promise, I really do promise. Almost about to go racing for the CNC Head Sports and Saloons Championship. Race 2 here at Donington Park. Convoy in the park. Dave, over to you.
Okay, so just a short pause here while we get final preparations ready for our second race of the weekend for the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon cars. So we said the championship celebrating its 40th birthday this year, started back in 1984, this championship, organised by the Northwest Centre of the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club, as a series that cater for any special sports or modified saloon car. There are plenty of championships back in the 80s that were getting very low on numbers, so it was a way of pooling everything together, and that's what we've got here today, a championship that's a home for cars that otherwise wouldn't have anywhere to race, and you can use anything you want. Competitor Rick Wood, through his business CNC Cylinder Head, sponsors the championship, also supported by car service packs. It's a very friendly championship indeed. CNC Heads, just a bit of background on them. They build race engines, complete race cars, or anything needed on cylinder heads. As the cars make their way out, all the Esprit being push-started there. Hope Simon Alloway gets going. Yes, he has. Rick Wood, you may have seen him on the TV programme Car SOS as well. Rick and his team restored a Metro 6R4 rally car on Car SOS a few months ago. And Rick Wood is a collector of historic saloon, classic saloon racers. He's racing this weekend in his Nissan Calsonic Skyline, racing in Class D. He was on the podium yesterday. Watch for flames from the back of that machine. Oh, just noticed Andy Southcott's there. That's good news. One of our Caterhams struggling there as well. I think that might be Connor Harvey needing a push start. So one or two cars struggling to get going. Is that Ralph Underwood I can see at the back? It is. Ah, the Triumph TR7's made it out. I was told initially that he'd withdrawn after problems in qualifying, so he's made it out. It's a bit fluid, this championship, as opposed to who's in and who's out, as you can tell. Proper all-comers series, this is. The Caterham being pushed. It is the number 97 of Connor Harvey. The Caterham 7 comes from Swadlincote in Derbyshire. You don't have to be based in the Northwest to race in this series. Okay, so the marshals are with the team there. If they can't get it going in time, he may have to start from the pit lane. Connor Harvey, racing in Class C. He's currently third in the Class C points. Looking at the results of yesterday's race, it was Steve Harris in his green Seika that took the win ahead of Rick Wood in the Skyline. They won Classes A and D. Aaron Armiger was third. He won Class B, but he's not out today, nor is Ray Harris's Ginetta, unfortunately. Class E was won by Ian Bamber. He extended his championship lead as a result. Class C was won by Bod Buckby in the blue Caterham, and Class F by Helen Allen's Fiesta. So I'll come up to the grid very shortly then. One or two cars needing those push starts, so they may be slightly out of order on the grid here. We'll just wait for everything. No, Conor Harvey's car being wheeled back. It's not going to play ball. It's not going to run, unfortunately. Up to the grid they come. They can see just the sheer variety out there. Variety is the spice of life in this championship. See the Renault 5 Turbo there of number 88. That's Tom Franklin. He said he just wanted to finish a race this weekend. He did yesterday. He finished in 14th in race 1. Where's our pole sitter gone? Don't tell me Paul Rose is going to start from the pits again. Has he chosen the wrong tyres? Well, Steve Harris is there. Simon Alloway in the Lotus Esprit V8 is there. Real old school special GT car, that one is. Roddy Patterson's there. Look out for Chris Petch in the white Ginetta. Gary Wardle as well. Ah, there's Paul Rose. He's just making his way along the exhibition straights. Watch for Andy Southcott as well. Watch for him from the back. Look at that, the beautiful MG Midget Lenham, the Mod Sports car. Competing in Class A. He won't be at the back very long. He will rip through this field like a hot knife through butter. We're just waiting for Paul Rose. Is he going to start at the pit lane? Julian Wood at the back in the Kia Optima that isn't. The mid-engined special Saloon. We're just waiting to see what Paul Rose is going to do here. There's Ralph Underwood. It looks like Paul Rose is going to start from the back. There he is. Paul Rose, who promotes and runs the Fun Cup Endurance Series. There's the Seeker. Now, what's he going to do? Is he starting from the back, or is he going to make his way through the grid? No, he's starting from the back. The green flag is waved, so we're ready to go. Race 2 of the weekend for the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship. 2 of our quickest runners starting from the back. The red lights are on. Steve Harris at the front along with Simon Alloway. Red lights out and away they go. Decent start by Simon Alloway. Not the best of starts for Steve Harris. Roddy Patterson comes charging through in the Caterham. He's up into second place and locks up as they go into the first corner. Alloway's got the lead. Jasper Sapper in the M3 trying to come through into 4th position. And already, look how many places Andy Southcott's made up, and he's only just got as far as Redgate. He's taken about 8 cars. Paul Rose is in there somewhere as well with the Seeker. There he is. He's got ahead of Helen Allen, Julian Wood, Ralph Underwood at the back in the Triumph. It's Alloway that leads from Patterson, Harris, Sapra. Then it's Gary Wardle in the Cupra TCR. Daz Owens up to 6th in the Escort. He's got away well. What a sight they make as they come down towards the old hairpin. Paul Rose past the Focus RS in there. That's the number 5 of David Jones, leading the championship in Class D. It's Ian Bamber who leads the overall championship, the white Ginetta G20 in Class E, as they start to sort themselves out on this first lap. Andy Southcott's already gobbling up the midfield runners. Paul Rose not too far behind, having a go at Gary Warburton's Mini. But it's Simon Alloway, the lovely Lotus with the 5-litre V8 in the back. Steve Harris at the inside. He's going to take 2nd place from Roddy Patterson, the man from Edinburgh, in the Caterham. And Jasper Sapra in behind in his BMW M3. Probably the busiest racing driver in England. He races something every single weekend. Anything that his collection of BMWs is eligible for. The Warwickshire-based businessman. Gary Wardle behind, runs a plastics business based up in Cheshire. Previously raced a Porsche and a BMW Mini, among other things, now in that TCR touring car. Now there's Ian Bamber, the number 56, the little white Ginetta there. He's got Conor Modrow, the number 7 behind him. Then Guy Carter in his TVR. And there's Southcott. Now how many places has he gained? 15 places on the first lap alone. Out of 30 cars that started, so he's halfway up the field already. Paul Rose, meanwhile, is in 18th place from the back. Southcott takes Conor Modrow. Not only is that Mod Sports midget very quick indeed, I think he's got a Vauxhall red top engine in that car. It also weighs next to it. I think, look at the way he just blitzes past Ian Bamber. Stupidly fast little machine that is. There's Paul Rose having a go at David Green's Honda Civic further back. And the number of different classes means we get a lot of different levels of performance, a lot of overlapping. Okay, so they start to settle in then with Simon Alloway in the lead. There's Darren Owen. Runs a scrap metal business in Hensford in Staffordshire. Lives very close to Hensford Hills Raceway, where he raced in the Bangers for many years. He's raced national hot rods, lightning rods, classic hot rods as well, before switching to the circuits in a couple of Ford Escorts. Conor Modrow on the tail of Ian Bamber, the championship leader. And behind them is Guy Carter, the Merseysider in his big TVR Tuscan. Many fondly remember the TVR Tuscan Challenge in the 1990s and early 2000s, the One Make series for those cars. Several of them still exist. Stephen Parker behind them there in the BMW Compact. He's been caught by Paul Rose up to 13th. Andy Southcott's got through into P7. He's ahead of this lot already. He'll be with the leaders soon. I think we've had a change of lead as well. I think Steve Harris has got the Seika past Simon Alloway. Yes, he has. Alloway is under pressure now from Roddy Patterson in the Caterham. Then it's Jasper Sapra. Gary Wardle under fire. Here comes Andy Southcott. He's passing everybody like they're standing still. But we mentioned yesterday that Mod Sports Midgets, the MG Midget Lennon, is fast but fragile. It broke down when he got up to P4 yesterday. There's the leader, the green Seika of Steve Harris, looking for his second win of the weekend and looking to maybe take the points lead in Class A if he plays his cards right. Simon Alloway second in that extraordinary Lotus. It is effectively a Formula 5000 single-seater underneath that sports car body. Quite incredible machine. Rumbles its way through Red Gates. Then the little Caterham of Patterson is third. And then we have got Jasper Sapra, and there's Southcott behind them. He's almost caught Jasper Sapra now. We'll see Jasper Sapra, I believe, in the Kumho BMW races later on as well. Gets past Roddy Patterson. Here comes Southcott. So the BMW threw at the old hairpin up into third position. Then a gap back to Gary Wardle in the Cupra. There's Daz Owen, still there in P7. Okay, Andy Southcott fires up the inside of his next target, Roddy Patterson, so he's up into fourth now. So Steve Harris starting to extend his lead over Simon Alloway. Here they come down the exhibition straights. Southcott leaves Jasper Sapra standing. He's of course done the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 1 minute 12.897 as he comes over the line in that third place. Just looking at the lap time so far, Southcott's fastest lap is nearly 4 seconds quicker than everyone else. That is insane. He now jets past Andy Southcott, past Simon Alloway, I should say, and he's now going for Steve Harris. There's the Seiko. It won't be long before Andy Southcott's in the lead. His next target is probably going to be one of the planes taking off from East Midlands Airport next door at this rate. Look at the class leaders in a moment when we can. Unfortunately, I can tell you Rick Wood was a non-starter, sadly, in the Nissan Skyline. I mean, he was complaining of heavily worn tyres yesterday as well, so that may be a factor for the Calsonic Skyline. Great shame we haven't seen him out in this race. But it's surely only a matter of time now before Andy Southcott takes the lead from Steve Harris. He might even do it before I finish this sentence. Here he comes, into the chicane, there he goes, and into the lead from the very back of the grid goes Southcott in the MG Midget Lennon. His best lap of the race is still nearly 4 seconds quicker than anyone else's. Here's a battle between one of the Focuses of the Jones family. That's number 98. Focus of Matthew Jones from Crew, and number 84 Peter Kukulas in the Toyota MR2. It used to be Peter's road car. He's converted it for racing. And there's Deadly Daz, as he was known in the Bangers, in his Escorts. Does so much for his local raceway of Hensford, the UK's fastest short oval. Began racing classic Escorts in the classic hot rod formula before switching to circuits. He's done a bit of rallycross in his time as well. And Darren Owen up there in the top 7 at the moment. His son James Owen, now an oval racer as well in various junior formulae all over the country. Here's the battle further back. David Green in the Honda chasing Rick Walker's BMW Mini. And ahead of them is Tom Franklin in that Renault 5 Turbo. Certainly running well this weekend. Runs a building company in Nottingham. Tom Franklin. Rick Walker next. They are further down the order. This is the battle for 15th place overall. There's Paul Rose. He's made it through to 7th place. He's got ahead of Daz Owen now in the Seika. In fact, he's ahead of Gary Wardle as well. So Paul Rose rising up the order nicely, having started from the back. Just the one retirement so far. Ralph Underwood sadly didn't complete the first lap in the Triumph TR7 V8. We also lost Conor Harvey, of course, before the start. The caterer refused to fire up in the assembly area. Here's a battle between a couple of Ginettas. The G50 of Chris Petch, who normally races with the Classic Sports Car Club's various series. And behind him is Conor Modrow in the number 7, who's been in with this championship for many years now. Comes from Newbury in Berkshire. Spent 10 years racing Rotax karts before moving into car racing with this Ginetta, the G40 model. Stephen Parker gets past the number 888 Honda of Peter Gillett. Yes, the car of Conor Modrow, the Ginetta G40 with the 2-litre Zetec engine, was laid up under a cover for 5 years in Chesterfield. Its owner had bought it for his daughter to race, but she chose to take up horse riding instead, so the car was left laid up unused until Conor bought it. There's Bob Buckby with his caterer. I think he's leading Class C. Let's have a look at the class leaders while we have a chance here. He's battling his way past Rick Walker and Tom Franklin there. Oh, we've lost Steve Harris. He's pulled into the pits, the green Seika. Saw a car pulling into the pits out of the commentary box window there, so we've lost the earlier race leader. He's got a problem. That's a shame. Anyway, class leaders. Southcott's leading Class A. New fastest lap of 1:11.9 that time through. Class B is being led by Roddy Patterson's caterer in 3rd overall. Class C, further back down the order, it is Bob Buckby. There's Steve Harris in the pit lane. Looks like he's out of the race. Class D is being led by Jasper Sapra's BMW with no Rick Wood out there. Class E, that's being led by Ian Bamber, the championship leader, but he's only just ahead of Stephen Parker's BMW Compact. And Class F, it will be one of the Allens. It's Brian Allen leading this time. Are the husband and wife duo going to share the class wins? We're just over halfway through this race, 9.5 minutes to go. Here comes Julian Wood in the Solution F Kia clone. Behind the number 66 Ginetta, that is Tony Harmon, the pink machine. Tony Harmon, based in Chester. He's raced Clubmans for a number of years, also in rallycross and autocross. He's raced Renault 5s as well. We've got a Renault 5, of course, out in this race. There's Guy Carter with the TVR Tuscan. And the number 5 Ford Focus, that's David Jones, the points leader in Class D. One of his main rivals failing to race this week in Oliver Thomas's Subaru. That's the modified saloon car class. Jasper Sapra currently leading that in this race. Into the second half of this CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship race now. With let's see what Andy Southcott's lead margin is. There's Helen Allen in her Fiesta, known as George, as you can see on the number plate there. Is she catching her husband Brian for the lead in Class F? Let's have a look further down the order. Not at the moment, I don't think. There's Simon Alloway, and he's lost out now to Paul Rose. Paul Rose up to 2nd now, so he's been quietly making his way up the order as we've been watching the other classes. So it's Southcott from Rose now, and in fact Paul Rose has just done the fastest lap, 1:11.661, so the Seika now on the attack. He's 12.5 seconds down on Andy Southcott though. There's the Seika going up through Schwantz Curve. Simon Alloway 3rd, Roddy Patterson 4th, and Jazz Sapra is 5th. There he is. lapping a Caterham there. Is that Connor Harvey? Yeah, he's joined in halfway through the race, so Connor Harvey has made it out just halfway through the race. So I don't think he'll be classified, unfortunately. Now, Reader crosses the line. Yeah, Southcott. Oh, 3 back markers passed in one move there by Paul Rose. Now, is he catching Andy Southcott? He's met a bit of traffic on that lap, so he may not be. Rick Walker under fire from Bod Buckby. You see, it's so difficult to know where to look with so much going on in all the different classes in one of these races. The gap is 13 seconds between Southcott and Rose. I don't think he's going to catch him. Tom Franklin in the Renault 5 Turbo. Ronnie Patterson goes through to lap him. Ronnie making the long journey from Edinburgh to race here this weekend. Runs a property company in Scotland. Ford Duratec X-Power engine in his Caterham C400, fully race modified. Also races in the Scottish Mod Sports Championship based at Knockhill. There's Jazz Sapra. Runs various businesses from his base in Warwickshire. Has quite a collection of BMWs. There's Gary Wardle, the plastics businessman from Cheshire. Had a variety of cars in this series in the past. There's Andy Southcott, our race leader, runs a house building company. He's based down in the south of England, in Southampton, the 62-year-old. MG Midget with a Millington race engine powering this space frame chassis, 2.7 litres. And he is absolutely flying along. Seen him, the Southcott family have got a couple of these Mod Sports midgets. This one with the Millington engine. 1:11.424 his best lap, but Paul Rose is lapping slightly quicker. That's just on a 1:11.048 in the Seika. He's 8 seconds clear of Alloway in third place. They're all Class A cars. Ronnie Patterson's leading Class B in the Caterham. That'll extend his championship lead in that division. Sapra's leading Class D, but he hasn't raced in the series so far this year because he races in so many other championships. This is round 8 officially of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Championship, although round 7 at Alton Park was cancelled when the heavens absolutely opened on the first lap of round 7. If you thought the rain was heavy here at Donington over the course of this weekend, you haven't seen anything compared to that Alton Park event. It was frightening, but made for some amazing photographs of the start of that race, I have to say. This little battle still going on. We've got Bod Buckby's Caterham. Tom Franklin's Renault 5, he goes through. The Builder from Nottingham. And behind them, Rick Walker's Mini. This is the battle for 15th place. Swapping places for a bit of fun. Just over 4 minutes to go now. Just behind them is another Caterham. That's the number 23, Richard Hall from Bradford. Walker at the inside. They're passing each other for fun, these three. Here's a battle further back. That's Tim Foxlow, the other space frame Escort. Tim raced for many years in a Ford Capri in the National Super Rods formula, the big V6 engine cars on the short ovals, before making a comeback in classic hot rods in an Escort, then onto the circuits. His son George is now racing as well in the Fiesta Juniors. We've lost Chris Petch, unfortunately. He was 8th, but he's pulled his Ginetta into the pits. There's Ian Bamber. He's still leading Class E. He's up to 9th overall now. Guy Carter next in the order. Julian Woods Kia is a lap down. There's Guy Carter. Gotta love a TVR Tuscan, haven't you? Big brutal V8 engine machine. Behind him is one of the Seikas. That's Paul Rose. Where's the third Seika? That's of David Clark. I don't know if he took the start, actually. I didn't see him on the grid. No, he didn't. We said things are very fluid in this championship, a bit in, out, shake it all about at times. These cars, modified cars, do tend to be fast but fragile. And Seika did suffer problems yesterday, the third of them. Rick Walker on the inside. Another overtake on Tom Franklin's Renault. Used to be whole grids of Renault 5 turbos, and he cuts back on the inside again. Richard Hall in his Caterham says, can I join in too? They're lapping, the two leaders lapping in the 110s now. They're lapping 3 or 4 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else. Peter Gillett's Honda is lapped. The gap is 10.1 seconds, so Rose, I don't think he's going to catch Andy Southcott. But when you consider that Rose and Southcott both started from the back row of the grid, it shows how rapidly they rose through the field. No pun intended. Bod Buckby on the inside. This fight's still going on. Now the Caterham's got ahead of the 2 Saloon cars. Now the Renault makes its move into the chicane. You wouldn't believe this was only for 14th place, would you? But motorsport should be fun, and that's what they're treating it as. Here's the leader. Down into the chicane. We've got just under 90 seconds to go. We might get 2 more laps out of this because he's still lapping in the 1 minute 10. So yes, he should get 2 more laps in. Just done a 1:12.1, so he's eased off a little. And Paul Rose just done a 1 minute 9.8. Now the gap is down to less than 8 seconds. I don't think Paul Rose is going to catch Andy Southcott, but he is closing fast. There's Brian Allen, the Ford Puma, the yellow car. He's still leading Class F. He's 7 seconds ahead of Helen. There she is in the Fiesta. It's being lapped by that battle we've been following. There's Dazzo in with the Escort. He failed to finish yesterday because he had to have his heated screen and everything else on because of the wet conditions. It flattened his battery, so he had to retire. Simon Alloway under pressure from Ronnie Patterson in the martini striped Caterham. Good fight going on for 3rd place. Patterson, the leader of Class B. His nearest rival is Owen. Just 20 seconds left on the clock then. Are we going to see another lap, or will it be check and flag this time? Here's Southcott. He's got traffic ahead of him into the chicane. Rick Walker, Dazzo in, so he's lapped everybody up to 7th place now. They come across the line, then will it be a check and flag this time? Will we get 1 more lap? No, we will get 1 more lap. And Southcott breezes his way through. Peter Koukoulas in the MR2 moves out of the way. And look, there's the Seika. The gap's down to 2.3 seconds. Southcott's last lap was a 1:15. And Rose has just done a new fastest lap of 1:09.546. This isn't over yet, as Bod Buckby goes off in the Caterham, spins down the grass at the Craner Curves very gracefully. But this race may not be over yet. We'll go and spin back into the traffic. Oh, that could have been nasty. He just got the car stopped there. Well, there's Southcott's. There's Rose. He's almost caught him, look. Can Paul Rose pull this off? Can he catch Andy Southcott? He's got Dazzo in there to get past in the Escort. Daz gives him room, lets him through. Paul Rose, he can see Andy Southcott ahead of him now. I really didn't think he was going to do it. He took nearly 6 seconds out of him on the previous lap. They're coming up towards the chicane. Gary Wardle's Cupra in between the two of them. I think he's just going to come up short, Paul Rose. Yes, he's hemmed in by backmarkers there, the Mini and the Cupra, and it's going to be a win for... And the Seika cuts through the middle there. It's going to be a win for Andy Southcott. The Mod Sports midget takes it. For goodness sake, says Paul Rose. I could have caught him there, but I had to get through the backmarkers. Yes, I did have to get that one in. He takes 2nd place, Paul Rose. Who's going to be 3rd? It should be Simon Alloway in the Lotus Esprit V8. Quite a way back on the top 2, of course. There's the Lotus, holding off Ronnie Patterson in the Caterham. He holds him off to complete the overall podium. Patterson wins Class B. And who is going to be 5th? It should be Jasvier Sapra, and I think he'll be the last man on the lead lap. We'll check out the other class winners when we take you through the results. The other car to come in on the lead lap is going to be Jazz Sapra's BMW. There he is in the background. He's going to win Class D. Well, Paul Rose, what an effort that was in the last few laps to try and catch Andy Southcott. He got to within 1.67 seconds of the Mod Sports midgets. If it hadn't been for those couple of back markers into the chicane for the last time, he would have had a chance. But that's racing. We'll take you through the full result very shortly. We only had, I think, four retirements in that race as well, from a grid of 30 cars. Give you the provisional result then. Andy Southcott takes the win and Class A, 17 laps completed, finishing less than 2 seconds ahead of the hard-charging Paul Rose. Simon Alloway in the Lotus completes the podium, and Ronnie Patterson wins Class B in 4th place. Jasper Sapra 5th takes Class C ahead of Gary Wardle. Dazzo in 7th, Ian Bamber 8th. The double win in Class E extends his overall championship lead. Guy Carter's TVR 9th, and Stephen Parker rounds out the top 10. Tim Foxlow, David Green, Thomas Franklin tops his titanic battle with Rick Walker. Richard Hall in 15th, Bod Buckby despite that spin takes 16th, and it was Julian Wood in the Kia Optima. David Jones and Matt Jones next in the Ford Focus RS's, and Tony Harmon, Gary Warburton, Peter Kukulas, Peter Gillett. Brian Allen wins Class F in 24th place ahead of Helen Allen. We lost Conor Modrow late on. Chris Petch and Steve Harris both pulled into the pits. Ralph Underwood was an early casualty, and Conor Harvey, of course, finishing many laps down. He joined in halfway through the race in the Caterham. Superb from the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. Let's head down to Parc Ferme.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. What a dramatic finish that was, but it is this man, Mr. Southcott, who did get the job done in the end. Pushed all the way, though, by Paul Rose. Let's let him get up, get out of the car, and come over for a quick chat, because it got quite close at the end, and close is a good word for it, wasn't it?
I didn't know it was close, to be fair. I didn't have a clue where I was.
He was closing the gap. It was just under 2 seconds in the end. Yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, okay, I didn't see him coming. I didn't see him at all, so... But I would just like to say, yes, this fragile car obviously won. And yesterday it wasn't so fragile. I just came in because my tyres were melting, so...
That's a great way to finish the weekend.
Oh, God, yeah, not half at all, yeah. And thanks to Mike Johnson, my mechanic from Northern Ireland. But yeah, brilliant. Thanks very much.
Big smile on your face. Didn't even know. I love that. Paul, let's have a quick chat. Congratulations, by the way. I was just chatting. He didn't even know you were closing the gap quite significantly at the end there.
Yeah, it's if I'd had another lap maybe, I might have got him. But other than that, there was just no way. I kept getting stuck in traffic, which didn't help matters. But I really did enjoy the race.
What's it like coming here, Convoy in the park? There's so many spectators around, isn't it? As you're whizzing around, you probably don't really pay too much attention to it. But can you see spectators lined everywhere?
Yeah, well, I was having a good look as I was going round, and there's trucks everywhere in there, but a lot of spectators, which is nice to see.
It is. Well done, Paul. Great to see you as well. Congratulations. Let's go over here and chat to Simon Alloway. He's still in the car. It's absolutely beautiful. Just look at this. The Esprit is real, and look how low it is as well. Simon's going to come out. We'll let him get out of the car first. In fact, let's just open the door, because I'll tell you something, what a crowd pleaser this is. A lot of people here to see Simon and the car as well. Congratulations, Simon. That was quite chaotic, and a good race you're having with Roddy there as well.
It was, yeah. I could have really done without Roddy.
I love that. I love the honesty.
Just when I wanted to kind of slow down and relax a bit, it was all over me. It was a good race that. He kept me honest. I nearly dropped it a few times.
What are track conditions like? Bone dry now, is it?
It's, well, unless you get offline, a couple of times up through, is it Schwantz? I ended up nearly off on the grass a few times. But yeah, then of course Roddy will be climbing all over the back of me, so...
Now, this car is outrageously low. How on earth do you get in and out of this thing? I don't think my knees would cope.
It's practice.
Simon, that's a talking to. Right, so still a lot of action to come here at Donington Park. Up next, we have some more British truck racing action. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. I believe we have a grid walk coming up next for the British Truck Racing Championship, so we're going to wait for the teams to get in position for that, and then I'm sure Ian and Pointy will be on track for that very shortly. So just be a short pause in proceedings here while the teams get into position for the grid walk. The weather has chosen to brighten up for the moment, so that will be perfect to allow the many fans here at Convoy in the Park to go down and meet the drivers, maybe even meet Pointy and Ian for a quick chat as well. I'm sure he'll be down there with his roving microphone. So one more race to come before the lunch break, which is the British Truck Racing Championship. Race number 4 of the weekend. Then we resume at around 20 to 3 this afternoon after lunch with the Kumho BMW Championship. They had their qualifying session this morning. Just looking at the times, it was Brian Branson who went quickest, and somebody called Jasvir Sapra was second fastest. I think he's in a different car than the one we just saw for the CNC Heads races for the Kumho BMW Championship. Following the BMWs, we'll have the International Truck Prix, their first race. We had qualifying for them we saw earlier. Then our final pickup truck racing championship events of the weekend. I can tell you the reason Dale Gent didn't start their race earlier, his clutch cylinder failed on the way to the grid. He wasn't able to repair it to get on track, but he will be out for the last race. Do keep your likes coming in on the stream, everyone. And we now have past 30,000 subscribers, I can tell you, for the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel. So thank you very much indeed, everyone. To all our subscribers. Thanks to everybody for your comments as well. We haven't had much time to read through your comments today, but thank you very much indeed, everyone, for your likes on the stream. We're up to 179 now. Let's get it to 200. Come on. So we await the trucks to come out for the grid walk then. That'll be coming up in a few minutes' time. We will hear from some of the drivers and maybe some of the fans as well.
Just to let you know what's coming up very shortly in terms of off-track, because it's a busy day here at Convoy in the Park for 2023. Very shortly we'll have the F1 Stock Car Show taking place. That's down in the Action Arena towards the outside of Redgate, so if you fancy going over there, the please do head along. 6 take the chance of looking forward, and Stock Car Racing coming together for a spectacle like no other this weekend. It's one of the most popular motorsports in the UK, and these perfectly built oval machines are renowned for shooting edge of the seat. Guaranteed when some of the F1 stock cars, biggest names back in the house of glory down there in the Action Arena this afternoon. So that's literally taking place about 2 or 3 minutes time. Action Arena on the outside of Redgate, being very busy so far today. And also coming up to you as well with the Dinosaur Meet and Greet, which I know has been very popular so far this weekend. But we've got a prehistoric experience which is like no other this weekend. There's large Roman dinosaurs proud to let you across both days. They make for more inspiring viewing to make sure you grab yourself a selfie and witness these magnificent giants up close and personal. All of that will be taking place in the infield, so along with the show trucks, with the fun fair and all the trade stalls which are located down there this weekend. So go and have a look at the dinosaurs, see if you can see a few and get some of those wonderful selfies to take away for the weekend as well. And in about half an hour's time we'll be heading back to the Truck stage, which we have some great live music this weekend. It was closed yesterday by that 80s rock show, which kept the music going all the way through until 11 o'clock. But in about half an hour's time, Adam Acoustics will be down there for a set this afternoon for around about half an hour. So live music on the main stage, and that is located in the middle of the infield part of Donington Park. And we'll be repeating things this afternoon with some more great things on the way, all the way through until about 6 o'clock. The final thing we'll see today off track will be a caravan smash, which is again a sight to behold as we get a few caravans hooked up to some cabs and smash them around, and that kind of brings a close to all the off-track entertainment here at Donington Park this weekend. So keep your breath, as we said, with what's happening off the track and also on the track. Very shortly will be the grid walk for the British Truck Racing Championship. Get to have those trucks with us, but as soon as they are on the grid, then the grid will open for everyone to kind of get down there, have a little look around and see what they wish to do. But as I said, if you want to take part, get over to the paddock as quick as you can. 2 gates hopefully will be open for you to officials and the team down there will direct you in the right area. But that's
Right then, down here on the pit lane now, and we're joined by some grid girls, which is of course the returning favourite of many spectators. What are your names, girls?
My name's Tony. Carolina. Lauren. And Sky.
And have you done this thing before? Have you ever been involved in truck racing before?
First time.
First, there's a first time for everything. So do you do much racing, or is this the first time racing alone?
First time truck racing, yeah. I race
First time
cars,
truck
but
racing.
not
Oh,
trucks.
you actually race cars.
Yeah.
What do you race?
I just race in the streets.
Just race in the streets. You didn't hear that here, ladies and gentlemen. Street racing is illegal and frowned upon by many councils. Have you ever done a grid walk anywhere else?
No, nowhere else. First time.
First time. Wow, you're in for a treat. You're in for a treat. And what about yourself? Do you do much motor racing?
I come and watch truck racing.
Ah, there we go. So we've got a truck racer among us. That's the thing. Well, as you can see, thanks, ladies. You can carry on. Good luck. We'll catch up with you shortly. As you can see to your right-hand side now, we are very quickly. No, come on through. It's fine. It's fine. We are very quickly filling up with spectators who've been queuing up for a long time to get into the grid walk. They're letting the teams in first, of course, and once the trucks have pulled up, which we can see now over to the right-hand side, we will be able to film the sea, and it will be a sea of spectators entering onto the tarmac of the Donington Park race circuit. Hi, mate.
How are we doing?
You excited?
Very excited.
Very excited. You can tell.
Mum. I made it, Mum. I made it.
Comedy gold. So it's all about safety, of course, because after all, this is a live race circuit. Marshals will be in place. Trucks are just pulling up now. Of course, all of the poor teams and the spectators queuing at the bottom end of the pit lane have got quite a... That was poorly done, that was. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Look, it's a picture of Adam Bint's race truck. There you go. It's a picture of it. All right, that's another picture of it. Okay, could you hold that for me, Gordon? Thank you so much. Cheers. Recycling's just down the end, yeah. So, yes, as I was saying, lots of trucks, quite the walk for these spectators, but there are literally thousands of people waiting to get on to the grid. Grid walks, of course, being a very popular part of motor racing, gives the spectators chance to get up close and personal, talk to the teams, and really get some great photographs and chat to the drivers. Of course, though, the difference with the truck paddock, other than a lot of racing series, is that you can get pretty good access to the teams most of the weekend anyway. Not having closed paddocks means that all of the family can have a wander around and really get to know some of the teams. In fact, with British truck racing in mind, that's probably how most of the team members, all of which of course are volunteers, probably got involved with the sport in the first place. Just starts talking to the right person, and then 10 years later you wonder what on earth you made the decision for. So there we go, access granted to the tarmac. Let's head in there now, and we can wait and film everybody coming on. I'm going to leave you here for 30 seconds. Why not have a word from our sponsors, and we'll meet you back on the grid walk. He best have played an advert then.
I'm better standing behind him.
Yeah. Well, here they come.
So we've managed to make our way down onto the grid for the British Truck Racing Championship, and time to catch up with a few of the drivers, because the way the radio microphone works here at Donington Park, we don't get the chance to chat to them after the race because they're just too far away for us to be able to pick up the signal. So this is the only chance we get to chat to them all weekend. So I'm down at the front of the grid at the moment. Stephen Powell will be starting this race from pole position. I don't want to take too much on their time, largely because this is the opportunity for the fans to get their autographs as well. But let's grab a quick word with Steve if we can. Steve, pole position for this one, the weekend that's sort of seen you there and then about sort of top 8, top 10 in each one. So good push from pole, good result, being exactly what you need.
20 seconds.
If we put it on the I don't know what's going on with British because they should be here, so
4, 3, 2.
Right then, as promised, here we are now on the grid walk, live on the tarmac. How are we doing, bud? You well? Very good to see you. And yeah, as you can see, a flood of people, a swarm of spectators that have all queued up tirelessly to come on to the grid walk. Let's have a chat to some people. Come on over here, lads. Bring Mum. It's fine. Let's get you on the telly. Right, what's your name?
Josh.
George, and your name?
Reese.
No, Reese, Josh. Oh, Josh, sorry, Josh, not George, Josh and Reese. And you are?
I'm Mum.
Hi, Mum, very nice to meet you. Mum of Josh and Reese. So, Josh, we'll start with you. What's been your favourite thing about this weekend so far? You don't know. Okay, what about you, Reese?
The F1 stock cars.
Oh, nice, good answer. I like that, buddy. You see, he was ready. Now, do you want another go?
Probably the drift cars behind the F1.
Yes. Okay, the drift cars, the Gymkhana drift cars. Yeah, man, we were going to be doing passenger rides in those, but they just couldn't get the insurance. I know, it's all about insurance. And Mum, what's been your favourite part about the day so far?
I'm going to have to say the pickup trucks because that's what we're here supporting.
Oh my goodness me. Can we convert you over to the British Truck Racing Championship?
We do love coming to watch the British trucks, we do. Both boys really enjoy it, we all enjoy it, it's a good weekend.
I think it's great that both those series are usually together anyway, so you really do get a great race package following the one, don't you?
Yeah, we get a really good variety on all the weekends that we come to, yeah.
Right, very quickly, which truck are you going to go and see first? Number one, of course. Well, you go and find Ryan Smith then. Thanks for coming, guys. Josh, Reese and Mum. Oh, hello. Who are you? You've got to face the camera. It is live, yes. So don't swear. What's your name? Jess.
Mia.
Mia. Hello, Jess and Mia. No, but they don't know that. Okay, anyway, Jess and Mia have been bugging me most of the weekend because they want to get on camera. It appears that they've collected their programmes for Donington Park, and you'll be looking at, you got yours for free. Is it anything to do because your mum's selling them by any chance?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Shout out to Emma, who of course has been integral in planning this whole event. Absolutely fantastic. Right, happy now? Going to go and find some autographs? Okay, Jess and Mia, sling your up. Thanks very much for coming down. A fellow media man, Chaz Draycott. How are we, sir?
Very good, mate, very good. It's nice to actually be here on a weekend when I'm not having to commentate or be anywhere at a certain time, just enjoying myself.
Have you got much racing in this weekend so far?
I've mainly been looking at the show trucks, to be honest. They're very, very interesting. I've got my brother with me. He's actually been dragged with me to enjoy the truck racing for the first time this weekend. And I brought my mum and my stepdad yesterday, so it's a bit of a family affair this weekend, just showing everyone how amazing truck racing is.
And what you get up to on the weekends yourself, usually?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been really rewarding because, you know, even though I'm not working, people still recognise me and have a good chat with me. And, you know, it's as if I'm working a weekend like we've been doing in the past. You know, it's just good fun. It's such a great place to be.
Now, of course, you usually commentate for the British feed of the European truck racing, don't you?
Yes, I do, yeah.
So we've got a couple of your guys essentially over with us this weekend. Is it a bit weird seeing it like the other way around?
Yeah, it's quite interesting because they're seeing it as a bit of a stress-free weekend as well. You know, they don't need to push for championship points or anything. They can still just enjoy themselves, and it's like a live test for some of them. I mean, take Luke Garrett, for example. You know, he's not with the European Series, but it's the first time he's got his truck out and built and all sorted, ready to go. It's the best way to go testing for them. It's not just 1 hour session where they do a few laps and if something breaks, that's it, day done. They get a full weekend of it, and it's just really good to see that they can use it like that. And I mean, the International Truck Prix has been a bit of a hit so far.
It has been, yeah. I mean, you know, another warm-up today and a qualifying session earlier on. Some of the drivers thinking they might as well have just had a race, but of course, you know, qualifying's usually a little bit safer.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. There's not as much risk this weekend. You know, they don't have to push, and if there is any risk in a situation where they're racing closely, they don't have any guilt backing out. They don't have to think about championship points, and it's great to see that because the drivers can be a bit more relaxed and have fun with it, and that's what it's all about.
It is, and that is another thing that, speaking to the drivers, it still is fun for a lot of them, and that's the whole point, because if it's not fun, it costs way too much for it to be a pain in the bum, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely it does, yeah.
Right, Chaz, thanks for catching up with me, buddy. Really good to see you. Chaz Drake, of course, you can find him commentating on the YouTube stream for the FIA Championship over in Europe, who, of course, have only got a couple of meetings left now until the end of their season. Let's have a chat. You're a marshal. Let's have a chat to either that or you've got a very poor choice in fashion.
Marshalling's always had a poor taste in fashion.
So how long have you been marshalling for?
20 years now.
Wow, so there must be something quite enjoyable about it.
I love it. It's friendship. It's the guys that are doing the motor racing itself. It's basically everybody that comes. And if you have a grid like this, without everybody's open, it's a great environment. People really love it.
You've got to love a grid walk. I mean, it was extremely popular at Brands Hatch. We couldn't believe the feedback we got from that event. Do you always work at Donington, or do you go around a few different circuits?
I cover a couple, and I also do a hill climb down at Wiscombe. But mainly Alton and Donington. In 3 weeks I'm back here for the touring cars, and then I'll be finishing off the season at Alton again.
So obviously we all know that, a lot of people should know that most marshals they're all volunteers, really, aren't they? So it's a lot of graft for only the reward of the atmosphere and the camaraderie.
But again, we know what we're doing when we get here. We've got trained, and we do training every year. We've got gradings. And marshalling is just a cracking way of enjoying motorsport. Anybody fancies it, have a go at it.
How would they get involved? Would be my last question.
We're on the website, BMMC. Just look for it through Google, and then just taster days. Alton Park do one every couple of months, and it's well worth it because you get a day trip out and you get free access to the circuit.
New friends, new experiences down on the circuit. Cheers, buddy. Keep up the good work, and thank you to the rest of the marshals. Of course, as anybody involved in motorsport knows, without marshals there would be no motorsport. These guys give up their time all weekend, all week sometimes, to get involved, come down here, and obviously are here for the safety of the drivers and team staff around the circuit. Right, what's going on over here? You two look like you wanted to be on camera. What's your name?
Josh.
Josh and?
Dan.
Oh, if only we could have had another Reese, that'd have been great. We had a Josh earlier on. Right, Josh, who are you here supporting?
Stuart Oliver and Michael Oliver.
Oh, good answer. I like that. And what about you, same?
I'm the exact same as him, yeah.
Now, obviously, if I said that you weren't allowed to pick either of Stuart's or Michael's trucks, which would be your next favourite?
Jenkins.
Oh, that's fighting talk, that is. Right, and what about you?
It's a tough one, but yeah, Jenkins has been doing good, so I'll pick Jenkins.
So we like the current third place of the championship, Jenkins. What do you think of Bradley Smith? Now, he's in the Ferns sponsored truck with the green and the blue. He's really young now. Do you look at him and think, blimey, not long until I could do that?
Yeah. It's funny how at such a young age you can do it, but at such an old age you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, leave Stuart out of it, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. And would you ever want to get involved in truck racing if you were given the opportunity?
If I was given the opportunity, I'll definitely do it. Just like Stuart Oliver, from the age of 60 to all the way to Bradley, who's younger.
These guys had media training. I mean, this is for you interview better than most motorsport drivers. It's incredible. Well, Josh and Dan. Josh and Dan, absolutely fantastic talking to you. Thank you very much. I feel like one of these two, might actually be after my job in the future. I mean, I don't mind handing down the reins to the next generation. I might get to spend some race weekends with my son for a laugh. Would you like to do this job?
That's good. You just go. You just go away.
Okay. Right, some budding TV presenters among us. Thanks very much, guys. Give us a fist bump there. Go and take some pictures with Steve and Michael. What a pair! Absolutely fantastic little guys they were. Really is. I mean, I think I should have just got him to close the show. I was like, give him the microphone, see what he does. Right then, let's have a little walk now up through the paddock. This, of course, being Dave Jenkins' truck. Dave, having a great laugh with some spectators. How important to the drivers are things like the grid walk?
It's immensely important because the grid walk, it generates enthusiasm from the crowd, and then it's interest for the sponsors, and it's what we're all about, isn't it? It wouldn't be much fun coming here racing on our own. So the fact that we get the chance to integrate with the crowd that are here is brilliant, and it's just great to have a chat with everybody. Everybody's smiling still at the minute.
I know. Well, so is the sky. That's the most important smile we need at the moment. Still hundreds and hundreds of people crowding through the gates of the grid. Obviously, we're currently parked in the race racing order for the next race today. So I'll ask you now, this is a good opportunity for you. The track conditions, fingers crossed, touch wood, are going to be good. We had some tussles earlier on in the day, earlier on in the weekend as well, really. So what have you got in mind other than winning for this afternoon?
Yeah, it'd be disappointing if we come away from Donington without any more podiums this weekend. However, it's all about the championship, so we've got to wait and see if there's any sensible opportunities to be had. I think there's some people been taking risks with their overtaking, and we don't want to start going down that route. So we're going to bide our time, and we've undoubtedly got probably the fastest truck on the grid here this weekend. The qualifying was awesome, just pit by Ryan. So we just haven't had a chance to stretch our legs yet this weekend. So I'm determined not to get too tangled up and just crack on.
Too right. Fingers crossed. A bit of open road with Steve Powell in your right hand mirror very quickly.
I think there'll be somebody there, won't there? Is it Ricky or I don't know who is starting on P2?
P2.
P4 here.
Oh right, so obviously he's not made it out. I see.
So
well, if he doesn't make it in time, you'll be starting in P2 anyway. By the looks of it, I'll tell you what. Right, Dave, thanks very much for talking to us. Good luck in the race. Let's hope he can make an early start, weave through that traffic, and make it stick for the rest of the race. Let's have a chat to these guys. Come on in, family. Come on in. It's fine. It's fine. Unbelievable. It's sometimes, we were trying to speak to some guys over in the show trucks. They did not want to know at all. Let's see if we can't find some. I'm going to get in over here. Hi, what's your name?
Ralph.
Hi, Ralph. How are we doing, buddy? I'm Pointy. So let's get down to you, buddy. So we're obviously live on television. Do you want to say hello to anybody?
Hello.
Hello, Mum. Hello, Dad. Is this Dad?
Yeah.
Hi, what's on the shirt? Oh wow, the DeLorean. Do you like Back to the Future? It's a very Back to the Future haircut you got there. You're bringing back the mullet, aren't you? What's your what has been your favourite part this weekend so far?
Probably watching the trucks today.
Good answer. I like that. And you don't have to know the name or the number, but which truck has been your favourite out on the circuit?
Probably, I don't know which one, but it's a red one.
The red one?
Yeah.
Like this one, but different?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's one of the Reeds, I think, then, ladies and gentlemen. It was fantastic. And are you going to stay until the end to watch the Caravan Smash later on?
I don't think so.
Can we watch it? Yeah, I think you are, mate. I think I've just sealed it for you, buddy. Yeah, because you are staying now till the Caravan Smash. 5:15, so you're not going to wait that long. Oh, look at this. We got a signed hat as well by Craig Green himself. He's a great guy. What'd you say, bud?
Thank you.
Right then, Ralph, give me a fist bump, buddy. Get some more photographs. Thanks for joining us on the grid walk. It looks like they are slowly trying to clear off the grid now down here on the tarmac at Donington. So we'll work our way up with the crowd as they're trying to clear off. Got a good voice on him, hasn't he? Right, yeah, let's quickly. Right, let's stay up here. We'll have a chat to these guys. These guys look fun. Come here. How we do? What's your name?
Josh.
Josh. That's the third Josh we've had today. There's some Joshes here. What's your name?
Abby.
Josh and Abby, what are you here to see?
Just everything, to be honest.
Yeah.
Having a good look round.
Are you staying over, or have you just come for the day?
Just come for the day.
And what's been the best bit so far?
Probably the racing.
The racing. Good. That's what they're here for, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And which truck's your favourite now you've seen them?
Oh, I don't know. I do like that one, to be fair. It's quite nice.
You like that one, to be fair? It's quite nice. Ryan Smith's one, right? Yeah, the number one. Right. Thanks for coming down, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hey, up. Who have we got over here? Brother Richard of Ryan Smith and Libby, teammate on the Ryan Smith's team. If you could just park up for a minute.
I can't. I want to go to sleep.
You don't want her to go to sleep? Are you a little bit tired? Is he trying to rock you to sleep?
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. And so what do you think's been the hardest part for the teams this weekend? Because obviously you're in the thick of it.
The rain. The rain's been the worst bit, yeah.
It has been terrible, hasn't it? Yeah. With regards to setup, have you had to make any changes since this morning on Ryan's truck? Obviously being a bit drizzly this morning.
Yeah, it was a wet setup this morning, so probably gone for a dry setup now.
I think we've got enough people in behind us. Yeah, there's hundreds of people. This would be great to watch back later on.
We're popular, what can we say?
We are popular, we are. Now, Richard, you come down here as well. I'll just stand here, tip her back. Oh, no, come here, Richard.
I'm coming now.
No, you're staying. Someone else can strap. No, it can deal with it. Billy can strap him in. Bloody hell, Billy, that's shiny. Right, we've been riding now for quite a few years, yes? Yes, you're not going to answer, are you? When they don't want to do something, it's incredible how awkward they can be. Right, let's head back quickly with Stuart Oliver just before he gets in his truck, because I know that everybody is trying to get in the trucks now. Stuart, before you hop in, we saw you moments ago out on the live action arena in the drift truck. You've obviously had you've had 5 races in the British trucks this weekend as well. You've been integral in organising this entire convoy event. How do you fit it all in?
Well, it's not easy. It's not easy, but you know, there's a lot of work went in the preparation stages for the event, of getting the timetable right for the racing, for the live action arena, for everything else we're involved in. So there is gaps. You've just got to fit them in. But I think I'll be a wreck tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I'll be a wreck tomorrow. So I know that feeling.
Yeah, but no, it's all go. But it's going well. Well, the weather hasn't helped us. We had a few showers yesterday and today a bit this morning. But it's on our side now. So hopefully that's it for the rest of the weekend.
And I'm massively impressed with how many spectators have really, thicked out the rain and said, no, we're here for the day. We're going to enjoy it. And I think the sunshine's coming out to reward them for staying.
Absolutely, yeah. It's hopefully not too many sort of looked out the window this morning and thought, I'll tell you what, we'll not go. And they did come along, because it's turned out great. And hopefully the rest of the day, like I said before, will be good like this, and we'll have a great day.
Right, Stuart, you better get yourself in that truck. Good luck in the next race. Thank you very much. Track conditions. Let's check track conditions. Seems okay. I think we're going to be all right. Right, that's been me, Pointy, down here on the grid walk. Massive part of the weekend. Everybody loved it. The weather is turning around beautifully, and I think we're about to go racing, so stay tuned. Let's head back to Dave in the studio to give you a rundown of the starting order of the next race.
Okay, thanks very much, Pointy, down on the grid walk. Great to see that the sun has burnt through the cloud in time to let the fans enjoy. It's been a regular feature of the championship over the years. We'll run you through the starting order then. We are missing one of our front row starters. Ricky Collett, unfortunately, is not there with the 95 truck, which is a shame after a good run this morning in race 3 of the weekend. The grid for this race set by the results of race 2, which took place yesterday, but with the top 8 in Division 1 reversed, and the Division 2 field, there's only 6 of them flipped around as well. So it is number 3, Stephen Powell, as you can see, is on pole. Stephen Powell on pole, the number 3, chance to turn his weekend around. In second on the grid, it should be number 5, Ricky Collett, but he's not there. So the second row, number 68, Craig Reed, and 69, David Jenkins. Jenkins with a clear run down the outside here, still looking for his first win of the season. Third row, 89, Simon Reed, number 46, Bradley Smith. And then we've got Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith on the 4th row. Ryan Smith looking for 4 out of 4. Tom O'Rourke, 86, first podium of the season earlier on in the wet, alongside number 12, Michael Oliver. And completing the Division 1 field, number 14, John Bowler, and 92, Simon Faulkner, who missed race 3 earlier today, but I think I did see he is there on the grid for this one. Then there's a gap, and we've got Division 2. Now, John Powell was hobbled by a bit of contact with Paul Rivette at the start of race 2 yesterday. He finished at the back in Division 2, but that gives him pole for this race, alongside Adam Bint. He's been plagued by a few turbo problems so far this weekend. So they're on the front row for Division 2. Next in the order, Craig Evans, the number 10 MAN, and 22, Paul Rivette, Division 2 winner earlier on this weekend. Trying to close that gap on John Powell and Adam Bint at the top of the points. Jim Bennett, number 28, is next with the second Atkinson. A rare retirement for him in race 2 yesterday. Pulled off onto the Melbourne Loop. And Simon Cole, number 41, also failed to finish that race. He starts alongside. Neil Yates, as before, has requested to start at the back of the grid this weekend, his first time in Division 1. So it looks like Ricky Collett, the only truck missing, which is a great shame. It's the Kel truck Scania in position as our pace truck for this one. We've got a variety of different pace trucks here. See, it's getting pretty breezy out there, affecting our cameras a little. This will be a 15-minute race once again. Just awaiting the all clear from the clerk of the course to get this underway. We're on board with Simon Reed in the number 89 Iveco Stralis, going from the third row of the grid, I should say. It's Craig on the second row ahead of us there. I always get the Reeds mixed up because their trucks are absolutely identical, the two Ivecos, except for the numbers. So Stephen Powell is on pole. The reason for the pause, Ricky Collett's joined us. He's just backed into position on the front row. They're obviously fixing a gremlin with the 95 MAN. He is there, so we've got the full complement for this race. Shame he's missed the grid walk. It'd be nice to have a chat to Ricky. There is the MAN. Ricky Collett, whose heavy haulage company hauls some of the biggest loads seen anywhere on the UK's highways and byways. It takes a lot of planning to haul such massive loads. I know they are very involved in delivering wind turbines to wind farms all over the UK. You don't realise just how big the blades of a wind turbine are until you see them closer. And wind farms tend to be in quite remote locations as well, so it takes a lot of logistical planning to get them delivered. It's not just about finding roads that they'll fit down as well. You've got considerations like trees that need to be cut back, telephone wires need to be moved. I remember Collett's handled a series of loads that passed very close to my location in the Midlands a couple of years ago. They were transporting some very large oxygen tanks from Liverpool docks down to an industrial estate in Warwickshire. They had to go through rural Staffordshire. They couldn't use the motorways because they couldn't fit under the bridges. So a route through the towns and along minor roads was planned. And it's very interesting indeed. The tankers had to be moved on multi-axle low-loader trailers with pusher trucks as well as pulling trucks to move them. Imagine the amount of planning that went into that. That's the speciality of the Collett's company. So we move off then on our rolling start. Looking back from Michael Oliver in the number 12 MAN. There's Simon Faulkner behind us. There's John Bowler to the left. Certainly the busiest man here this weekend, competing in the International Truck Prix as well. Simon Faulkner's Iveco back out. There's Tom O'Rourke on the left as we go through Redgate. The Cal truck, Scania pace truck, leads them down the hill. The full complement of 19 out there. What will be a 15-minute race. Thanks again for all your subscriptions. Over 30,000 subscribers now on our British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel. Over 200 likes on the stream as well. On board with Simon Reed, looking for his first win of the season. Best result of second at Pembrey, and a couple of third places at Brands Hatch as well.
He had a couple of third places at Temporary, the most ability is only paying so far this season. We should have had alongside him Ricky Collins, who seems to think that he's now starting to tail end of the field. He did. Right. He has gone through with these, so he will be taking the position.
Towards the top of the circuit we go then, into Coppice. Can Stephen Powell hang on in front? He's had just one Division 1 win, the former Division 2 champion. That was at Thruxton last season. He would dearly love a win on his local circuit of Brands Hatch as well. We're back there for Bonfire Night weekend, the conclusion of the championship. Down the exhibition straight they come. Stephen Powell and Ricky Collins on the front row of the grid. Race 4 for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park 2023. John Powell and Adam Bint on the front row of Division 2. Paul Rivette, their main rival. Pace truck pulls into pit lane. Red lights are on the gantry. Red lights go out now, and here we go, down towards Red Gates for the first time. Decent start by Bradley Smith, trying to get up the outside in the 46. It's Powell and Collett side by side into Red Gates for the first time. Will they all make it round? Looks like it. Adam Bint's got away well in Division 2. We're on board with Simon Reed. Ricky Collett could lose second place here. Craig Reed is going for the inside. Craig Reed trying to go for the lead, I think. We've got a tangle. John Bowler goes spinning up. Bradley Smith's off and wallop into the tyre wall. Oh, big impact for the 46. I thought he was going to go over there for a second. That's going to be a red flag, definitely. Big accident for Bradley Smith. That's exactly the same place as where Stuart Oliver crashed out 12 months ago at Convoy in the Park 2022. A lot of damage to the tyre wall. Red flag out instantly. Stephen Powell was leading ahead of Craig and Simon Reed, but the race stopped. It looked like it was John Bowler who got spun out, tangled up with Bradley Smith, and he went off into the tyres. Let's hope Bradley's okay. Okay, let's have a look what's happened there then. Watch a little further back. Oh, it was contact with Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins initially, but further back there were three trucks together. Tom O'Rourke and John Bowler came together. That sent Bradley Smith out wide. No grip on the grass. Wallop into the tyre wall. Nearly over and spun around. A lot of damage there. And that could well be the end of Bradley Smith's weekend. Look at the state of that front axle broken, fluid pouring everywhere. And a lot of damage to the tyre wall. Look at the state of that tyre wall. That's exactly the same place where Stuart Oliver crashed almost exactly 12 months ago. The tyre wall and the barrier did its job, and now here come the Orange family, the volunteer marshals. They'll have that cleared up in next to no time. Marshals already picking up bits of Bradley Smith's truck there. Let's have a look at a replay of the start. Red lights went out. It was a decent start by Bradley Smith. He got up on the outside of David Jenkins. Stephen Powell who got the lead. Ricky Collett was a bit slow away. He dropped back down the order when the red flags came out. Ryan Smith was in the middle between the two Olivers. Adam Bint got away best in Division 2, but it's a little further forward of that. It looked to me as though Tom O'Rourke got into John Bowler and they clipped Bradley Smith. Bowler spun to the inside, Bradley Smith heavily into the tyre wall on the outside, and that could well be the end of Bradley Smith's weekend, sadly. He's okay by the look of it, but that truck is heavily damaged. See there in the background at the Craner curves, the repair vehicles into action. The trucks are pulling up on the grid, and we'll bring you news as and when we have it on the restart. There will be a restart. We'll wait to see what distance it is. The clock at the moment has reset to 15 minutes. There's the crouch recovery six-wheel drive heavy artillery vehicles heading out. I'll pick up John Bowler and Bradley Smith's trucks. And already the telehandlers in place, rebuilding the tire wall. Interesting to watch this, because they can rebuild the tyre wall very quickly. Bradley Smith is okay, he's out of his truck, that's the main thing. His father Tony was a regular in the Truck Racing Championship in the 2010s. He raced a finished built C-suit under the number 46. Bradley, the youngest man on the grid, began racing trucks even before he was old enough to have an HGV licence. Just 23 years of age, comes from Gravesend in Kent. Best results so far this year, a couple of second places, one at Pembrey and one at Thruxton. Still yet to get his first win in the British Championship, and sadly it won't be here this weekend, because that truck, I would say, the front end is wrecked. I can't see them rebuilding that for the last race. Many of our marshals here at Donington will be members of that club, and what you do is you sign up to something that's called a Taster Day. Taster Day. It doesn't need to be Donington Park, it doesn't need to be truck racing. There's loads of different circuits venues you can go and do a Taster Day. Incidentally, to race trucks, you don't need an HGV licence, obviously, because Bradley wasn't old enough when he made his debut. You just need an ARDS circuit licence. All you need to do is find yourself a good racing school. You can take your circuit licence and go racing. So the marshals and the repair crews into action. Crouch recovery as well. Great shot of the Craner curves there across the top of our truck show on the infield. The track will be swept as well. Any bits of debris cleared away. We don't want any punctures. And then we're back underway and racing just as soon as we're ready. We see them in race control, we see them in timekeepers, they sometimes come into the conference box as well, and that's what we do up here. And to do all of that in the morning, really good guidance on all the areas where you can get involved, and then in the afternoon you head out onto an individual marshal post with an experienced team around you to give you that advice and guidance through the course of the day. And that means one thing today, you have a really good idea of whether marshalling is for you or not, and the thing is, if it's for you, you can sign up for as many or as few days as you want at any circuit. So marshals.co.uk is the website. As for what time the race will resume, well, as soon as the repairs are completed. We can't say for certain at the moment, so just bear with us for a few minutes while repairs are enacted at the Craner curves, and we'll be back underway once the tyre wall has been rebuilt. What's Mr. Oliver doing down there? Inspecting our onboard camera.
Convoy wedge on in, whether it's within the truck or not. So at the point of the case, it's still lane as well. The wheel is number 92 truck. So then it is the wheel of the down to the main exit. So quite what the main are going to be doing for the restart. They don't know. We're coming up to 2 o'clock, which must mean that more stuff's going to happen on the circuit as well before too much longer. 2 o'clock, we've got another dinosaur meet and greet in the Kumho, which is in the infield area. Also at 2 o'clock in the Action Arena on the outside of Redgate Corner on the tarmac lane, we have another super drive knockout stunt show taking place. 2 o'clock on the infield again. This is for the WrestleMania taking place. And also the WrestleMania on today. And then at 2:30 on the main stage, we've got the Show and Shine Truck Awards, sponsored by Full-Size Truck and Van, taking place as well. So we are somebody's got their entrance into that Show and Shine Awards in all of the various categories as well. So it's good. So they may well be worthwhile the next 20 minutes or so getting on the main stage. That's where the Show and Shine Awards will be going. And always, good to see. We don't really get the opportunity to have one around the venue, but from a conference box we are afforded a very good view of the quick racing on the Show and Shine. It's obviously half of the track, but it's always good to see with all of those different categories that they have there. Rigid, like commercial, classic, speed, down, I think scanning the safety events, all of those will be judged and they make awards will take place around that thing. Yeah, I'm all those different the show trying to get everything apart from the races this weekend, aren't we? With the amount of things that have arrived and doing for part of the Convoy is hard. And who knows if the marshal now directed the circuit, because there's been a long line of thunder for this, drawn by John Powell, unfortunately. I think that's just the on white in the pit lane, so we can see the line is left all the way from the rock head down towards the pit lane. We can see Martin working over at Cops Corner as well there, so that's not good news. He gets time to address the circuit while there are things going on from the Bradley Pit and of course the barrier pits back into the places to also looking down on the grid where Kumho front was now moving forward, but he has meant to do a bit of fluid on the circuit as well, so that's possibly the reason the mechanics would have seen it and make sure that so that find out maybe that's and switch that back on again. So we'll leave you in a few moments time, but looking out on track with a short bit of work going on to get us back to race. Marshall treating that fluid fast recovery of already got Bradley Smith probably been on back on the 6x6 I think it is looking at it. We've also got the hard with the Marshall building, the tyre wall, they've still got a few minutes to still get that clean, make themselves back into the front of it. We'll leave you in peace for the moment, maybe go around the top of the coffee or still have a ride in the front of the fair or something like that. Have a look at the rest of the trucks as well. We'll leave you in peace. We'll come back with you very shortly.
Under the red flag here at Donington Park, at Convoy in the Park 2023. A heavy shunt for Bradley Smith in the number 46 truck at the start of race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Bit of contact going into the Craner curves and Bradley sent sliding off into the tyre wall. Bradley's okay, that's the main thing. He's out of the truck, but a lot of damage to his MAN, just being towed away there by the recovery vehicle back to the paddock. And the tyre wall currently being rebuilt by the marshals. As soon as that's been completed, we will be back underway. What is Pointy playing at on the grid? We spotted your Pointy on our onboard. What's he up to? Let's go and find out.
They told me to hold, they told me to go. I didn't get my zip done up because it's getting a little bit warm, and certainly some of the drivers are getting hot under the collar with a pretty bad crash on the first lap of the race this afternoon. Really wasn't the best of situations for poor Bradley Smith. We all watched that happen. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. John Bowler, Tom O'Rourke, Bradley Smith, and one of them certainly came off worse than the others. We are, of course, now back on the pits with a slightly different mood in the air than we experienced for the grid walk just moments ago. Everyone was happy, everyone was enjoying the weather, everyone was chatting to the drivers, but now a sombre air comes over the tarmac as we are all waiting now for the marshals to clear the track, repair the barriers, replace the tyres. Huge amounts of work from huge amounts of damage. These 5-ton monsters don't hold back when they hit the tyre walls, and of course they take anything in their path with them. If you look over to your right, this is the condition we find the teams in, drivers and teammates alike, just knowing that it's going to take a little while, but of course very grateful that the weather is as it is. Let's just grab Michael Oliver, who I can see over here. Come and lean on this truck if it'll take me. Michael, what happened? Did you see anything? It all happened so fast.
It happened really fast.
Do you want your sandwich?
No, yeah, I've got me pre-dinner dinner in the wagon.
A pre-dinner dinner in the wagon is an important part of the day. I mean, we haven't even stopped for lunch officially yet, have we? And now we've obviously got this issue. Show truck trophies have been handed out at 2:30. We've got these trophies. It's, oh my goodness, it's carnage, isn't it? The effect that this has on the whole day.
Yeah, like it interferes with nap time.
I know.
Oh, horrendous. No,
I mean, you're starting to look a little tired.
Is Bradley all right?
I've been told, I mean, Dave saw him okay shortly after the crash, so I think he's okay. Whether he's taking a turn for the worse afterwards is yet to be seen, but he's out. But yeah, unfortunately, it might be out of the day as well. I was actually chatting to a couple of his teammates in the pits on the way up there, obviously looking very sore with the situation, but they did say they've got a spare front end, they've got a spare radiator. It's whether or not the damage to the steering is repairable or not, and whether or not they can get out for the last race of the day, which they were hoping to capitalise on, because of course they were starting in pole position for that race.
Oh, I'll take his place. I'll have a word. I'll have that.
You do take one for the team.
If it's what I need to do, I'll do that for him.
Just for him.
No, as long as he's all right, it's all we care about. We're all here just to try and race, but when stuff like that happens, you do worry about the lads. But as long as he's all right, he doesn't have as much padding as the rest of us.
Indeed not. No, he's quite a slender figure, isn't he, that Bradley?
Yeah, sexy's been described as.
I mean, I wasn't going to go there, but now you've said it, yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I would. Yeah. Oh my gosh! So
you having a good day, like?
I'm having a great day. I mean, I was having a great day.
Yeah, you're having a good day, like?
Ad's having a great day.
Good lad.
Just nods. When cameramen nod and they just move the camera up and down like that, you're like, yeah. No, Ad has been fantastic this week, and this is Adam, by the way.
I know Adam.
He's been
in the wagon.
following me around. No, he hasn't.
Oh, sorry, officially
No, he's never been in a wagon ever. Craig, come on in, man. Come on in.
Interview with Michael, that's what it is.
Do you want a joint interview with Michael?
Oh, I would, yeah. The one at Thruxton was great, I loved it.
Tell you what, here you go. You hold this, and then you can interview Michael and see what it's like.
How was your start?
It was very. I don't know how to describe it, really. I don't know how to describe it. It was all right. How was yours? Do you have a good time?
Yeah, mine was great. I didn't see you in the first race. Why weren't you up the front in the first race?
Well, I went down the bank and I thought I'd do a couple of pirouettes for the fans, you see. There's a few sheep down there, they love that.
Yeah.
I
know. Oh, we catching me?
I've got bragging rights. Fastest lap in the last race. It's all down to skill of the driver, wet races. Fastest lap, Michael Oliver.
I was struggling a bit, but I was at the front, so it didn't matter. It was good.
That was amazing. I honestly, you know what? I'd happily hang up my microphone
we do hope that Bradley's right, though.
Yeah, no, all seriousness.
It was a big bump, wasn't it? He's our little, our little friend Bradley is, and I
do we want to know? Do we want to? No, we don't want to know.
Yeah.
No.
We're the three kids of the paddock.
Yeah.
Oh,
No one wants to be going off there. As soon as I found out he'd gone off there, but I thought he was at the bottom. You see, so
as Dave was saying on the commentary earlier on, it was pretty much exactly the same spot that Stuart went off last year.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's a very, very horrible. Them tyres when you go off. The problem is, like you think it rained this morning, you're gone. Unfortunately,
Grass is like a pond.
Craig is incapable of thinking. He's a race driver. we don't think. We don't think we do. We're doers.
Doers.
We think.
And if you're not first, you're last.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I saw Dave was getting really revved up behind Collie then, and I thought, "Go on, Dave!" And he did it. He gave him a little love tap. And I thought, see you later.
It was looking like a really good start. We saw you all power around that red gate, all looking clean and fine. A couple of little jostles and things started to find their positions. There was what's going on over here as well?
No, there was no contact at all.
There wasn't any contact. It's always looked like that. Well, I did lean in front of that, but you know.
Did you cause that?
Yes, I just leant on it just now. In fact, there's camera evidence. I did sit on this part of the truck.
Thank you very much. I would hate another driver to come across and think that I'd done it on his truck.
No, it wasn't. No. In fact, look, it's just black and grey, same as your truck. So there's nothing. There's no paint transfer.
An aerodynamic advantage.
Exactly, it's for up force. It's
brake
for
cooling.
It's like the opposite to downforce. Because when you got 5 tons of racing truck, maybe up force is what we're looking for now.
We need something, don't we?
Yeah. How long do you think it's going to take, with your experience of crashing in that exact same place? How long do you think it'll take to repair that part of the barrier?
If anybody's looking that wants to be a commentator at the British Truck Racing Championship, apply within. We have a vacancy.
On a serious note, how did last year happen? Was it pretty much the same run? Because we had 3 trucks come together just then. Tom O'Rourke, John Bowler, and then of course Bradley just got knocked out of the way. So
yeah. Well, you're going to the right. The truck's 5.5 ton accelerating out of right-hand corner. Naturally, want to go to the left. It's just that's physics.
Yeah.
So 3 going round there. Slipping, accelerating, going to the left, nothing malicious or anything, but the one on the outside comes off the worst. That's
and
what
with the condition of that grass, he just got a bit of tyre on the grass and boom away.
I just wish I could have the acceleration that you feel when you go from the tarmac to the grass, because you maybe can be doing 80 or 90 mile an hour on the tarmac. As soon as you get a wheel on the grass, it feels like you're doing 180 mile an hour.
Huge amounts of speed. You do accelerate on the grass.
You do. Yeah. It just powers away.
These 2 over here, I tell you got to keep them separated, haven't you? They can chat. Look at them. Look. They're just chilling and chatting away. Look, chatting away. Ding ding. Okay, go. So come back in, guys. Come back in. We were just talking a minute ago then about how long do you reckon it's going to be until they've repaired this? Oh no! Jesus.
I reckon 20 minutes and it'll be fixed.
20 minutes.
19.
I reckon 25.
25, so we've got 25, 20 and 19. So these 2 are going to be close. I think if either of them get it right, it'll be another one of those conversations.
I was thinking of my age, that's what it was.
Right, mental age, right?
Yeah.
A few digits high in that case, I think.
I was thinking starting position.
25 minutes. I think we're going to go and ask some more drivers how long they think it's going to take to fix. But the question is, are we starting it from when the crash happened or from here?
When you tell us to get going.
Okay, from now. We're doing it from now. 20 minutes from now. That'll be interesting with the show truck results. Let's go and have a chat. Ginger nuts. Yeah. Let's have a chat. Yeah, let's find him if we can, if he's even in his truck. So I'll tell you, this is cat among the pigeons. Tom, come with me. Come on. John, you up. Come on. Right. Come on.
What have you done, Tom?
Come on, you 2. Here and here. Right. Now then, you 2. What was all that about, eh? Do you want a moment to corroborate your story? So no, I mean it's. We were just speaking to Stuart Oliver. Tricky part of the track when that little combination of trucks comes together. There's only going to be one result really, and unfortunately, Bradley was in the wrong place for that combo, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean to be fair, I knew Tom was over to my right hand side. I wasn't sure how close he was, and as I seen Brad come in, it would just end up in a bit of a truck sandwich, and I was the ham.
You were the ham. It looked like you were one of the crusty bits of bread on the outside, to be fair. And what about you, Tom? What was your take on this all?
I think the thing is, there's no room for 3 trucks wide.
No.
So there's going to be carnage. Somebody's going, so Bradley took the risk to go round the outside, and that's just became a victim of circumstances. The same thing happened to Stuart Oliver.
I was going to say, yeah, he just said that same thing. He says, you're in that place, that's where it's going to happen, and that's what's come out of it. So how we're asking people how long you think it's going to take to get the race back underway. How long do you think it's going to take to do those repairs on the track, not the truck? I think the truck's going to be the afternoon.
I've not seen them, to be fair, so I couldn't really comment, but they're saying 20 minutes to half an hour, probably.
20 minutes to half an hour. We've gone a bit more vague with Tom. What are you thinking?
Take me about 2 minutes to put my helmet on, if that helps.
2 minutes to put your helmet on. Right, so very vague. Right, John, Tom, good luck in the restart. Let's try and get a full lap out of it next time round, okay? Oh my goodness. See, even though it's a serious thing, I think people are still quite jovial. It's important to stay positive in situations like this because, of course, there is nothing that can be done about the situation. If the track's damaged, it needs to be repaired before we can get back to racing. So, currently on a camera on yellow scaffold, Adam's right in front of him. What are you? Right. On the back of the truck. Let me see. I can see. Hello. So is this is what it would look like if I was running behind you. Adam, come on in. This is just this. We're on this camera at the moment, mate. Like this is Adam, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the poor man that follows me around the entire weekend. We've become quite good friends though, haven't we, Adam?
Yeah, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, certainly, he absolutely loves me now. See, he's quickly running away. I don't know whether we're on this camera. Well, we could set up like a whole little interview corner over here behind the number 12 of Michael Oliver. You know what? Let's have a word. We'll be over here, then we'll come to you, and then we need to go to Div 2. Yes, no, Div 2. We'll do Div 2. I'll be right back. No, you know what? No. We've got to speak to Chris because he's always going on about the fact we don't talk to the...
No.
Hello, what's your name?
I'm Chris.
Hello, Chris. Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
My name's Pointy. Have you been doing racing long?
Just a little while, yes.
That's good. And what's your favourite part of the job?
You putting me on the spot.
Oh, I'm glad you've enjoyed it because I certainly have. I love you. I'll see you later. 2 sugars. Okay, thanks. Right, see you in a bit. Right, let's make our way up to Division 2 because I'll be fair, I'll be honest, they're always parked so flipping far away. And it's just like, couldn't they just start them here? Like just when they're parked up, I get that there's a gap, but just when they're parked up, I reckon it's their fault. But we'll keep going. Come on. Come on. Oh my goodness. I'm ready for what? Okay, we're going to try that one more time, okay? From the right. So, we're going to try Mexican way. From the right, Adam, from the right. So, 3, 2, 1. Way! Oh, fantastic. Very good job. Well done. We'll cut that bit, okay? We don't want... Oh, very well organised. Right. Can we all sit back down? I mean, I was,
Not just a team manager, is he?
Party event organiser, why not? Binty, come on in. Where's the rest of them? Where's Simon gone? Where's Neil's chilling out at the back over there. Craig is somewhere else. Guys, obviously you were behind all that. What were your first thoughts when you saw the issue unfolding? What was your take on it for a start?
Well, for me, all I could see was everyone checking up in front of me, so I just had to do my best to avoid the back of Craig Evans' truck. And then off to the left, I saw Brad just spinning around quite viciously from the barrier in the air. So
he did a few pirouettes. I mean, there was a lot of spins there. I honestly thought when he hit the tyres, was he going over far enough to make that roll? I'm glad he wasn't, because there was a split second it could have gone either way, couldn't it?
Yeah, I was on the rear bumpers and going into the first bend, and I could see that something was going to happen, so I just let off, and you could see poor Tom was like the meat in the sandwich, and I think either truck didn't know that the other truck was on the other side, and it's very lucky that John Bowler didn't go over either, because his rear wheels dug into the grass and took big chunks going down the hill.
Blimey, so it could have been even more serious than it actually was anyway. I mean, have you ever been involved in a crash like that? Not just with the trucks, I mean in general.
not so much with the trucks. I haven't really had any big ones in the trucks, but I've had a few big ones in general over the years. I did snap my Achilles tendon once when I was teaching somebody at Brands Hatch, and the suspension collapsed on the car and we went head on into the barrier. Broke a collarbone when I was 11, when I was line equal second with Jenson Button in the British Cadet Karting Championship.
If only he hadn't broken his collarbone.
So yeah, there's been a few injuries. They're probably the main ones. I fractured my elbow earlier on this year actually, and just
that was silly, wasn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, so it's part and parcel of racing, and I think us as drivers, we all, we accept the risks. Nobody wants to see anybody get hurt at the end of the day, but we, we do have to accept the risks when we're out there. But this is where us as drivers, and Adam and I talk about this quite a bit. We've got a duty of care for each other's out there. We're driving 5.5 ton machines, so as much as we want to race each other, we've got to look after each other to a certain extent as well.
So Adam, of course, being involved with the trucks a little bit longer than Paul here, what could you say has probably been your biggest incident on the track that you can remember?
My first weekend out at Brands Hatch, I rolled it down Paddock Hill. That was my...
Yeah, wow, that's big, the whole way down.
No, it went onto its roof and then back onto its wheels, so it dislocated my shoulder. That was it. That's, touch wood, the only major crash that I've had.
That's good news. And so you did one really good one and kind of got it out of the way.
Yeah, first weekend, get it all out of the way and then start again.
What do you, obviously, say that again?
Did you start a tradition with that then?
Yes, yeah, just get it all out of the way.
Yeah. Flag on to Neil at Thruxton so he could see whether he could match it.
Yeah, I think he might have, just a little bit. I think it's funny that originally the stream went down. It was all very nuclear codes at the time. It was like, right, cut the stream. It was like, and press the big button, and all the screens went blank, and the marshals all went flooding on. Like, don't share that, delete it, block it, put a past, we can't see it, make sure. And then literally about 3 days later, every single social media outlet that you could find was, look what happened at this race circuit. And it's, oh my gosh, what a crash to see, and what a crash to walk away from more than anything, right?
Yeah, it is, and like you're saying, cutting all the footage is the right thing to do, because like Paul said, we have a duty of care to everybody, all the spectators, the marshals, everything, and if somebody was hurt, that's why you have to do that. And obviously the viewers want to see what's happening, but there's some things necessarily don't need to be seen just in case.
I mean, the fact that they evacuate these marshal posts, because he literally just took that shed down, right?
Yeah, well, it's the right thing to do, isn't it, at the end of the day? These things, they're big and heavy. That's why we're limited to 100 miles an hour, because, the barriers do struggle a little bit with them. But again, that's where us as drivers, we need to, that's where we need to have the respect for each other out there and just be a little bit careful. At the end of the day, we know that racing's dangerous, but the last thing we want to see is something through into where the spectator area is.
No, indeed. I mean, although strangely, the spectators probably loved it.
Well, they do like getting close to the action.
They certainly do, yeah. I mean, I've watched these videos of rally. If you've never seen any world rally stages, the way people stand on the sides of the roads there, it's just mind-boggling, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely crazy. And I remember watching the old videos where they used to literally would cover the road and they'd move out the way as the car comes. And how the drivers could drive with that, I don't know. That's just a whole nother level.
It's a whole nother level of PTSD for the drivers, I believe. Right.
Same as Brands Hatch, when they were standing at the bottom of the hill and the people going to gravel, they get all the gravel.
Oh yeah, the spray. It's like Ocean World meets the desert.
When the wind's blowing the right way, they get a lovely dust cloud. So.
Oh yeah, you can come out of there like brown and pasty. Like what? Why? How am I thick with dirt? I've only been watching the racing. Crazy. Speaking of dirt, it looks like we've got a road sweeper out on the back of the track there, hopefully clearing up any debris that might have found its way onto the track. There's still a sea of marshals. I don't know whether you can see that up there, Adam, or not. In the distance, quite a dramatic scene of the oil from John Powell. So we've had more issues. What happened with John Powell then?
Apparently there's a hole in his sump and it's put the oil off. That's what you see, the line all the way around the track. That's what they've been dressing.
Oh dear. So we've got oil. It's been a bit of a way to do then this afternoon. Then we've got oil on the track. We've had a big incident first lap. Probably best that we had the incident first lap, because otherwise we've had another one on the oil, right?
Yeah, and just hope it doesn't rain, because if that rains it's going to make it very interesting.
No. It's going to be fine, at least until I try and hand out trophies again. Then it'll rain again, because you know.
The right trophies this time.
Yeah, no, it's overrated handing out the right trophies. Listen, Division 1 Race 2 and Division 2 Race 1 look very similar when you're in a rush. Plus, I'm a diva now. Someone should have done that for me, you know.
We all know you're a diva.
Right. Okay. Thank you, guys. Let's have a chat over here with the team. The Napa family. You're going to turn around for this, Tiny? No, he's gone. Never mind. He's done one. Mr. Fulcher, how the devil are we? Well, don't all wander off. Especially not you, Monkey. You'll only come wandering behind the shot in a minute, playing with yourself again. I'm not looking. How's the weekend been for you guys so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Disappointing, obviously, in that first race with the boost pipe failing. Real gutted for that. But the only consolation from that was that it put us on pole this morning. So obviously we got some VIPs here for Napa. So it was good for them to see us on pole. And Paul did a smashing job this morning. Just lights to flag. Great job. Couldn't have asked for better. So we'll see how this one goes. But we're happy so far. 2 wins. We're good.
That is good. And as a championship overall, you're doing quite well in the season, really, considering the start you had at Brands Hatch. But of course, with so few trucks in the season, it's really all to play for still, isn't it? Because it's only one more cock up and the whole thing's changed order again.
It is. You have to keep bringing brands up, don't you?
That's what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm just more proud and impressed that you managed to achieve it. That's the thing. All these things happen on a regular basis. Doesn't matter which division, how much money you spend. If your gearbox decides it doesn't want to play, it's not going to play, and it's the way you get back from that. So again, like I say, as a season, what a great recovery.
Yeah, exactly. That's the great thing about this championship, though, isn't it? I mean, the point system, as much as just literally having a point between each place, etc. Consistency is key, but things can change during, so even though we had a bad start, I think I said that last time we spoke, all we wanted to do was just keep coming out, do the best that we can, try and pull the wins, try and get some good results, etc. And it's obviously you don't want things to happen to your fellow competitors, but things do. So obviously it's motorsport. We'll not take advantage of that, but we'll use that and just keep pushing forward. We can only control what we're doing, but as long as we're doing that, as long as we're doing the best we can, whatever, hopefully towards the as we get to the back end of the season, we'll be in a better position, and who knows,
who knows indeed.
And that's the beauty of this championship, isn't it? That really works where in terms of the two divisions, and makes it exciting for that maybe the last meeting of the year.
Yeah, man, the last meeting of the year, especially not just the fireworks, but there are usually fireworks on the track as well as off the track. So yes, very exciting all round. Andrew, thanks for talking to me, buddy. It's been great to catch up.
No more Mexican waves.
No more Mexican waves, not now.
Unfortunately, this year the ice cream van isn't right there to try and get an ice cream.
We couldn't get that. There's no ice cream van.
No, it's only a coffee bar.
Oh, I'll have a coffee though. Just wave over for a coffee. Have a flat white. Do you reckon someone will bring me a flat white? See if we can't find Craig Evans solitary in game mode. Try and you climb over there and just grab me a flat white. That'd be great. Thanks. Yeah. Make it 4 actually. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I think we might as well. Craig, how the devil are we? Am I better this side or better this side? Here we go.
Good side.
This is my good side. Yeah. So you've been sat pretty in the cab now for about 20 minutes, I believe. Repairs still underway, but I hear on the tannoy that we shouldn't be too far away. What did you see out of your windscreen when all that kicked off?
As I come round the corner, there was a truck spinning round in front of me on the grass. It was one of them moments just hoping as he didn't come back on the track in front of us, really.
Yeah. Because that can happen, and it has happened quite a bit, hasn't it? Where, you know, you're not sure. We obviously saw from the angles we could get that truck's out for the rest of the day, possibly. Hopefully not, but most likely. Whereas, of course, from track, you just see someone spinning round, which happens a lot, and then they shoot off back onto the tarmac, trying to keep that traction, and all of a sudden, boom! You know, they're into the side of you, or you're into the side of them.
Yeah, as soon as anything happens in front, you're sort of in the land of the gods to where they are going and which direction they're going. And racing's racing, anything can happen, can't it?
Literally, anything can happen in the next half an hour. I'm hoping that's all we've got to wait for is the half an hour. Are you? It's already been decided, of course, where you'll be starting for the last race of the day later on. Where does this find you on the grid?
I think the last race today, we are starting third, I think. Maybe.
So if you can make that stick, it should be a good opportunity for a trophy. Even get ahead at the start, first lap, make some moves.
Well, it'd be nice. We had a blistering start but that's racing.
It's always the good ones that you lose out on, isn't it? Right, Craig, good luck, buddy. Thanks very much for talking to us. Let's head a little bit further back in Division 2. Have another little chat with one of the drivers. Can somebody get me a flat white, please? Can I get a flat white? I don't want you to clap, I want a flat white. Just one flat white, okay. No sugar. Okay, so look, it's there, see? Yeah. Just jump the fence, pass it through the hole. They're not, I don't think I'm going to get a coffee, no. Hi guys, how are we all? We'll speak to the driver in a minute. We'll speak to you, friendly lot. Come on in a bit, get a bit closer, so you stand close together. Right, what's your name? Where'd you come from?
I'm Dan, I'm from Suffolk.
Dan from Suffolk. Who are you? Do I recognise you from somewhere?
No, I'm from the crowd. I just popped over to see what was going on.
That explains a lot.
I'm Lee from Essex.
Lee from Essex.
John from Essex.
John from Essex. Oh, do you know each other? No. Do you know Barry from Essex?
No.
No, don't know Barry. Right. Nice to meet you all anyway. Lovely lot. We're over here though. How are we, mate? Are you all right?
I'm very well, thank you.
We haven't really had a chance to speak to you much this weekend so far. Did you have some issues earlier on?
Yeah, one or two little bits, niggly bits, but hopefully sort them out.
One or two niggly bits. I'm surprised you didn't want to drive alongside with the old international truck Prix lot. Could we not have convinced you to do the two championships in one weekend?
Well, don't get like me. I couldn't stick a pace, mate.
Oh, I'm sure you'd have been fine. You might have showed them how it's done. Experience.
Well, old age doesn't count, mate.
So tell us, for the viewers at home that don't know who you are, how far have you come today to get to the circuit?
I live over near Norwich. Took us about 3.5 hours to get here. Mainly motorway traffic, was a big up balls up, but
motorway traffic from Norwich. I mean, I can only imagine that bit taking up most of the time.
There's only one bit of motorway, that's the M1.
Right, okay, one bit is the M1. Yeah. The 4 lanes most of that though, isn't it?
There's 3 lanes everywhere, but it was a bit snarly, but never mind.
I felt very lost when I went on the M1 the once. I was like, why is there 4 lanes here? This doesn't feel, it feels quite an old, well it is the old motorway because you know what, it's the first one, number 1 motorway.
Yeah, that's why it's called M1.
That's amazing. Is that how it works? They just make them up and then give it the next number?
Oh, I don't honestly know, I presume so.
I think they'll change their ways now just to con us.
It's probably Bagatelle bucket where they just pick a number out of it, I reckon.
That's it. Well, I can give you some good news. I've just overheard a marshal saying we're looking at about 5 minutes to the restart. Wow. So I'm going to have one more chat with some people at the back here. I will catch up with you soon. Neil, 5 minutes, come on. I just need to go and speak to someone that I haven't seen in a long time. Now, roughly 5 minutes. Roughly 5 minutes is roughly all we'll roughly need, roughly. Thank you. Yes. Now, unfortunately for everybody at home, this man here, Aaron, actually got me involved with British truck racing over 14 years ago. Can you believe that?
Not really, no. Seems a bit.
Seems
like yesterday we started.
It does, doesn't it? Right, and you know we still see so many familiar faces. You've obviously worked for a couple of the teams now, and you know what got you involved in it originally?
Starting with Chris Levitt. Yeah, I used to work with him many moons ago, and then that's where you come on board.
I did, yeah, the
as a
European chef, yeah. Believe it or not, that's how I started life. I was a chef for Chris Levitt, going around the FIA circuits. It's obviously how I've ended up knowing quite a few of the European drivers as well. But of course, you haven't been involved in it for a little while now, obviously with family commitments.
No, family commitments. I was with touring car, Cleos with the touring car section. And then yeah, family stuff.
Family stuff, lots of family. It's always the family stuff. And you've been busy with work, I take it, as well?
Yes, very busy with the work, private life. Daughter going to the World Cup for the dance.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, that's doing everything now. So
that's incredible. Well, mate, look, it's been great to see you again, and I would like to say thank you for getting me involved with the racing. I'm not sure everybody at home would agree with that, and I actually heard the producer in my ear goes, "Oh, so it's his fault, is it?" Like, yeah. Aaron, we'll let you get back to Neil. Thank you. Good to see you again, buddy. Aaron Phipps, great mate of mine, known him for many years, but even though we live literally less than 5 minutes away from each other, I barely see the guy. So when I see him pull up in the paddock, I'm like, oh, it's Aaron, look. Right, what I'm going to do now is I think we're going to hand back to Dave in the studio. I'm going to go and grab some water because my throat feels like sandpaper, and we'll be ready to go racing for you in a couple of minutes here at Donington Park. So let's see if we can make this one stick, shall we?
Well, thanks a lot, Pointy. Full of fun as ever down on the grid. We've got a second grid walk from Pointy there. The clock on the timing screen is now showing 12 minutes, so it will be slightly reduced. Restart to our fourth truck race, the fourth British Truck Racing Championship race of the weekend. Obviously no Bradley Smith out there. I also can't see Simon Faulkner, the number 92. John Bowler's back out. The 86 of Tom O'Rourke is there with a bit of front bodywork missing. I think everybody else is present and correct. So we should be back underway in just a few minutes' time now. The Kell truck Scania in position as the pace truck once again. Stephen Powell on pole. I'll remind you of the grid in just a moment as we get underway. Yes, there goes the hooter. So it looks like we are nearly ready to rock and roll once again with the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park 2023. The great thing about it is that if there is a delay on the racetrack, then there's plenty to keep the fans occupied, as we mentioned earlier.
As they should do, they start to stop in the pit lane as well. So coming down Division 1, but I think all Division 2 trucks are there. Half down the edge on Howdy was, of course, on the front row. So a few down, but also made it through safely, are all good now, ready to go. So we are not far away from the Queen's Flag lap because the countdown has...
So they start to make their move then. Reminder of the grid: Stephen Powell and Ricky Collett on the front row. Second row, Craig Reed and David Jenkins. Then it's Simon Reed and no Bradley Smith. Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. Tom O'Rourke and Michael Oliver. John Bowler and I don't think Simon Faulkner is there. And Division 2 headed up by John Powell and Adam Bintz, Craig Evans and Paul Rivette, Jim Bennett and Simon Cole, and Neil Yates rounds out the field. Well done, and thank you to all our marshals for the fairly rapid clear up there. This will be a 12-minute race. The only evidence you can see just a bit of powder was put down on the spilled fluids and a few tyre marks in the grass. So Bradley Smith missing, and you can see Simon Faulkner is not there at the back of Division 1 either. See there, Tom O'Rourke, a little bit of bodywork missing from the left front corner after that contact earlier on. Another bit of fluid's been spilt there at the run through Schwantz Curve. You can see the dust being kicked up there. Stephen Powell from West Kingsdown in Kent on the pole. Ricky Collins from Halifax alongside him. Are we going to see a new winner for the 2023 season? Will it be 4 out of 4 for Ryan Smith? Division 2 this weekend, 2 wins for Paul Rivett, 1 for John Powell. Will we see a first win of the weekend for Adam Bint, who came into the weekend leading the championship? On board with Michael Oliver, looking back at Sir John Bowler. So here they come then, 12 minutes for the British Truck Racing Championship, race 4 of the weekend at Convoy in the Park 2023 at Donington Park. Revs beginning to rise from these 12, 13 litre engines. The pace truck is in pit lane, the red lights are on. Red lights go out now, and here we go down towards Redgate. The second attempt at race 4 gets away. Good start by Ryan Smith. David Jenkins instantly moves out to block him. Stephen Powell leads. They come down to Redgate for the first time. Jenkins trying to go around the outside. Both of them, you'll never get 3 wide through Redgate. Jenkins wisely backs out of it on the outside. That could allow Craig Reed to come through. They've all got through okay in Division 1. Adam Bint's got the lead in Division 2. Stephen Powell leads down the Craner Curves the first time. Craig Reed up into second place in the Iveco. Ricky Collett trying to defend from David Jenkins, who's got the inside line for the old hairpin. He goes through. Ricky Collett has lost 2 places. Then Simon Reed, Stuart Oliver, Michael Oliver, Ryan Smith back in 8th place ahead of Tom O'Rourke. It's Stephen Powell who leads the way, looking to turn his weekend around. Looks like Sir Simon Faulkner may have joined him from the pit lane there. I can see a grey truck right at the back. So I think we've got the 92 truck out as well, and returns the paddock to fix a problem, presumably. Ricky Collins has lost out to Simon Reed now, so he's down to 5th position. Next in the order is Stuart Oliver in the number 7 Volvo VNL. Through the top of the circuit at Coppice Corner. And down the exhibition straight, Craig Reed has designs on taking the lead here. And he take it as they go into the chicane. Well, David Jenkins could get second place. He's going to squeeze up the inside. This is going to be close. They're side by side. You won't fit 2 by 2 through the chicane there. David Jenkins is going to get forced wide, most likely onto the grass as they come out there. There you go, over the curves, and the Reeds could make it 3 wide. Look at Simon Reed on the right of the picture on the left as they head down to Redgate on track. Craig Reed's been squeezed out in the middle. Jenkins has got through into second place ahead of the 2 Ivecos. Craig Reed will hold third on the inside. His brother Simon making it a bit of sibling rivalry. Craig's got it sideways coming out of Redgates. He loses third place to Simon. Cracking battle there. This could turn into the race of the weekend so far. Ricky Collins lost out to Stuart Oliver. Michael Oliver on his tail there. They almost made contact as they went through the Craner Curves. Behind them is Ryan Smith, yet to make his move for a 4th win out of 4 this weekend. Behind them, Tom O'Rourke. What a frantic start to this 4th race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Up the hill towards McLean's. Adam Bint is leading Division 2 in the black Volvo. Yes, Simon Faulkner is there. He's at the back of the field, so he joined in from the pit lane. Michael Oliver having a go at Ricky Collins. Not going as well as it did in the wet earlier on, the number 95. I mean, there's a cloud of smoke there. I think that was Adam Bint. I saw smoke there. Meanwhile, we've got trucks bouncing off each other, and one of them is Ryan Smith. Oh, he was nearly squeezed off completely onto the grass there as Ricky Collett and Michael Oliver made contact alongside him. O'Rourke and Bowler battling it out behind, and Ricky Collett's going to be shuffled back another place because Michael Oliver's going to come through. Over the curb goes Collett, and up the inside comes Ryan Smith. He's now going to have a go at Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett's going backwards. Over the line they go. Now Ryan Smith will go after the leaders. Or will he? Because Michael Oliver holds him off there into turn one. Yep, Adam Bint, we saw some smoke there. I thought, yes, he's slowing down. So Adam Bint's got a problem. I imagine that's more turbo problems for the Volvo. Oh, and off goes... is that Stuart Oliver that's gone off at the top of the Craner curves there? I couldn't quite see. Yes, I think we've lost the number 7. Has he pulled off with a problem, or did he go off? Well, there he is in the background coming down the Craner curves. He must have run wide there. We'll try and get a replay, see if we can see what happened there. No, he is pulling over. I thought he got going again, but no, the number 7, yes, cloud of smoke there, so problems for Stuart Oliver. Not a good race to be in a bonneted truck, unless your name is Ryan Smith, who's trying to force his way past Michael Oliver. He goes through, and now we'll try and get after the leaders. So we'll establish the order as they come over the line this time through. It's Stephen Powell and David Jenkins at the front of the field, all the action's happening behind them. The Reed brothers in 3rd and 4th, and a change for the lead. David Jenkins has taken the lead at the chicane. I can't keep up with this. We've had more action in this race than any other, certainly. So David Jenkins has taken the lead. 3rd is Simon Reed, then it's Craig Reed. I still can't tell those trucks apart, even when I can see the numbers on them. Then we've got Ryan Smith up into P5. 6th, it is Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett down to 7th. So Stuart Oliver is out of the race. We'll wait and see if Adam Bint is still going as well. I'm not too sure. Now look at the gap between 4th and 5th. Stuart Oliver parked on the right of the screen there at the edge of the tyre wall. Adam Bint, I can tell you, has pulled into the pits. So the team looking at the number 5, just going past my commentary box at the moment. So here come your leaders. David Jenkins, desperate for that first win of the season, ahead of Stephen Powell. Simon Reed on the outside into Coppice. Won't get round there. Craig Reed a little further back now as the race starts to settle down, except for Simon Reed attacking Stephen Powell for that 2nd place. Side by side, Reed on the inside for the right-hander. Can Powell hold him off? Now I think Reed's going to get through on the brakes. Yes, he's done it. Simon Reed up into 2nd place. Now his brother will try and join him on the podium. Stephen Powell looking for his best finish of the weekend so far. There's Ryan Smith in the background in 5th position. And according to the timing screen, our clock on the timing tower on the left of your screen says just over 8.5 minutes to go. My timing screen says just under 6 minutes. So apologies for the discrepancy there. Go with what's on the official timing screen here in the box. So about 5.5 minutes to go, and Simon Reed is catching David Jenkins for the lead into the old hairpin. Ryan Smith's done the fastest lap, 1:26.264, but he's still 3.5 seconds behind Craig Reed in 4th place. Simon Reed is not hanging about here. He wants his first win of the season. There's Michael Oliver still going well in 6th place. Up they come towards Coppice once again. MAN from Iveco. MAN in 3rd, Iveco 4th, Daimler Freightliner in 5th position. Over the line they go. 16 trucks still running. Down the straight they come. David Jenkins from Simon Reed. Adam Bint, I believe, has rejoined out of the pits. Division 2 is being led by Paul Rivette incidentally. We haven't really picked... You can see him in the background there. There's so much going on in Division 1. We've not really picked up on the Division 2 lead battle. It's Paul Rivette who leads. David Jenkins leads, but I've just been told he's got a 5-second time penalty, presumably for exceeding track limits. So David Jenkins has got a penalty. So he will lose that lead because Simon Reed's on his bumper. They lap Jim Bennett in the 28s. Here comes Ryan Smith. What's his gap to Craig Reed now? It's under 2.2 seconds. He's done another fastest lap of the race as Craig Reed says, "Excuse me," to Jim Bennett. Moves him wide over the curbs. Smith in 5th place. Next through will be Michael Oliver. He's nearly 4 seconds further back. There he is. Ricky Collett is 7th. Then it's O'Rourke ahead of John Bowler. They're having a good scrap. And there's Paul Rivett in 10th place. He's got the lead in Division 2. He's nearly 3 seconds ahead of Craig Evans. Third in Division 2 is Simon Cole, a little bit further back. If we pick up the Division 2 battle, there is the number 22, the Napa-sponsored MAN of Paul Rivett, trying to close ground after a slower start to his season in Division 2, his first full season in the British Truck Racing Championship, the ex-Renault Clio champion. As over the line go the leaders. Less than a second in it between the two of them, but Jenkins has that penalty hanging over him. He is jinxed in 2023, he seems destined not to win a race. Simon Reed giving chase in the Iveco. Whether he knows about Jenkins' penalty, we don't know, but he doesn't need to attack the number 69. Stephen Powell still there in 3rd. Ricky Collett's being caught now by Tom O'Rourke and John Bowler. That's for 7th place. That's the closing stages now. Side by side for the lead. Well, we said Simon Reed didn't need to attack David Jenkins because of the penalty, but Simon doesn't know that, and he goes through at the chicane and takes the lead of this 4th British Truck Racing Association, British Truck Racing Championship race of the weekend. There's Adam Bint who's going again. I assume it's that troublesome turbo pipe that came adrift again. There's the Division 2 leader, Paul Rivett. One minute left on the clock according to my timing screen. Still this battle raging on for 7th place. John Bowler on the rear bumper of Tom O'Rourke. So things have settled down pretty much towards the conclusion of this race. Great shame for Stuart Oliver, not his weekend at all. David Jenkins trying to fight back. They're coming up to lap Simon Cole in the number 41 Iveco. He's running 4th in Division 2. Over the line they go, and Adam Bint, it's important he keeps going here because John Powell is not out there in this race in Division 2, didn't take the restart of this one. So the points standings will remain close. Paul Rivett closing up on Bint and John Powell. Ryan Smith round the outside of Simon Cole. It certainly looks as though his unbeaten run is going to be brought to an end. Through the old hairpin. Just have to wait to see when the checkered flag does come out. In this provisionally shortened race, there's a couple of the back markers. We've got the 28 of Jim Bennett, the 92 of Simon Faulkner. The black and white flag has been shown to number 14, John Bowler. That's a warning for driving standards, presumably for track limits. Well, the clock on the timing screen is down to 0, so we'll wait to see if we get the checkered flag at this time, or whether they continue on. Craig Reed has now got a penalty, the 4th placed man. He'll get a 5-second penalty as well. They're getting pretty hot on these track limits offences. As into the chicane, Simon Reed in the Iveco. Into the home straight they come, ahead of David Jenkins, and there is the checkered flag. Simon Reed wins it, ahead of David Jenkins, Stephen Powell in third, then Craig Reed and Ryan Smith. That's the order over the line anyway, but it will change slightly with a couple of penalties. But Simon Reed takes his first win of the 2023 season. Oh, and Tom O'Rourke very sideways there at the chicane. He clipped the tyres, I think, there, just about holding off John Bowler. We'll confirm the results in just a moment. Paul Rivett will come in to win Division 2 once again in the 22 truck. He's having a good weekend in the MAN. Craig Evans will be second. Adam Bint came out of the pits and will keep going for third place, with John Powell not out there for the restart, and that will gain Bint some points back in the championship. Simon Reed it is who takes the win by 4 seconds ahead of Stephen Powell second. The penalty for Jenkins dropping him to third. So Simon Reed, his first win of the season in Division 1 ahead of Stephen Powell. Jenkins gets dropped to third place by that penalty, presumes for track limits. Penalty for Craig Reed as well drops into fifth behind Ryan Smith, who's defeated for the first time this weekend. Michael Oliver sixth, Ricky Collett topping a good battle with Tom O'Rourke and John Bowler for seventh. Paul Rivett wins the Division 2 spoils by over 8 seconds ahead of Craig Evans. Simon Fulton the next home ahead of Adam Bint, Neil Yates, Simon Cole and Jim Bennett. One retirement, the unfortunate Stuart Oliver with a mechanical failure. Let's have a look at a few highlights of that restart. It was Stephen Powell who led away. This is the initial start, in fact. We saw this is why the red flag came out. Bradley Smith walloped straight into the tyre wall. Big impact for the 46, and he is out for the day. The restart saw a battle with David Jenkins taking Reed for the lead. Stephen Powell battling away as well. Stephen Powell was the initial leader from pole position. Jim Bennett got the elbow treatment from one of the Reeds. And Simon Reed with the decisive move on David Jenkins into the chicane. Tried a couple of times coming into the chicane, finally got the move done down the inside. Well, Pointy's, I think, gone for his lunch, so let's head down to Ian, who's in Park Fermé.
Yeah, welcome everybody. We're sort of in the Park Fermé for the trucks, and huge congratulations to Simon Reed. Outstanding, that is his first win of the season. He must be absolutely delighted. He decided to give Pointy a bit of a break after doing a great job in the gap before. Simon, how does it feel to get the big W?
Yeah, we were definitely ready for it, that's for sure. We got all the gear here, and all the boys and all the family and drivers and all sorts, and yeah, we were ready. We were ready for that.
It was quite a delay as well. We know that obviously the incident early on, and then the red flag, a long period waiting on the grid. Does that play on your mind at all?
It does. Sometimes you've just got to jump back in your truck, forget about what's going on, and just concentrate on the job in hand. And when it comes, you know what I mean?
Well, look, you can't relax too much just yet. You can't taste that champagne yet because you've got another one to do a little bit later. But well done, congratulations. Hopefully we'll be talking later. Simon Reed, what a great result that is there. I do want to find Dave as well. Let's grab Dave again very quickly, because despite a 5-second time penalty, he's still on the podium.
Yeah, no, brilliant. The best man won out there then. That's the truth of the matter. I did some great overtaking, got away, and thought, right, we're on, and they just never found the qualifying rhythm, never got into the 26s, let alone the 25s, and Simon just plugged away and plugged away and plugged away. I think I lost heart a bit when I saw the penalty, and then I decided, come on, let's I looked in the mirror, tried to work out where we were and pushed on, but that was how truck racing should be done. If you watch the manoeuvres from today compared to the quality of the driving from yesterday, that's how it should be done, and there's some massive lessons to be learned.
You've got another one to do a little bit later as well, so no champagne just yet, Dave. Let's keep moving on, shall we? Great racing from everybody. I did want to find Stephen Powell as well if we could. His truck is here. I don't think he's here though. Let's just move back a little bit, shall we? I think we might have a little bit of time. A big shout, of course, to Paul Rivette, the number 22, for winning in Division 2 as well. A great race, great example of how to go racing for the British Truck Racing Championship. I think we're running out of people, so we've still got a lot of action to come. There is still one more race to come for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's also another race for the International Truck Prix as well. We've also got 2 races for the BMWs and another race for the pickups to come here at Donington. Still so much more action, although I can see the Kumho BMW Championship. They're in the assembly area. They're waiting to go out. Race 1 about to get underway for the Kumho BMW Championship. Dave, back to you.
Yes, indeed, we will shortly be seeing the one championship we've not seen so far this weekend. We're just waiting for Stuart Oliver's truck to be recovered at the moment, so there'll be a short pause. And then we will bring on the Kumho BMW Championship, open to all models of BMW, supported by Kumho tyres for over 30 years. It's a long-running series. Produced some great saloon car racers over the years. And good to see numbers going up as well here this weekend. The contest for overall wins has mostly been between former 2-time champion James Card, the reigning champion, along with Jason West so far this season. We also saw Michael Vitulli, a winner last time out at Thruxton, but he's not here this weekend, racing in the invitation class on that occasion. Mainly BMW M3s that we've got here, but there's a 1M Coupe as well, and a couple of E46 compacts out there as well on the BMW grid for this weekend. There will be a pair of races. Qualifying took place this morning, 2 20-minute races coming your way on the timetable today. The second one coming up as the penultimate race of the day. Before we get this underway, Ian caught up with some of the drivers.
Right, everybody, welcome down. It feels a little bit strange to say, Brian, doesn't it? That first race of the day coming up, first race of the weekend for the Kumho BMW Championship, but it's basically 3 o'clock. And you've just been having a bit of a kip, haven't you?
Yeah, I have, to be honest with you, yeah.
You weren't doing during qualifying, though, on pole position for this race by a reasonable margin as well.
Yeah, qualifying was good. We'd done a bit of a last minute decision of changing tyres. Unfortunately, a couple of the others did, so then we had the advantage in qualify. But track felt surprisingly okay, considering it was raining, drizzling.
It was quite early this morning, wasn't it, when you had qualifying? Of course, it's dry now, though.
Yeah. So luckily, managed to get it on the front row. I've just been told that there's a load of oil and stuff by the trucks on the last corner onto the straight. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in a little while.
It's always a lot of fun, isn't it? We've got yourself obviously on pole, we've got Jas up there as well, we've got James and Jason. You four really put on a spectacle in these BMWs, don't you?
Yeah, we sort of tried to keep them at the pointy end. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens now it's all dried out, and there's obviously all 4 of us up there.
Yeah.
Hopefully it keeps it nice and clean and fun racing.
And Kevin Denwood, of course, in his class going very strong and in the overall championship too. The big question, of course, Brian, can you keep it in P1?
I want to say yeah, but I probably won't, to be honest.
Come on, Brian.
I'm going to try though, I'm going to try. That's all I can do is try.
Brian, thanks for talking to us, mate. Really appreciate it. We'll probably catch up in Park Fermé after the race as well. Race 1 for the Kumho BMW Championship about to get underway. Let's go, Dave.
Let's go indeed. Thanks, Ian. BMWs will be hitting the track very shortly indeed. We will take you through the full grid as soon as we're able. Just hooking up Stuart Oliver's Volvo to the recovery vehicle at the Craner Curbs at the moment. So 20 minutes for the BMWs, followed by the first race today for the International Truck Prix, with Jamie Anderson going for a hat-trick. It's John Newell who's set pole position for that race in his MAN. Then we've got the pickup trucks for their 4th and final race of the weekend. Hopefully we'll see Dale Gent, the championship leader, back out for that one. Then it's the final race of the British Truck Racing Championship. Then the Kumho BMWs have their second race, and the International Truck Prix will complete today's programme. Just awaiting the track to be cleared then.
So we're just in the process of reorganising one of the tyre bales that sits on the inside of the Roberts chicane. That's just been dealt with by the telehandler, and then once that is dealt with, all the course vehicles will be off the circuit. We'll be able to get racing once more. But if you don't want to follow the UAW racing, then 3 o'clock the things are going on again. In the live action arena, we've got the final Super Drive knockout stunt show today, taking place in the live action arena on the outside of the circuit at Redgate Corner. In the field, in the kids zone, we've got our final dinosaur meet and greet of the day that's taking place as well. But also in the field, on the main stage, we've got our last live music of the Convoy in the Park 2023, and that will be the Killers UK, not the Killers, but the Killers Tribute Act, and that will be from 3 o'clock. There'll be the last live music that we've got on the main stage. I said it's 5 dinosaur meet and greet tonight, not at 4 o'clock by the look of things. So yeah, dinosaur meet and greet at 3 o'clock, the Super Drive knockout stunt show at 3 o'clock, and our final live music set on the main stage at 3 o'clock, and then after that, you can get to 4 o'clock and you get to 5 o'clock, and at 5:30 we'll have our final thing in the live action arena, which will be Caravan Smash, that will be taking place as well. So lots to keep you going right up until the close here at Convoy in the Park 2023. Congratulations to all of our winners of the show and shine as well, because that was being judged, was it not, the best part of half an hour ago, so those awards will have been handed out. So congratulations to all of those that have finished first or second or third in the case of some of the categories, all walking away with trophies, and in the case of the best manufacturers, whether it be DAS or Eco.
Okay, while the circuit is cleared, I'll run you through the grid. Pole position, as we just heard, brings number 26, Brian Branson, with his orange M3, and alongside him will be a name we've already seen racing today, number 40, Jasvir Sapra. He's doubling up with the CNC Head Sports and Saloons. I think he's in a different car as well, because he was in an E46 M3 earlier on. He's listed as racing an E36 M3 in his in the Kumho BMWs. That might be the turquoise car we've seen him race in the past. I didn't spot which car he was out on in qualifying, so we'll wait and see on that. Second row is the points leader in Class A, number 76, Jason West in the underscore M3. And alongside him, the reigning champion, number 32, James Card, with his silver machine. Quite a few of these drivers were racing in other events here at Donington last weekend, and I noted that one of Jasvir Sapra's cars, the familiar grey M3, being handled by his running mate Lucky Kera, was involved in an accident on that occasion. Lucky unfortunately took a knock in that accident, and he's out of racing at the moment, so get well soon, Lucky Kera, the British GT regular these days. Third row of the grid, number 771, which is Klaas Kuijke, the Anglo-Dutchman, based in Wokingham in Berkshire, the K2 occupational health car. He's in Class C. It's first of the Class C cars on the grid. Alongside him is the first of the Class B cars, the overall championship leader in the BMW E46 Compact, number 7, Kevin Denwood. The fourth row is number 78, Ronan Bradley. Good to see him back in the championship, the Team Legacy M3 running in Class B. And alongside Ronan is number 10, Ian Crisp, in his lovely BMW 1M Coupe. Last time we saw that at Thruxton, it failed to get away in race 1 and didn't reappear, so hopefully we'll see some laps from that machine this time. Row 5 is the number 50 of Pete Miller from Sussex, with his M3 in Class B, and alongside him is Giuseppe Calari, Joe Calari as he's known to his friends, in the Britalia Auto Recovery M3 Compact, the former Class D champion for the less powerful cars. He's now running in Class C. Row 6, number 85, Paul Wood. Good to have Paul Wood back. and he's in an E46 M3 running in the invitation class, as is the man starting alongside him, Adrian Bradley, in car number 21. And rounding out the grid, here's number 25, Trevor Ford, the BMW Racing Drivers Club President, the most experienced man on the grid, been racing BMWs for longer than I can remember, and he will be starting at the tail end of the field. He runs in Class C. 13 cars out there. One of the car we were scheduled to see was the Walton family, Chris and Max Walton. They were meant to be sharing their M3 this weekend, doing a race each. Unfortunately, that car failed scrutineering earlier on, so sadly they're not able to race. Bad luck to the Walton family. Looking at the qualifying times, it's fairly damp conditions for qualifying this morning. It was drizzling. Brian Bransom did a 1:19.373, put him over 2 seconds clear of Jasvir Sapra. Jason West was a further 1.5 seconds back, so it was a fairly spaced out field here this morning. The whole field was covered by some 50 seconds. But the wet conditions were a contribution to that. While I wait for the circuit to be made ready by our excellent marshalling team, Ian is down in the assembly area.
Right, hello everybody, welcome to Assembly Area. We've just heard from Brian Branson, haven't we, actually down in the paddock, but I just wanted to have a quick chat with Kevin Denwood here. He doesn't know I'm sneaking up behind him. Kev, I'm really sorry, I'm just sneaking up behind you now, I'm really sorry. But things have been going well for you this season. It really is a case of consistency, and it's been going well. A couple of wins at Truxton last time out in class.
Yeah, all about consistency now. Getting near to the end of the season, winning my class, winning overall. So just a matter of just staying on track and keeping it on.
Shouldn't be too much of a problem here, although the wind is actually howling a cow right now, isn't it?
It has. Qualifying was a bit interesting out there on slicks in the wet. Gotta go.
Right, there we go. Sorry, that's it. That is how quickly we do have to get things underway. We're going to get moving. Let's jump over. It's amazing how quick it goes. 30-second board goes up. The cars are going. It's time for race 1 of the BMW Kumho Championship here at Donington Park. Dave, back to you.
Okay, just about to see the cars come out onto track then. We'll run you through the grid once again in just a second as we see them come out. It's Brian Branson and Jasper Sapra on the front row of the grid. Jason West and James Card on the second row. I imagine the overall winner will come from one of those four. Klaus Krieger and Kevin Denwood, the championship leader, on row 3. Ronan Bradley and Ian Crisp on row 4. Then Pete Miller and Giuseppe Calari. And then on the 6th row, Paul Wood and Adrian Bradley. Trevor Ford rounds out the 13-car field for what will be a 20-minute race. It is Jason West who has done the majority of the winning so far in 2023. It's Brian Branson who heads them round. We've seen him sharing a car with Jasper Sapra in a few events this year, in the likes of Brick Car Trophy, also in the Snetterton Saloons. It looks like Sapra is in the same car he was in earlier on. Yeah, that's an E46. So it's a misprint on the entry list. He's brought out another of his stable of M3s. He owns several of them. It was the grey M3 we normally see him in. That's the car that got crashed here at Donington, another event last weekend. It's James Card, Klaus Krieger, Kevin Denwood in the compact. The black and green car is Ronan Bradley. There is James Card. Normally the overall race wins divided up between him and Jason West. There's Ian Crisp in the 1M Coupe. Pete Miller, the black car with the blue sides. Joe Calari, Adrian Bradley, and there's the number 21, which is Adrian Bradley at the back. I don't see Trevor Ford there. Has he had a problem in qualifying? Well, his time was quite slow. Looking at the qualifying times, yeah, he only did a couple of laps, so whether Trevor's had some problems. No, Trevor is not there. We'll have to wait to see if he starts in the pit lane. That'll upset one family member, Trevor's granddaughter Maddie. She celebrated her 12th birthday last week, so belated birthday wishes to Maddie. Away on holiday at the moment, but I know they're keeping in touch via the live stream. Up to the grid they come then. Brian Branson in the orange M3 on pole, the white car of Jasper Sapra alongside. Second row in black and orange is Jason West, the silver car of James Carr. Then it's Klaas Kuijke in the black, red and blue car. The compact of Kevin Denwood, the white car with the orange and blue flashes down the side. Then we've got Ronan Bradley in black and green. In the white 1M Coupe is Ian Crisp. Pete Miller black with blue sills and bumpers. Then the Britannia Auto Recovery compact of Joe Calari, the white car with the M stripes. At the back in black and orange it is Paul Wood, and red and black is Adrian Bradley. The green flag is waved at the back of the field. A 20-minute race for the Kumho BMW Championship. The revs start to rise. Red lights are on. Red lights go out now, and away we go. Wheel spinning starts from Jasper Sapra in the white car in the middle. Good start by Brian Branson. Great start round the outside by James Carr. He could get second place with a bit of luck into Redgate. Tries to turn in on Jasper Sapra. Didn't quite manage to do so. There's the 78. That's Ronan Bradley side by side with Klaas Kuijke. These big, beefy BMW saloons and compacts head down towards the Craner curves for the first of their two races. It's Brian Branson who has got the lead. James Carr does indeed get into second place ahead of Jasper Sapra. Great start from the outside of the second row by the number 32 machine. Sapra chasing hard. They head up through the Schwantz curve. The first time Klaas Kuijke side by side with Kevin Denwood a bit further back. Jasper Sapra will try and take second place back again up towards Coppice. James Carr starts to get away down the exhibition straight. It is Brian Branson who leads the way down to the chicane for the first time. The first four have broken away slightly. Side by side a bit further back, that looks like Adrian Bradley trying to come through on the inside. Yes, and Kevin Denwood goes over the gravel at the chicane there as Branson leads the way. Yes, there's Denwood. He's losing places. He's shaking the car around there, perhaps to get some gravel out from his tyres. Yes, Kevin Denwood did not want to make that mistake. He's given the lead of Class B to Ronan Bradley in the number 78. And he probably runs wide coming out of Redgate now. Starting to spread out already. Nice little battle going on towards the tail of the field. That's between the Class B and C runners. Class B being led by Ronan Bradley at the moment after that mistake for Kevin Denwood at the chicane. He's lost 4 places. The big winner was Adrian Bradley on the first lap. He's up into 6th position from the back row of the grid. Two laps completed and Brian Branson leads from James Card, Jasper Sapra third, Jason West in 4th. Ian Crisp up into 5th place. There's the number 10, the 1M Coupe. Adrian Bradley 6th from the back. Then we've got Paul Wood. He's 2nd in the invitation class behind Adrian Bradley. There's Ronan Bradley now. He's still leading Class B. And behind him, leading Class C, it is Klaas Kuijke. Kevin Denwood is down to P10, 2nd in Class B ahead of Pete Miller. And it's Giuseppe Calari at the back of the field. Main battles towards the tail of the field at the moment. There's Ronan Bradley, Klaas Kuijke and the recovery Kevin Denwood. Very rapid little machine, that compact, the Prep and Lay sponsored car. you look up the inside, there is Paul Wood down into Red Gates. Up to 1/4 distance in this first of two Kumho BMW Championship races. James Card now under threat for second place from Jasper Sapra. Brian Branson leads by 2 seconds. Half a second between Card and Sapra now. Sapra's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:13.170. Paul Wood making progress. He's got ahead of Adrian Bradley now, so that's the battle for the lead in the invitation class. Drivers in invitation not registered for points, so they won't pick up any championship points. Down the Crater curves they come. There's Ian Crisp on his own in 5th place and 5th in Class A. Classes B and C all a little bit further back. There's the battle between the Class B and C runners. Paul Wood has pulled away from Adrian Bradley slightly now. Paul Wood from Solihull near Birmingham. Used to compete in an E36 Compact in the old Class CC a few years ago. Russell Dack won the overall championship in one of those cars. Kevin Denwood still not able to catch Ronan Bradley for the lead of Class B. They're sandwiching Class Quaker, the Class C car at the moment. Lead gap has come down little. James Carr has got the gap down to just over 1.5 seconds. And the Craners, the 2 E36s. Ronan Bradley, the Irish-born but English-based racer, chased by Class Quaker. His first races in the UK were in Mazda MX-5s. Three leaders go over the line together. New fastest lap for James Card. He's closing on Brian Branson for the lead. Jason West, unusually, not able to keep pace with our top three. Normally we see him fighting for the lead, but he's quite a way behind here, as West is nearly 5 seconds down on Jazz Sapra. So has Jason West got a problem possibly? Here's the fight further back. This is for 8th place overall. Ronan Bradley, Kevin Denwood, sandwiching Class Quaker. Denwood wants to get ahead of Class Quaker. He won't bother too much about getting past the Class C leader. He wants to have a go at Ronan Bradley for the lead of Class B, especially as he leads the championship overall. Class Quaker up the inside. That's a Class C car overtaking a Class B. Now, that's the lasting Ronan Bradley one, because the buffer between him and class rival Kevin Denwood has gone. And now here comes Denwood. He's going to be right up under the rear wing of Ronan Bradley here, I would think. This Ronan Bradley's he's gone wide again, and this is Denwood's opportunity. Side by side as they go up the hill to Coppice. Ronan Bradley stays ahead. Here comes Kevin Denwood, the white car with the blue stripes. Moves to the inside. Is he going to attack here into the chicane, try and take the lead of the class? Not quite as they go into the chicane. Creeker's ahead, he's up into 8th overall. We're told that Pete Miller, I think number 50, has hit problems somewhere. He's slowing up, so we'll pick that up when we can. Yes, there he is, Pete Miller in trouble, cloud of smoke, and I'm almost certain he's going to go into the pits this time. His first ever overall win came in a split class race in the championship a few years ago when the Class A cars ran separately here in Donington. He's about to be lapped by the leaders, but I would expect we're going to see Pete Miller pull into the pits. No, he hasn't, he's still going, but he will need to pull in. There's a lot of smoke there. And the last thing we want is Pete Miller dropping oil around the circuit, if that's because of a fluid leak. Brian Branson will come up to lap him. And yes, if that smoke gets any worse, Pete Miller is likely to get the black and orange flag. The meatball flag, as the drivers call it, to tell him technical problem, he needs to pull into the pits. He's let the leaders through. Jasmine Sapra's dropped back a little bit there from James Card. He's actually dropped back quite a long way. As has Jason West. He's now 6.2 seconds behind Jazz Sapra. Things not running well for Jason West. Meanwhile, we've had a change for the lead in Class B. Kevin Denwood has got through past Ronan Bradley, as I thought he might, so Kevin Denwood now leads Class B in 9th overall. That's exactly what he wanted, to try and keep up the championship lead. There's Kalari being lapped by the leaders. James Card going with our leader. The gap between those two was 0.79 of a second. It's going to be closer than that this time through, I would think. No, in fact, it's increased 1.3 seconds now between the two leads. Up the hill towards McLean's once again. James Card a bit slower on that lap, he did a 1:14.1. Still 3 seconds clear of Sapra in third. Jason West took a couple of tenths out of Sapra that time through. There's Kevin Denwood leading Class B. Class Creek has cleared off ahead of them in the 771. This championship has produced a number of star names who've gone on to race at a higher level. Martin Bell, who raced BMWs and the BTCC, started off in this championship. Rick Kerry as well. He was the first driver to race a diesel car in the BTCC, raced the BMW 1 Series hatchback. Sadly wasn't a success at that level. The great Gary Whittaker as well. A few years ago won every race in a season in Kumho BMW. I think that year he may have led every single lap. A number of other well-known saloon car racers have been seen this series. Peter Chalice, a very successful club racer, now races a Porsche in other events. Down the Craner curves comes Paul Wood. Adrian Bradley has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That's car 21, the invitation class runner, so a 5-second penalty for Adrian Bradley. Here are the leaders. Yes, the gap's opened up a little. It was 1.7 seconds last time through, so Brian Branson responding to the pressure from James Card. In fact, it's come down a little. 1.395 is now the gap over the line. Just over 6 minutes of this race to go. Sapra a further 5 seconds back, and he's now 8.5 seconds clear of Jason West. Now, Jason is definitely struggling today. Can't find the pace. He's taken the majority of wins this year, including the Roger Card Memorial at Castle Combe earlier this year was won by Jason. in memory of the long-time championship stalwart, father of James Card. There's Pete Miller, still struggling on in his smoky E36 M3. There's Adrian Bradley, 7th place, but will face that 5-second penalty, though he is well clear of Klaas Krieker, so he shouldn't lose position, I don't think, even with the penalty. Klaas Krieker still leads Class C. His only rival is Giuseppe Calari further back in the compact, with Trevor Ford having sadly failed to start. It's Paul Wood swinging his way through Coppice corner. He's coming up on Calari. Paul Wood, former compact racer in the invitation class, and now leading that class ahead of Adrian Bradley, of course. It's the group for drivers not registered for the full championship. Any BMW is eligible. Saw Michael Vitulli in the invitation class at Thruxton. He took an overall win. The lead gap closing up again now. James Card, just over a second last time through. He's looking to get within range to have a go at Brian Branson for the lead. Brian Branson, the Snetterton specialist. His local circuit comes from Norwich. Here comes the silver machine behind him. Through the chicane. The gap was 1 second. It's now down to just over half a second. James Card has halved the gap. Just under 4 minutes to go. Tense times for Brian Branson. Brian was battling for a podium in the opening round here. Branson actually gets a bit sideways there, coming out of Redgate. Down the Craner curves they come, and Card's right with him now. He got a bit sideways there, Branson, we saw coming out of Redgate. He's put the power in a bit too quickly. He holds his advantage through the old hairpin. We're just saying there, you may remember Brian Branson battling for a podium in the opening round of the Europe Brands Hatch, but after going wide a couple of times coming out of Druids, he blocked the radiator with grass and the car overheated. Card closes up again. Through towards Coppice. Kevin Denwood lapping Pete Miller's struggling car. Kevin Denwood still leading Class B. And the gap has come right down for the lead now. It's 0.265 of a second as they cross the line. They're coming down to Redgate. Is James Card going to be in position to make a move? There they go. Here they come towards the Craner curves. Along the bottom of the circuit they go then. James Card looking more determined here to make that move for the lead. Just 2 minutes to go now, so they'll only have a couple of laps left. Now there's less than a car length in it there briefly as they came out of McLean's. This could be Card's opportunity. Can he get into the slipstream of Brian Branson? Can he get him on the brakes for the chicane? Here they come. The two E46 M3s together, Branson and Card. They're well ahead of everybody else. James Card goes for the inside. No, he's not going to be close enough this time. They've got to be mindful there's a back marker there as well, I think. Across the line. 2 laps to go. They're coming up to lap Pete Miller for a second time. I'm surprised he hasn't pulled into the pits with that smoke trailing behind his car. Branson moving to cover into Redgate. They lap Pete Miller. Still Card, can't find a way past that similar M3 of Branson. Covers the inside line into the old hairpin. Again, Card closes right up. He might have a chance here into McLean's. If he can get the braking right, get the line right. No, Branson covers the inside. They're coming through to start the last lap this time. James Card will see that last lap signal. It'll be like a red rag to a bull. He'll know this is his last chance to attack. Coming down towards the chicane for the penultimate time. Card has a look. Again, he won't be close enough. Brian Branson's just about got that straight line speed advantage. Through they come to start the final lap. See Branson able to pull away. He's got the better power and traction off the corners. That's where he's got the advantage. They go into the right-hander at Redgates. Coming up to lap, Ronan Bradley is in 10th place, second in Class B. He's nearly 11 seconds clear of Jasper Sapra. Squeeze down the inside of the old hairpin, and Card thought about it there. Didn't manage to get alongside though. Ronan Bradley getting out of the way, letting them lap him. Will it be Branson? Will it be Card? Just between these two now. Jasper Sapra is going to complete the podium because he's over 7 seconds clear of Jason West. It's a shame that Jason's not in the mix for this lead battle. James Card's dropped back a little there as they come into the exhibition straight. I don't think he's going to do it. It looks as though it is going to be a win for our pole sitter Brian Branson. Time able to pull away around the final half lap. It's going to be a lights the flag win for Brian Branson in the number 26. There's the checkered flag. Branson wins it. Card second, and they're well clear of everybody else. It's going to be Jasper Sapra in third place in the number 40. He crosses the line in P3. Fourth place, it's going to be Jason West. We hardly saw Jason West all race long. He finishes fourth. Pete Miller comes in a couple of laps down in his struggling car. The invitation class is going to be won by Paul Wood in 5th overall. There he is at the chicane. Behind him, Ian Crisp. Oh, Ian Crisp nearly loses it. He does lose it. What happened there? Just lost the rear end under braking. I thought something had broken there. Ian Crisp spins the 1 Series Coupe. Let's hope he gets going again. Lovely looking car, isn't it? The number 10. And the 1M Coupe comes over the line in P6. Behind him is Adrian Bradley. I think he should be okay for 7th place despite that penalty, although Klaas Kuijke has closed on him, so they might swap places on the timing screen. No, just half a second in it. Klaas Kuijke wins Class C, and Kevin Denwood comes in to win Class B, extends his overall championship lead in 9th overall, ahead of Ronan Bradley a lap down, then Giuseppe Calari and Pete Miller. Original result then of Kumho BMW Championship Race 1. Brian Branson beats James Card by 0.6 of a second. Jasper Sapra completes the podium ahead of Jason West. Paul Wood in 5th wins the invitation class. Ian Crisp surviving that spin on the last corner to take 6th. Adrian Bradley 7th. Klaas Kuijke in 8th wins Class C. And in 9th place, Kevin Denwood wins Class B to keep his overall championship hopes alive. Ronan Bradley, Giuseppe Calari and Pete Miller complete the finishers. Trevor Ford, sadly, a non-starter. Okay, let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé to talk to a few of our drivers.
Well, we spoke to Brian Branson before the race, didn't we? And he said he don't think he's going to be able to keep the chasing pack behind. Well, he certainly did that, didn't he? He did get quite close in the end, but he did manage to get the better in the end of James Card, just keeping him behind, and Jas Sapra there coming home in 3rd. Let's grab Brian, let's get the door for him, let him get out. I think he's going to be a very happy man indeed, and rightly so, Brian. He said to me before, I don't think I'm going to be able to keep him behind, but come on, you did it. But James didn't make it easy, did he?
No, that was good, mate, definitely. I wasn't expecting that.
All smiles, isn't it, between you two? That's what I like to see. Let's go, Brian, I'll leave you to it. I'll leave you to celebrate. Let's have a quick chat. with James, because there's a bit of damage on the wheel as well. Without that, do you think you'd have got him?
Oh yeah, definitely.
It was a great race. I mean, look, you reeled him in, but of course, as we know, getting past is a different kettle of fish, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it was quite handling right. It took a fair old whack. So when in the braking, the car was juddering all over the place.
Yeah.
So I could catch him, but yeah, and there's not enough to get. I thought I got him at one point, but he made a bit of a mistake, but no, he didn't.
It feels crazy to say you've still got another one to go as well. Jazz, everything all right with the car? Because we've seen a little bit of damage. Is yours all right?
Mine's got the same as well. Went in a bit sharp, I think.
Yeah.
And we just touched wheels. And knocked my tracking out a little bit, but I just managed it back really.
Yeah, we still ended up in third place. Of
Yeah,
course,
yeah.
it is motorsport, isn't it? You know, you are going to have the old little nick every now and again.
Yeah, these things happen. I didn't mean to do it, but still.
Fantastic.
Just went in there tight, I think. Okay.
Well said, Jazz. Nice one, top man. Right, there we go. Still a lot of action to come. We've got the International Truck Prix coming up. There's still another British Truck Racing Championship to go. There's still another Kumho race to go. And there's still another pickup race to go as well. Yes, still so much to cram in. It's 25 to 4 here at Donington. Convoy in the Park is still well underway, so do not disappear. As I said, coming up next we have the International Truck Prix, and I think we might be able to hand back to Dave now.
Yes, the International Truck Prix coming out on track very shortly. Thanks very much, Ian. Just an update on one of the races we saw earlier on, the Intermark Silhouette Series race. We've had an update to the results of that one, because 3 drivers, namely Phil Spinks, Lee Rogers and Keith White, the senior class winner, have been disqualified from the results for overtaking while the safety car was out. That means a bit of a change to the result there. It doesn't affect the overall podium, but the senior class win, which was fought between Phil Spinks and Keith White, that now goes to Mick Robertson, number 52. So that's the main change in the result there. So 3 disqualifications from the Intermark Silhouette Series race we had earlier on, with Keith White, Lee Rogers and Phil Spinks all disqualified for overtaking while the safety car was out. Thankfully the penalty for Adrian Bradley didn't drop him any places. He was just far enough ahead of Klaus Kuika in 7th place. International Truck Prix next up, then we'll have the grid for you shortly. Some very big names in this race indeed. Jamie Anderson won both the races for them yesterday, and he's been out qualified today. It's John Newell who has set pole position for our second bout of International Truck Prix racing, race 3 of the weekend for them. See how John McGuinness gets on as well. We're told that we may have lost Mika Makin, the Finnish driver. He may have had a problem in the qualifying session. He was due to line up on the 4th row of the grid. Let's wait and see if he does appear.
Right then, here we go for the International Truck Prix. You can see, because of the delays caused by that crash earlier on and the fact that we've been extremely busy off track as well, we're not going to have time to speak to any of the international truck drivers from the Truck Prix. And of course, this is their second to last race, with another qualifying session earlier on today. We've got, of course, the starting line, Mark Taylor and John Newell next to each other, good friends from the British and now the FIA circuit. Behind them we've got Martin Gibson in the GT truck, the number 12, borrowed of course from Michael Oliver. Next to him, Jamie Anderson, doing very well so far this weekend. Bit of a local lad as well, not too far down the road. Behind him then we've got Ray Coleman in the Lantern Recovery MAN. Next to him we've got Luke Garrett. Behind that, the very famous John McGuinness that I had a chance to speak to yesterday. They're off out now on the outlap, and next to him, Willem Breidijk, which I got his name right again. I'm going to throw to Dave so he can run you through the starting order of what will be a bit of a rush job for the 20-minute session here in the International Truck Prix at Donington.
Yes, thanks Pointy. Race 1 of today, race 3 of the weekend for the International Truck Prix. Pole position it is one of our European Championship regulars this season, former British Championship regular John Newell in his MAN. Similar machine of Mark Taylor alongside him. Jamie Anderson, double winner yesterday on row 2 alongside Martin Gibson in the Team Oliver MAN. Row 3, Ray Coleman, number 2, on his return after a few years away. Luke Garrett alongside him, the reigning Division 2 champion. Row 4 should have been Mika Mäkinen. Unfortunately, the Sisu is not there, so John McGuinness on row 4 alongside Willem Breidijk in the Volvo. The Flying Dutchman has had a lot of problems this weekend. Race 1 yesterday, his Volvo blew a turbo and pulled up in a cloud of smoke, and then in race 2 went off into the gravel at the Old Hairpin. It's his first visit to Donington in his career. He's raced at Brands Hatch in the past, but his UK experience very limited. But he's enjoying it here at Donington this weekend, learning the circuit. Starts from the back of this 8-truck field. No John Bowler, unfortunately, sticking to the British Championship races today. We lost Brad Smith, unfortunately, in qualifying yesterday, the number 16 DAF. Terry Gibbon sadly failed to get past free practice. Great shame, his first meeting for 4 years, fueling issues with the MAN. And we lost Mika Mäkinen as well. Very smart pace truck, the Midland Fleet Support DAF, displaying the Convoy in the Park logo above the windscreen. Leads its train of trucks around. There's John McGuinness in the Scania at the back of the grid. On board with number 33, Jamie Anderson. He certainly looked very rapid indeed. Did contest the British Championship as a newcomer several years ago, but then took his budget to the continent and has been in the European Championship for quite a few years now. Look out for John McGuinness. Morecambe Missile, the TT legend. I suppose we could have called this the Truck TT, couldn't we, with John McGuinness out there? Here we go, 20 minutes for the International Truck Prix here at Donington. This is where truck racing began all those years ago in 1984 at Donington Park. Revs are up, and away we go. Down towards Redgate they go. John Newell and Mark Taylor, the two MANs together. Luke Garrett moving across the inside further back in the orange MAN, the newest shaped machine. It's John Newell who will lead the way into Redgate for the first time. Jamie Anderson tucked in behind them in third. Then Martin Gibson leaned wide a little there by Ray Coleman in the number 2, the Lantern Recovery MAN. All close, bunched up there as they head into the Cranicos for the first time, side by side. Martin Gibson gets ahead of Coleman for 4th place. This is the number 18 who leads of John Newell, looking for his first win of his return to the UK. Certainly enjoying his first season of European competition this year. The Newell Wright Transports MAN. They've got a number of vehicles from their fleet on display in the paddock this weekend, as well as Jamie Anderson dives through at McLean's, takes second place from Mark Taylor. It's the Newell Wright Transport team have got a number of classic Volvo trucks on display in the truck show this weekend. I was looking at those earlier, and running wide there, Mark Taylor. I thought he was going off into the gravel, but he's kept it on the island behind Jamie Anderson. Fourth place, number 12 of Martin Gibson. It's Coleman, Garrett, McGuinness and Braydyk at the back. Flying Dutchman in Volvo. Coleman under fire from Luke Garrett. Over the line they go. We're on board with Jamie Anderson. See there all the electronic wizardry needed to operate one of these race trucks. Chases John Newell for the lead. These two have been the class of the field so far this weekend in the International Truck Prix at Donington. Third place Taylor, fourth is Gibson. They pulled clear of the rest of the field. It's Coleman in fifth. He's got away from Garrett as well. John McGuinness trying to have a go in the number 23 Scania, the Team Oliver machine. That Scania was being used as a drift truck earlier this year at Convoy Cymru in Wales at Pembrey, with Stuart Oliver driving. There's Willem Braydyk at the back of the field. Towards Coppice. Coleman under fire from Garrett. Scrap for fifth position. Four trucks line astern for the lead. There's a little bit of damage on the back of Mark Taylor's truck, I noticed there. One of the wheel arches flapping loose as Garrett goes for the inside into the chicanes for fifth position. And the number 42 goes through. Man from Radstock in Somerset gets ahead of Hertfordshire's Ray Coleman. Chasing hard is John McGuinness. Up down through the Wheatcroft straight towards Redgate. Lead gap's just over half a second. Mark Taylor's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:27.019. So he's starting to chase down our two leaders. Less than 2 seconds covering these first four. There's some 5 seconds ahead of Luke Garrett, who's now fifth. Effectively 2 races in one here, the top 4, and everybody else from 5th to 8th on board with Jamie Anderson as they head up through McLean's and Coppice. John Newell just a couple of truck lengths ahead of us in his MAN. Raced back in the 1990s, John Newell, then took a break for several years while he built up his haulage and container businesses in Yorkshire. Towards the chicane, onto the brakes, down through the gears, and Jamie Anderson right on the tail now of John Newell through the chicane, and he's almost alongside there. He pulls out as they head over the start finish line, but he'll be on the wrong side for Redgate. Next corner's a right-hander, so John Newell should keep the lead here as he squeezes Anderson towards the pit lane exits. Mark Taylor in third position, then it's Martin Gibson in the GT Tyres MAN. It's the Crater Curves. 4 MANs, the German-built machines together. Second group, 2 MANs, a Scania and a Volvo. Out of the old head, up towards Starkey's Bridge, then Schwantz. The early days of the Donington estate, that stone bridge went all the way across to the copse of trees on the infield. Donington Hall still exists today. That's outside the circuit these days, though, just outside the circuit boundary. It's a beautiful, very rural racetrack. Certainly a track of contrast. It's lovely, what appears to be a beautiful country setting, and then you've got East Midlands Airport right next door. Into the chicane, Newell, Anderson, Taylor. Still no change in the order. Jamie Anderson gets the slightly better exit there though from the chicane. Is he going to have a go here for the lead into Redgates? John Newell will try to defend. Here comes Anderson, he has a look. John Newell closes the door on Jamie Anderson. Mark Taylor looking on. They're starting to very slightly drop Martin Gibson now, these three. Stopped a length or two behind. 13.5 minutes to go. Out of the old hairpin towards Starkey's, then Schwantz, and the climb through McLean's. Lap 5 of race 3 of the weekend for the International Truck Prix. Can Jamie Anderson make it a hat-trick? Certainly on the tail there of John Newell. We're with him. Is he going to hit the inside line into the chicane this time? I don't think he'll quite get close enough. That MAN of John Newell pretty quick in a straight line. To the chicane, the right, then the left. Made even trickier by the tyre stacks on the inside. 4 MANs almost flying in formation down the Wheatcroft Straights. Still John Newell covering the inside line there into turn 1 at Redgates. Mark Taylor closing up as well. Then it's Martin Gibson. No change further back either. The other groups are 10 seconds down. Garrett is 5th, Coleman 6th, McGuinness 7th, and Braydyke is 8th. That's the inside. Oh, John Newell's gone wide on the exit of the old hairpin. Jamie Anderson didn't need asking twice. Well, suddenly John Newell just ran wide for no apparent reason there. I thought something had broken on the MAN at first, but no, just a slight mistake. They just ran the nose a little wide, and Jamie Anderson is through to lead for the 3rd time this weekend. Maybe he just pressured into a mistake there, John Newell. Certainly the most experienced of these 4. Down the exhibition straight now. Can John Newell fight back and get his lead back again? Towards the chicane. Here comes Martin Gibson. Something flew off there from, I think it was from Gibson's truck. Bit of bodywork went flying. Down the straight they come. The gap is 0.8 of a second. The whole 4 of them covered by less than 2 seconds, as they have been all race long. Here's the fight for what is now 6th place. Ray Coleman with John McGuinness on his tail in the Scania. And Martin Gibson, did he clip the back of Mark Taylor there coming through Hollywood? Keep an eye on these two. Down to the old hairpin. Martin Gibson thought about a move there, but Mark Taylor holds 3rd. So in 5th place is Luke Garrett. There is Willem Braydyke, the Dutchman. He's quite a way behind John McGuinness now, but he's enjoying himself out there. All about learning the Donington circuit in preparation perhaps for more trips to the UK in future. Great to have the Dutchman and indeed Finland's Mika Mäkinen back here in the UK. Over the line they come. Down to the chicane they come, I should say, on board with Jamie Anderson. Going through the complete lap number 7. Over the line they come, and the gap is up to 1.2 seconds now, the lead for Anderson over John Newell, and Martin Gibson has dropped back by about 1.5 seconds as well into 4th place. There's Garrett in 5th. We haven't seen much of Luke Garrett in this race. He's in P5. Still John McGuinness keeping pace with Ray Coleman for 6th position. Bradick was passing the start-finish line. Now he's exactly 39 seconds behind the leader. Oh, Mark Taylor has got a 5-second penalty. That'll be track limits again, I would imagine. They're getting really hot on these track limits breaches. Mark Taylor, 5-second penalty. That will lose him third place in the final reckoning as it stands at the moment. He's got to get more than 5 seconds clear of Martin Gibson to keep third place now. Still, Ray Coleman holding off John McGuinness. Just over 8 minutes of this race to go. Another race coming up at the end of the programme, of course, for the International Truck Prix. And now Luke Garrett's got a 5-second penalty as well. The man in 5th place. Now, how far ahead of Coleman is he? I think he'll be safe in P5. Or maybe not. No, he's only 3.8 seconds clear of the MAN of number 2, Ray Coleman. Leaders head up through McLean's corner, then up to Coppice. Anderson led by 0.9 of a second at the end of the previous lap. We'll see what the gap is this time through. Yes, Martin Gibson's dropped away a little bit, but will still inherit third once Mark Taylor has that 5-second penalty added on at the end of the race. He's 1.8 seconds off the truck in front of him. Down the hill they come. Anderson just over a second clear now. He's increased his lead very slightly, looking for win number 3 this weekend. Coming through to complete their 10th lap, Jamie Anderson, the ex-rally driver, slowly but surely pulling away from John Newell now. Took him a few laps, but he took advantage of the situation when John Newell ran slightly wide, coming out of the old hairpin. Mark Taylor a further 1.8 seconds off. He's got the fastest lap of the race though from earlier on, 1:26.674 for the Taylor's MAN. There's Garrett in 5th place. Let's see what his advantage over Ray Coleman is. It is now over 5 seconds, 5.115, so if it stays like this, Garrett won't lose a position. He's more than 5 seconds clear, only just, of the truck behind him. Ray Coleman. Certainly pulled well clear of John McGuinness over the last couple of laps. There's nearly 5 seconds between the two of them then. Morgan Anderson into the chicane.
Completed, it's now 1.7 seconds, so it's come out even further than expected. So any charge for John Yule is just starting to evaporate now.
Just over 3 minutes to go then here in race number 3 of the weekend for the International Truck Prix, and there's been no real major change up front with the exception of that one lead change at the old hairpin when Jamie Anderson took over from John Newell. Martin Gibson a bit further back. He's 2.3 seconds off Taylor. Taylor needs him to be more than 5 seconds back. He's to avoid losing a place to that penalty. John McGuinness still 7th, well ahead of Willem Bradeke in the Volvo. Four at the front, continuing to cruise almost in formation. Just over 2 minutes to go. Down the Craner curves. It looks as though Garrett has overcome his 5-second penalty because he's 5.7 ahead of Coleman. See on the timing tower there. It's all about these two at the front of the field, though. They've dropped Taylor by a couple of seconds. The last lap this time. I don't think John Newell is going to catch and repass Jamie Anderson. Morgan Anderson out the chicane. Clear track ahead of him. He's 2.3 seconds clear now of Newell. Second battle still headed up by Luke Garrett in P5. On the last lap now here at Donington in race 3 for the International Truck Prix. Checkered flag this time. Jamie Anderson's going to score a hat-trick. Normally when we talk about a Jamie or Jimmy Anderson scoring hat-tricks, we're talking about a quite different sport, aren't we? But this one can do it too. He's certainly bowled out his opposition here. The shame John Bowler isn't in the same race as well. He failed to start. Here he comes into the chicane for the final time. Jamie Anderson is going to score a hat-trick. 3 out of 3 for the MAN, takes the checkered flag. John Newell will come over in second. And Mark Taylor third on the road. He's not far enough ahead of Martin Gibson, who will inherit third. Mark Taylor picking up that track limits penalty, dropping him to 4. So Martin Gibson will complete the podium. Now is Garrett sufficiently clear of Coleman? I think Coleman has closed the gap. Let's have a look in the background. Wait and see as they come through. Here comes Luke Garrett. He'll cross the line in P5. Now, how close is Ray Coleman? There he is. Is the gap going to be 5 seconds? This is going to be close. It's 4 seconds. Goes to corrected time. No, Garrett keeps 5th position. So Garrett will keep 5th place. Coleman 6th, McGuinness 7th. And Willem Breidijk will complete the finishers. There's Breidijk in the background in the Volvo. Just wait for him to come in to complete the 8 runners. And Breidijk just coming out of the chicane now. He crosses the line to take 8th place. 43 seconds behind John McGuinness. So the only question left is, can Jamie Anderson make it 4 out of 4? He wins his 3rd race of the weekend by 2.23 seconds over John Newell. Martin Gibson inheriting 3rd because of that penalty for Mark Taylor. Luke Garrett 5th ahead of Ray Coleman. And John McGuinness and Willem Breidijk completing the 8 finishers. Mika Mäkinen and John Bowler were unfortunately non-starters. Hopefully we'll see them back out for the 4th race, the last race of the programme. Take a look back at a couple of the highlights. John Newell and Mark Taylor duking it out for the lead into Redgate for the first time. Mark Taylor slightly squeezed out on the outside. Anderson soon flying at the inside into McLean's for 2nd place. Wouldn't take him long to catch John Newell. Luke Garrett, meanwhile, had a good battle early on with Ray Coleman. Pair swapping places a few times. John McGuinness having a grandstand view from behind them. Jamie Anderson had a look up the inside into turn 1 at Redgate. Couldn't quite make that stick, and the slightest lock up and run wide by John Newell, just missed his braking point very slightly in the old hairpin, and Anderson was through. Perfectly driven by Jamie Anderson from there on in to pick up his 3rd win of the weekend. Shortly we'll be able to go over to Parc Fermé and have a talk to the drivers.
Well, here we are in Parc Fermé once again. Sorry I missed you last time. I had to go and do a thing. But as you can see behind me, the red, white and blue of John McGuinness's Scania pulls in as he claims an actual position in that race. Now, I know you'll be the first one to put yourself down, but as I pointed out in your interview yesterday, you've finished all the races, haven't you?
Yeah, I was trying to keep out of trouble, just keep out of mischief and learn something. You know, these guys have been at it a long time, so that was a great race for me. I know I was at the back, but honestly, I had a white truck. I don't know who the guy is, but I learned so much off him. And in the places I felt a bit faster, felt a bit stronger on the brakes, and then I had a bit of brake fade, was through the chicane onto the last corner, did a bit of rallycross.
Always gets you eventually, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was getting a bit greedy, then I was a bit of a lock-up. I was like, oh, and just a bit of power driven to the ground. But I've thoroughly enjoyed that. You know, yesterday I got beaten up a little bit. That race,
as I think is almost like a rite of passage sometimes.
Yeah, I get it, you know, they're roughing the rookie up, the new boy, but, you know, a little bit, I don't know, at some point yesterday it was getting a bit rough, and I'm not used to it, you know, we give each other a bit more space on the track on the bike, but all different types of motorsport are different, and it was like, oh, it's just like that, is it, lads? So,
it's like that, yeah.
Yeah, but that for me, you know, 20 minutes truck went well. I mean, I can't thank Stuart and GT and the people that put it together for me. It's just a great opportunity, and I just want to grab it with both hands and make the most of it. And you know, I want to be competitive. It's a bit frustrating.
I get that, I tell you, because of course from your background, from your journey, it's been you know, a lot of wins, a lot of competition, a lot of high pressure, intensive environments. But of course, one word I've heard you use several times in the last couple of minutes is enjoyment. And you know what? There's a lot to be said about the achievement of enjoying what you're doing out there, because if you don't enjoy it, the amount of money a lot of these teams spend to have a miserable driver that doesn't want to be there, well, what's the point, you know?
Yeah, do you know what? We've had a laugh. I wouldn't say I've had a beer because we can't, you know.
Definitely not had a beer.
No, but
last night.
we've had a real nice bit of camaraderie between the team and Martin Gibson. He can pedal one, he's pretty handy, and obviously Stuart and Michael, and they've welcomed me with both arms into the team. And last thing I want to do is do any damage to anything. I just want to bring the truck home. And you know.
That's where you're going wrong, you see. That's the only stepping stone you've got left in the British truck race.
Well, there's bits of marks and bits of rubber. You know, there's a couple of little battle scars on it. But I made a real good start then. I made a hash at the start yesterday, in all fairness, and I missed the 8th gear and I got rammed from behind. I probably caused a bit of chaos, to be fair, but. In that one there, I just built in the boost up, and I was like, you know, and I got into 8th, and it was like right on the back of the gang, and you know, hung on to the orange truck and the white truck. Don't know the guys, but
yeah, Luke Garrett in the orange and Ray Coleman in the white and black there.
Yeah, I was giving Ray a bit, you know, I was letting him know I was in his mirrors for a bit, and then I went straight on, bit through the gravel. But you know, I have to say, you know, just it's a different type of motorsport, and it's, you know, when you come up behind one, it's a huge vehicle. On a bike, you can see through the bend, but
oh yeah.
You know, you're just looking at an Arctic basically, and yeah, it's quite hard to pass. And but we're learning. I'm like a sponge, me. I'm taking it all in, and yeah, it's a little bit less physical than doing a bike race. Just sit up there, just watch the radio. Just watch the radio now. We'll be all right.
Well, that's it. Well, look, good luck in the last week. Still got one race left to go, and we can make it a full house of finishing races. I think that's a great target. Enjoying himself, John McGuinness. That's what it's all about. Let's go back to circuit now and see what Dave's got for us over on the track.
Well, what I've got for you, Pointy, is the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, their last race of the weekend. This is effectively their final for the weekend because there's 3 races scheduled. Yes, we had the extra one, which was the postponed Thruxton race. But the final, the grid is drawn up based on the results, the aggregate results of the 2 heat races, if you like, earlier in the weekend, which are races 1 and 3 this weekend. I hope you're following this. And again, then they flip the top 6 around. So double winner earlier in the weekend, Matt Simpson is the top scorer, if you like, but he starts 6th on the grid. The grid sees David O'Regan, the Irishman, in number 8 on pole, and Paul Tompkins, number 12, alongside him. Second row 21, Dean Tompkins, and number 72, Alan Cooper. Row 3, Mark Willis in the 65, he's had a decent weekend. And the man we're pinning our hopes on for a hat-trick is Matt Simpson, number 36 on the grid. Row 4, number 71, Simon Ward, and number 2, Jamie Liptrot, as the trucks move away for their rolling lap. Row 5 is number 40, Rhys Jones, and 68, Eric Bolton. The 6th row, number 83, Dale Gents. He's repaired his truck. Yes, it was a clutch cylinder that broke on the way to the grid for the race earlier on. So he starts on row 6. That'll hold him back a little. Tom Hutchins alongside. Row 7 is number 24, Ryan Hadfield. 89, Chris Brockhurst. We'll wait to see if Chris is there, because he had an accident in the wet this morning. Penultimate row, 93, Michael Smith, and number 52, James Goldstraw. Yes, they're there. Chris Brockhurst there as well. 84, Matt Moore starts at the back of the grid. A couple of trucks we lost earlier. We've not got Aaron Thompson in the number 41. Problems for him yesterday. And also, likewise, number 25, Russell Smith is not there. So we've lost a couple of trucks earlier in the weekend. We're all okay for the last race of the weekend for the pickup trucks racing over 14 laps. So they head round on their rolling lap then. There's the reigning champion, Rhys Jones. He starts from the inside of row 5. Behind him, directly behind him, is Dale Gents. Now those two won't stay there very long, if I'm any judge. So David O'Regan, Cork in Ireland, is on pole, looking for his first win of the season. Paul Tompkins, a good consistent performer so far this year alongside his son Dean, could be in with a chance here. Alan Cooper on the podium yesterday in the 72. Mark Willis hoping that misfire won't return in the 65. Stand by for action from the pickup racers over 14 laps, their fourth and final race of this Convoy in the Park weekend. The revs are up, and here we go. Down towards Redgate for the first time. A decent start from the outside by Paul Tompkins in the number 12. Dale Gent trying to have a look on the inside, so is Rhys Jones. It's Tompkins who will lead the way around the outside. David O'Regan's covering the inside line. They'll be side by side on the run into the Craner curves. Already getting involved is Matt Moore, who missed his second race over. It's Tompkins that's got the lead. It's a Tompkins 1-2. David O'Regan's going backwards. He gets tagged there by Mark Willis. I thought he was going to go off. So David O'Regan is already back in the pack. They head along towards McLean's for the first time. Let's have a look who's leading. It's Tompkins 1-2, then Paul ahead of Dean. Third is Alan Cooper. Matt Simpson up to fourth. Mark Willis is fifth. Jamie Liptrot up there in sixth. And Eric Bolton seventh, ahead of Jones and Gent, the championship protagonists. They're in eighth and ninth. Those two well ahead of everybody else in the championship. Dale Gent entered this weekend just 29 points ahead of Rhys Jones. But of course Gent missed that race earlier on. Dean Tompkins trying to overtake his father here for the lead. Family ties ditched there as Dean takes up the running. So it's the 21 that's got the lead now. Tompkins' pair have swapped places. It's Alan Cooper in third place. Then it's Matt Simpson. Here comes Simpson up the inside. Down towards the Craner curves. Mark Willis side by side with Eric Bolton. He's running well in the 68. Rhys Jones in behind them, keeping Dale Gent behind him. And Dale Gent under attack from Jamie Liptrot, who nearly got his nose down the inside. Along the bottom of the course then. Tompkins was a little bit wide at McLean's. Matt Simpson up to third. He's got ahead of Alan Cooper. Paul Tompkins up the inside. He's going to retake the lead. Family ties have definitely been ditched here, haven't they, between the Tompkins family. Here they come along the straight towards the chicane. Matt Simpson's up to third ahead of Cooper. But Matt Simpson's slowing. He's in trouble. There goes the hat trick. Matt Simpson's in trouble. He moves out wide. Something's broken on the number 30. He just suddenly slowed there, coming down the exhibition straight. What a disappointment for Matt Simpson. He's going to have to limp it into the pits. Well, here comes Eric Bolton. Where's he come from? Round the outside. He's up in the third place. He is flying in the 68 truck, looking for his first ever podium. Rhys Jones up there in fifth. Now up to sixth is Dale Gent. They've got ahead of Mark Willis. It's Jamie Liptrot, David O'Regan, the pole sitter, down to ninth. Simon Ward, number 71, rounds out the top 10. Matt Simpson into the pits. Looks like his race is over. Further back there's Tom Hutchins, holding off Michael Smith. That's for 11th place. Up they go towards McLean's. Lap 3 out of 14. Dale Gent will try and get ahead of Rhys Jones. A bit of a rivalry developing between those two for the championship. But the rivalry for the race lead is all about the Tompkins family. Paul currently ahead of Dean. Is Dean going to show up his old man here and retake the lead? Eric Bolton up there in third. He's running brilliantly. Dale Gent has got ahead of... Well, Dale Gent had got ahead of Alan Cooper. He's slowing down. Gent's broken down as well. I wonder if that's the clutch again. So that's our two big guns both out of the race. We've lost, well, everybody at the top of the championships hit trouble this weekend, because we saw Rhys Jones have a retirement in race 1 yesterday, and for this race we've lost both Simpson and Gent, and Gent missed a race earlier on. This is all playing into the hands of Rhys Jones. He could take the lead of the championship. Cooper 5th, Mark Willis passing Jamie Liptrot up into 6th position, and then behind them it's David O'Regan. We could have some of the lesser lights moving up the results in this one. Dale Gents, I don't know whether he's pulled up somewhere or whether he's still cruising round at the back. We'll wait and see. There's Simon Ward in the 71. He's into the top 10 now, as is Michael Smith, who's had a quiet weekend so far, the 93. Behind him, Tom Hutchins and Ryan Hadfield. So 2 major players breaking down, sadly. David O'Regan under fire there. Simon Ward having a look up the inside into the chicane. Yes, O'Regan, has he got ahead there? I think he has. They're coming down towards Regex. No. Is that O'Regan slowing as well? So he's lost out to Liptrot as well. Did he just make a mistake coming out of the chicane? We didn't see. He's staying ahead of Michael Smith. The last thing we want is more retirements. Pickup truck championship meeting final effectively here at Convoy in the Park. It's the Tompkins family all the way at the front. Dale Gents has made it into the pit lane. I can tell you he's just past my commentary box. He's out of the race. It's Jamie Liptrot attacking Mark Willis. Michael Smith up the inside behind. Looked like he was about to take David O'Regan, so I'm fairly sure all is not well for the number 8 truck either. Eric Bolton is catching our lead. Eric Bolton's done the fastest lap, 1:16.753, and he's caught the 2 leaders. Bit of a slide there. Rhys Jones in 4th. Now Jones wants a win here to make up for his disappointment earlier in the weekend. But Eric Bolton, a newcomer to pickups this year, are we going to have a rookie winner here at Donington? The Ford Ranger bodied number 68 in that unassuming grey livery. He's onto the tail of Dean Tompkins now. The hill towards McLean's. Cooper heads the next group ahead of Willis and Liptrot. Paul Tompkins still leads, runs a little bit wide there. Climb up to Coppice. Is Dean Tompkins going to try and retake the lead from his father here in the family battle out in front? They've got to be mindful that Bolton, having his best ever run in a pickup truck, is there behind them. Into the chicane. The second group headed by Cooper with Willis, Liptrot. It's Michael Smith 8th. David O'Regan, the pole sitter, is down to 9th. And Simon Ward rounding out the top 10. We've got Ryan Hadfield. I think Hadfield has got through there up into 10th place. We'll have a look back in a moment, but meanwhile Bolton is not holding back. He's really having a go at Dean Tompkins for that P2. It's the Craners once again. Bolton still with the fastest lap, 1:16.753. He's got to defend at the same time from the very rapid Rhys Jones. Won his first championship last year, only a couple of years into his pickup truck racing career after converting from saloon cars. Michael Smith, David O'Regan, there's Hadfield. Then Chris Brockhurst, thankfully minimal damage to the front of his car. Simon Ward's dropping back down the order as well. He's down to 12th now in the 71. Well, Ryan Hadfield, a fine debut weekend in the ex-Hum team truck. Here come your leaders. Still 4 of them line astern. It's the chicane. Dean Tompkins thinking about a pass there into the chicane, not close enough. Rick Bolton still definitely sniffing around that 2nd place. Where's he going to make his move though? We're just past halfway in this final race of the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship at Donington Park. Rhys Jones having a look as well in the number 40. Down Down the hill they go. Jones now trying. You see Bolton's having to defend as they come towards the old hairpin. This is great stuff. Nothing between these four at all. This is pickup racing at its best here at Donington Park. Alan Cooper still fifth, ahead of Mark Willis. Then it's Liptrot, Smith, Michael Smith that is, O'Regan, Chris Brockhurst rounding out the top 10. 15 trucks still running. Out of the 17 started, we lost Dale Gent and Matt Simpson earlier on, and Dean Tompkins having a look on the inside as they come out of Coppice. He didn't quite get alongside Paul. It is the vastly experienced Paul Tompkins who leads. Going for the outside is Eric Bolton. Yes, Dean Tompkins made that attack, but then he lost momentum and he's having to defend from Bolton and Jones. Through to complete their 8th lap. As 0.8 of a second covers this 4, and only a short distance further back is Alan Cooper. Yes, he's only 0.7 of a second further back in the 72. Mark Willis in 6th place. Down the hill they come once again. This roller coaster section circuit. A little bit of a wobble of the tail there from Paul Tompkins as he lost momentum there. Is Dean going to be able to get alongside on the run up towards McLean's? He could have a chance to take the lead away here. No. Paul moving to defend. Here comes Bolton, but he'll be on the outside for the right-hander at McLean's. They're absolutely together for 2nd place. Rhys Jones could get through into 3rd if he plays his cards right here. Eric Bolton moves back across, defends the line pretty robustly there, but Jones has got his nose down the inside. Eric Bolton, yes, he was caught out rather there. He went for the outside into McLean's, but he left the door open for Rhys Jones. They're still side by side. That's let the Tompkins pairing get away very slightly. Bolton has retained 3rd place. Jones will try again into the chicane. Alan Cooper's up with them now as well. He's towed up onto the back of Eric Bolton, who's a little bit sideways through the chicane. They both go wide. They're going to run onto the grass. Alan Cooper's going to go through for 3rd place. Willis goes through to 4th. All change, please, for 3rd place. Goodness me. I thought Eric Bolton was heading for the tyre wall there. He's lost out big time. He's lost about 5 places. And Mark Willis has come through into 3rd. Where's he come from? Goodness gracious. It's the Tompkins pairing still 1 and 2. Mark Willis 3rd, and Alan Cooper attacking him. Jones is still there in 5th. They were just a little too eager into the chicane there. Mark Willis now into the final podium spot. He stays ahead of Cooper. Jamie Liptrot's up to 6th. Now, where has Eric Bolton ended up in all of that? It's a great shame. He was on for his maiden podium. Just got a little bit overexcited there. Somebody over the grass. I think that is Bolton, actually. Yeah, trying too hard to recover. Quite possibly that was Eric Bolton we saw go across the grass at Starkey's. But this battle for 3rd place, setting up 4 of them now. But all this is playing into the hands of Paul and Dean Tompkins because they've been able to pull away. Complexion of the race changing. Alan Cooper has now got the 3rd place away from Mark Willis. Here comes Rhys Jones. He just isn't happy, Rhys Jones, unless he's side by side with somebody. And Jamie Liptrot creeping into this as well. Oh, Mark Willis missed his braking point there for the chicane. He's going to have to run wide, I think, on the exits. Gets onto the curve. That was very close indeed. Look at Liptrot at the inside. Rhys Jones in the middle. Mark Willis on the left. Liptrot on the right. They could be 4 wide. Just look at Michael Smith getting involved. And Chris Brockhurst. This is incredible for 4th place. Rhys Jones going to get his nose chopped off if he's not careful. Had to back out there as Liptrot came around the outside. Michael Smith's in there, David O'Regan, Eric Bolton's still in there too, and Ryan Hadfield. There go your leaders. It's still Paul ahead of Dean Tompkins. Alan Cooper's been able to escape into 3rd place. Everybody else is trying to be 4th. This is crazy. Michael Smith at the inside. He takes Chris Brockhurst, runs wide over the curb there. Lap 11 of 14. This race, can it go on a few extra laps? This is the best race we've had this weekend so far. Jamie Liptrot having a go at Rhys Jones. This amazing battle, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Somebody's gone off. Oh, we've got trucks everywhere in the background. David O'Regan was one of them. I think Ryan Hadfield was another. We'll try and pick up what happened there. I think 3 trucks have gone off there. Now, the last thing we want is a race stoppage at this stage with this amazing race going on. Try and find out what's happened there. Paul Tompkins still leads from Dean. Then it's Alan Cooper, and then this battle. Mark Willis knocked sideways there. I think it was contact from Rhys Jones. Safety car is coming out. If you look in the background, try and work out what happened at McLean. Bolton spinning into the gravel. That's Hadfield that's off as well, I think, in the 24. And David O'Regan on the inside, so there's clearly been a collision further back. Yeah, three trucks involved there. The number 8 of David O'Regan, the 24 of Ryan Hadfield, and the 68 of Eric Bolton. There were only just less than 3 laps to go. We're on lap 12. It'd be a big disappointment if this race does finish under safety car. So the safety car leads Paul Tompkins up towards the scene of the incident there. Looks like everybody is okay. I think that's David O'Regan has got going in. Yes, there's Hadfield and Bolton in the gravel. That's such a shame for Eric Bolton, who ran as high as 3rd and was challenging the leaders. Ryan Hadfield's debut weekend in the series comes to an early end in the gravel. Now, hopefully the marshals remove them. That's a marker post, I think, that the marshal has collected. Now, I didn't see the marshals recovering the 2 trucks there. The lights are still on top of the safety car. There's only 2 laps left, so if the marshals can get those 2 trucks moved, we might get a 1-lap shootout. That's what we're hoping here. Can they clear them so we can have a 1-lap shootout, or are we going to finish under safety car? Or do the rules provide, I know it happened at Rockingham once or twice, do the rules provide for a green-white checker, NASCAR style? The telehandler is in there, but I think we're going to run out of time. Could they stop the trucks on the pit straights? We can hope for that they can have a green-white checkered. A green-white checkered, if you don't follow NASCAR racing, it means that if it looks like the race is going to finish under safety car, they stop and then do a 2-lap sprint for the line. I'm sure I saw it happen at Rockingham a few years ago in the Pickup Truck Championship. I don't know whether, unfortunately, whether pickups still have that rule. Of course, what happens in NASCAR in a green-white checkered is that it turns into a demolition derby. I'm certain that won't happen here. But it happens at the Daytona 500 every year. You just end up with green-white checkered after green-white checkered until there's virtually no cars left running. We're on lap 13. Ryan Hadfield's truck being moved. But unfortunately, I think we are going to run out of time. I think we are going to finish under the safety car. Yeah, the light's still on. So if we do, it will be a win for Paul Tompkins. I don't think the Tompkins family have ever taken a family 1-2 before, so that'll be a great result for them. Yes, the lights are still on top of the Ford. We're on lap 14 now, so I imagine that this will be a result. Ryan Hadfield's Scrapco truck towed in, thankfully not scrap, no damage, just ended up axle deep in the gravel. That's a great shame if we finish like this after such a brilliant race. Most frantic race you've had this weekend, certainly.
to a second podium of the weekend here at Donington Park, and Paul, that was the first win taken from you, wasn't it? His second win,
There's Eric Bolton's truck still stuck there at McLean's. Now the safety car driver has his hand out of the window and he's waving. He appears to be trying to wave the drivers through, so I'm not quite sure what that's all about. But we've reached the end of the 14 laps. I think we are going to receive the checkered flag this time. Yes, checkered flag comes out, we finish under the safety car, so a little bit of a disappointment, but of course safety is paramount with 2 cars off at McLean's, 2 trucks off at McLean's. And it is a win for Paul Tompkins, and his son Dean joins him in second place. Alan Cooper completes the podium. So the provisional result then, Paul and Dean Tompkins take the 1-2 with Alan Cooper in third place, and that frantic battle for 4 topped by Mark Willis ahead of Rhys Jones, Jamie Liptrot 6th ahead of Michael Smith and Chris Brockhurst, good effort to repair after his shunt this morning, then Simon Ward and Matt Moore from the back of the grid finishes in 10th, Tom Hutchins 11th, and David O'Regan and James Goldstraw the final finisher. We lost Ryan Hadfield and Eric Bolton up at McLean's, and Dale Jensen, Matt Simpson, big names failing to finish. So I'll wait for the cars to head back into Park Ferme, and I'm sure Ian will be down there to talk to them. Next up will be our final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Being one of the stars of the show this weekend at Donington Park, and it's been a busy weekend with qualifying the 4 races both the drivers. They kind of like it, they like the more racing that they get to achieve on the 30 years, kind of build all that revenue and make them one of the 5 victories. It's been a busy weekend with big returns of all the next time with 2 teams in the final 3 races to score 2 the next round. Now those trucks make their way down to the final corner with Paul Tompkins, Dean Tompkins and Alan Cooper for the podium celebration. Team from King Up Trucks are down there, and hopefully so is Bob Werrell, ready to talk to our top 3 and hand out some trophies and some bubbly to our drivers. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, so we're awaiting the drivers to pull up in position. We'll let the ARC live stream do what they want to do first. I'm going to hit first, right, okay. So thanks for your important now, just confirming which order we're doing them in. We can see that.
Hello everybody, yes, welcome down to Park Ferme. I can't hear anything, it's so loud down here. We never of course want to end on a safety car, but safety does come first of course. So let's go grab Dean Tompkins first of all, because I think Mark is going to have a quick chat with Paul. So I'm going to grab Dean first, and then we'll find out how it went for him. Let's just jump in. Dean, congratulations, second place. We never want to finish a race under a safety car, because it was getting quite dicey at the front, wasn't it?
It was. I was just waiting, so he still got a good finish, and then in the end they pulled the safety car out, which we don't want, but second's good enough, I suppose.
You've got to be safe, haven't we? You've got to be safe. Tell us about your weekend. It's been good, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's got better and better. Been better to get first, but yeah, it's been good.
Next time, mate. Next time. Congratulations. Well done. Let's head on over. I think, I'm going to jump in. Thanks, Mark. Mark Where is doing the circuit comms. I think we're trying to share people, aren't we, Mark? I think we are. I'll jump in very quickly. Congratulations. What a weekend it's been for you.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mixed weekend, but all I'll say is thank God for that safety car, because he was coming.
Yeah. I tell you, it was nice to watch though, wasn't it? Because there was quite a lot of you in the leading pack, and this is racing at its best, isn't it?
Oh, you wouldn't get better, closer racing anywhere. I don't care what anyone says. It's the best.
Whether you win or lose, it's still good racing.
Well, you've won, so you've got to be, and that makes it a little bit sweeter, doesn't it? Well done. It's been a great weekend for you. Thanks so much. Let's grab Alan as well. It's been a better end to the weekend as well, and no issues with track limits there.
No, you didn't call my name once this time. Makes a change, doesn't it? No, it was very good. Track was dry. You know, I got on really well with the car. A couple of people have been working on my car like over the weekend. I then really got it going on point. Yeah. It's just down to me now. I've got to try and drive the truck.
It's been a little bit different because 4 races. Not quite used to that. The Thruxton one as well. But you've enjoyed your weekend?
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. I've been up there, you know, obviously like 6s and higher than that. So I'm well happy with that.
What's the plan for the rest of the season?
Push as hard as I can, hopefully get in the top 3 in the championship.
Legend. Excellent. Thanks, son. Thank you so much. Right, there we go. The pickup trucks have finished this weekend, but we're not finished though. We've still got 2 more races to come. We've got the British Truck Racing Championship and we've still got the Kumho BMW Championship to come as well. Dave, back to you.
Okay, thanks, Ian. 3 races to go here at Convoy in the Park 2023. Still plenty of our infield displays in position. It's going to be a heck of a queue of trucks and other vehicles to get out of Donington tonight, I have to say. Our final truck race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship coming up next. That's followed by the Kumho BMW Championship and the International Truck Prix as well. We've just got a little bit of clearing up to do from the pickups. Those 2 trucks that were up at McLean's Corner just need to be retrieved into the paddock before we can bring on the trucks for the final British Championship race of the weekend.
At the back end of the weekend now, we're all starting to feel a little bit tired, aren't we, Steve?
Absolutely.
Yes.
We've been here since Wednesday. It feels like I've moved in here. We had a lot to do on Friday with a set-up for Convoy with the show trucks, but it's gone really, really well. And yeah, now it's a takedown with 1 more race to go. I feel for everyone that's involved in this event, to be fair. We've all worked very hard, including yourself, Point.
Well, I try. Yeah, I mean, the amount of planning that goes into it, days, weeks, even years before these things happen. I mean, as soon as we pack up today, it'll be all hands on deck to get next year's ready, won't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this event is just grown strength by strength, year by year. I mean, it's absolutely outstanding in the centre of that circuit. How many show trucks there, the manufacturers, the crowds. And like, it is a payoff.
Sorry to cut that slightly short there with Stephen Powell. So the trucks are already on track, and mentioning he felt like he'd moved into Donington Park. I wish I could move into Donington Park. I love it here. So the grid based on the results of race 3 from earlier this morning. Top 8 reverse in Division 1. John Bowler is on pole number 14. Bradley Smith obviously won't be starting because of his accident earlier on. His truck beyond repair for today. Second row of the grid, 95 Ricky Collins and number 89 Simon Reed. Row 3, 69 David Jenkins and the 86 of Tom O'Rourke. And the 4th row is 68 Craig Reed and Ryan Smith, looking for win number 4 of the weekend and number 1. Then the 5th row, Stephen Powell, number 3, and Stuart Oliver, number 7. Problems for him in race 4, but he is there. He's on the grid. And number 12, Michael Oliver, and 92, Simon Faulkner, round out Division 1. And the gap back to Division 2, which will be headed up by Jim Bennett, number 28, in the Seth Atkinson. Alongside him, 41, Simon Cole. Then we've got number 10, which is Craig Evans, 6 of John Powell. Now keep an eye if John Powell is there as the grid passes my commentary box, because he didn't start at race 4. Number 5, Adam Bint is next, then 22, Paul Rivett, and Neil Yates, of course, starting from the back of the grid as he has in every race this weekend. So which way is this one going to go? Ryan Smith effectively starting 7th on the grid because we're missing Bradley Smith from the front row. With John Bowler alone on the front row. Is that Bradley Smith coming out? How on earth have they got that back out? I don't believe it. I am genuinely shocked at that. Well done to the 46 team. How on earth have they repaired that truck after the impact it took in race 4? They must have had every team in the paddock helping them out. So that's the community spirit of truck racing. Everybody must have been all hands on deck to get Bradley back out there. That's incredible. It looks like he's going to start from the back of the grid. I don't think there's room for him to come through to start on the front row. That is an amazing repair effort. Full credit to everyone involved. Those of you who saw race 4 earlier on, the front end of that truck was virtually gone when it hit the tyre. On board with Paul Rivett for this one as he looks for another Division 2 win to close the gap on Adam Bint and John Powell. I can't quite see from my position if John Powell is on the grid for this race. Let's take a look out of the window. Yes, so John Powell is there. Simon Cole, however, is not. The 41 truck is not there. Also on board with Simon Reed, the 89, as the pace truck moves into position. Now here's a reminder of what's happened earlier on in race 4. This is only a fairly short while ago this afternoon. Watch towards the back of the Division 1 group. There's the contact between the 86 and the 14. Bradley Smith goes spearing off onto the grass where there's no grip. Wallop straight in and almost straight over. The front end of that truck looks like it's destroyed around the front axle area. Look at the state of it. And that truck, I thought was written off, is now back on the grid. I cannot believe that. And not only that, the pace truck has moved aside. It looks as though Bradley Smith is reversing into position on the front row. That's the most extraordinary thing I've seen all season. How have they got that truck running again? They deserve a special award for that, I think, at the end of season awards dinner. If he goes and wins this race down, it'll bring the house down. Well, it looks like we are ready then. The TRP DAF is in position, ready to lead them round. It's John Bowler on pole, looking for the second Division 1 win of his career. He won at Thruxton. Ricky Collett, it's been many years since we've seen him take a race win. He's on the second row. Bradley Smith yet to win a British Championship race. Simon Reed, a winner earlier today, his first of the season. David Jenkins still looking, lines up fifth. Just one win so far in his career for Tom O'Rourke. That was at Donington a couple of years ago. First podium of the season in the wet this morning. But can anyone hold off flying Ryan Smith? Starting in 8th on the grid, Jim Bennett at the front of the Division 2 pack. Yes, we are missing Simon Cole, unfortunately, with the Iveco. Board with Paul Rivett, looking for another Division 2 win. Trying to make it 4 wins for the weekend as he tries to close in on Bint and John Powell at the top. Adam Bint struggling with turbo problems this weekend. John Powell failed to run in race 4. Race 5 for the British Truck Racing Championship at Convoy in the Park 2023. This will be a 15-minute race. The last race of the weekend does tend to be the liveliest British Truck Racing Championship events. Simon Reed in the Iveco, already a winner today. Held on in front in race 4. Final time this weekend then, the British Truck Racing Championship ready for action at Convoy in the Park 2023. Who's going to lead home the Convoy this time? John Bowler on pole, Bradley Smith in his rebuilt MAN. Incredible effort to get them back out, lead them round. Will it be 4 for Ryan Smith? Reps begin to rise. Will it be 4 for Ryan Smith? Will it be 4 in Division 2 for Paul Rivett? We're about to find out. We are underway. Let's rise down towards Redgate. They go on board with Simon Reed. Nice to move to the inside. He could move. He could take both of them here. They're going to be 3 wide. Look at this into Redgate. Goodness me, that's close. John Bowler's got the lead. He holds off Simon Reed, who's up into 2nd place. Bradley Smith is in 3rd. Then it's David Jenkins. Ryan Smith is boxed in there on the outside. Stuart Oliver on his tail. Division 2 pack. And next looks like it's possibly Craig Evans who's got to the front in Division 2, the number 10. That's a good start. Side by side between Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke, and Ryan Smith has lost ground there. Look, he's dropped behind O'Rourke, and Stuart Oliver's in behind him. They were caught on the outside line coming through Redgate. Stephen Powell behind them. It's John Powell who's taken up the lead in the Division 2 field. There's a fair bit of smoke or steam there from David Jenkins. Looks like he's in trouble. If his turbo's packing up. We're on board with Paul Rivett in the 22. Didn't make the best of starts. He's having a go at Craig Evans to 2nd place in Division 2. It's John Powell up ahead of us who's leading Division 2, the blue and red truck number 6. So Paul Rivett's trying to make his way through, looking to make it 4 wins out of 5 in Division 2 this weekend. Here comes your leader, John Bowler. 2nd place is Simon Reed. Great start by him. Here comes Ryan Smith at the inside. Somebody's gone off in the background over the gravel. That's Jenkins, I think. Yes, David Jenkins in all sorts of bother. 86 of Tom O'Rourke. Just about holding off the number 1, which is Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver round the outside of Ricky Collins, who's dropping back. We think that David Jenkins may have blown a turbo. That may have been the smoke we saw. John Bowler leads it. He's holding off Simon Reed, looking for his 2nd Division 1 win of his first season in the category, move up from Division 2 this year. But Simon Reed to the inside. Here comes the Iveco. He's got the winning taste now, and he goes through at the Crater Curves. That's a good move by Simon Reed into the lead in the Reed Freight Iveco Struts. Into the old hairpin they come. Third place is still Bradley Smith, holding off Craig Reed. Then it's Michael Oliver up there in 5th position. He's running well in the number 12, past the point where he spun in the rain earlier in the weekend. Then we've got Ryan Smith in the number 1. He's got ground to make up. Tom O'Rourke running well. Then Stuart Oliver, Stephen Powell, Ricky Collins, Simon Faulkner. Then the Division 2 pack. Paul Rivette side by side with Craig Evans. Up they come into McLean's. Rivette on the inside. Looks like he's got the move done. Yes, up into 2nd in class. Let's see the gap ahead there to John Powell, the number 6. David Jenkins has pulled up by the look of things on the outside of Coppice. Looks like he's out of the race. We believe from the smoke we saw that was a blown turbo. Bradley Smith in the lightweight MAN, still there in 3rd position. Must be such a struggle to handle with the damage the steering took earlier on. Stuart Oliver battling with Stephen Powell. Goes to the left, so does Oliver. They're all over the back of Tom O'Rourke. Simon Faulkner moving up as well onto the back of Ricky Collins. Small gap back to John Powell. O'Rourke round the outside, holding off Stuart Oliver. Here's a replay of, I think this is the demise of David Jenkins. Pulls off into the gravel. Great clouds of smoke. That certainly suggests a blown turbo to me. Same happened to Ryan Smith with his Mercedes there a few years ago. A few flames as well. Yeah, that's the turbo gone. Jenkins out of the race. Bradley Smith under fire from Craig Reed, who gets the bumper in a bit there on the exit of McLean's. He's been watching the Brisker F1 stock cars, I think, Craig Reed, with a move like that. Into the exhibition straight they go. Bradley Smith holds him off. Simon Reed in the lead. Craig wants to make it 2 brothers on the podium. Michael Oliver still 5th. He's got Ryan Smith on his tail. On board with Paul Rivette, and he's caught John Powell. This is for the lead in Division 2. Paul Rivette looking for his 4th win of the weekend. A chicane. You turn the other way there, you go down to the Melbourne hairpin. That's a bit tight for trucks. So that uses the assembly area and Parc Ferme, as you've seen all weekend. Down to Redgate. Daff holding the inside, the Dutch-built machine. Paul Rivette on the outside. Craig Evans and Adam Bint behind. It's been a quiet weekend for Adam Bint. A few turbo problems slowing him up a bit. The older Volvo white Aerodyne. The first truck in the series to run on the more environmentally friendly HVO fuel. And now all trucks mandated to run that in the championship. John Powell holds the lead in the DAF. 4 trucks minus third in Division 2. Here's Ryan Smith. He's up on the back of Michael Oliver. Stuart Oliver in there as well. This could get interesting. We know that Smith and the Olivers have a big rivalry, and Stuart's up the inside. He's going through. That was a cheeky move there by Stuart Oliver. And Ryan Smith, instead of gaining a place, loses one. And what's Michael doing here? He tries to lean across there at Ryan Smith. Ryan's going to have the inside line for the chicane. He'll get through on Michael and now have to attack Stuart. Ryan Smith always getting double teamed through there. He's still in 6th place behind Stuart Oliver. So the Olivers have swapped places. One from 5th to 7th and the other vice versa. Now here comes Stephen Powell. Could be into the top 7 in the number 3. Trying the outside on Michael Oliver, the number 12. Still your leader is the 89 of Simon Reed. Leads by over 2.5 seconds ahead of John Bowler, the number 14. Michael Oliver in the clutches of Stephen Powell now. Then we've got O'Rourke, and then Ricky Collins rounds out the top 10. Battle for the lead in Division 2, still headed by John Powell. Bradley Smith still holding 3rd in the 46. He wants to reward his team for their hard work there in getting him back out by taking a good result here. You see Simon Faulkner going well there too. He's attacking Ricky Collins. We're on board with Paul Rivette. Still on the tail of John Powell for the lead of the Division 2 category. The hill towards Coppice. Craig Evans still there third, and Adam Bint in fourth. But not yet in a position to attack for the lead of the class. 5 laps completed by our leader. Nearly 4 seconds in it now between Reid and Bowler. He pulled away by over a second on that last lap, Simon Reid. There's Bradley Smith holding off Craig Reid. Then Oliver and Smith. Stuart Oliver, Ryan Smith. 17 British titles between the two of them. That's the point where Bradley Smith crashed earlier on. I really thought that truck was done for the day. Fair play to the team for proving me wrong. Can he hold off Craig Reid for third? There's John Bowler going well in second place. His win at Thruxton came in the curtailed race 4 after Neil Yates' accident. A bit of smoke there at top. Oh, the leader's gone wide. That's Simon Reid. He's gone off at McLean's. I thought I saw some smoke there. It must have been tyre smoke, unless he's got a problem. So John Bowler leads. Simon Reid, I think, has rejoined and is still in second place. Yes. So a mistake for Simon Reid, and John Bowler leads at Donington. He must have just locked up there on the entry. He must have missed his braking point. I saw smoke and I thought somebody may have pulled off with a mechanical problem. But no, Simon Reid made a mistake, flew off wide, and is down to second. Over the line they go. John Bowler, the number 14, the man from Stockport, leads the way at Donington. Here comes Craig Reid attacking Bradley Smith. Has a look into red gates. Bradley Smith tries to turn in. They're absolutely together, and Craig will have the inside line now for the Craner Curve. He's got Stuart Oliver on his tail. Yes, Craig Reid is going to go through for third. Bradley Smith goes wide. He doesn't want to repeat the collision earlier on, and Oliver and Smith get through as well. Yes, that was perhaps intelligent driving there, but Bradley Smith just gave them the room they needed and didn't risk another crash. So Craig Reid is now third, Stuart Oliver fourth, Ryan Smith is fifth. The leaders lapping Jim Bennett in the 28 and the Seb Atkinson. There go the leaders. Jim Bennett trying to get out of the way. Ryan Smith nearly clipped him there. Bennett, I think, didn't expect so many trucks to come through at once. Simon Reid is now back up, challenging John Bowler. Bowler holds the inside line, the Rapid Rubber and Rochdale HGV sponsored number 14 MAM. We're on board with Simon Reid. Looking at the timing tower, we have a change for the lead in Division 2 while all that was going on as well. Paul Rivett has taken John Powell, I can tell you, to take the lead in Division 2. We ride with Simon Reid in the Iveco down to Redgate. Swings it through. He's keeping in the wheel tracks of John Bowler. He'll be very satisfied indeed if he can hang on to win this, John Bowler. As we said, his other win was in a shortened race, shortened by a red flag at Thruxton. Down the hill, through the old hairpin. Simon Reid has a look on the exits. Now he's moved to the other side as they go up towards Schwantz Curve. Still trying to defend. Right on board, up towards the right-hander at McLean. Right on his rear axle almost there. Less than 4 minutes to go for Simon Reid to get the lead back again. John Bowler making his MAN the widest in the country right now. There was an award for the widest truck at Donington in the truck show later on, and John Bowler would probably win it. But is it going to be enough to hold back the Iveco? And the other three are now closing onto their tails as well as a result of all this battling. This is great stuff. Again, Bowler moves to defend into the chicane. Craig Reid up there in third. Here's a replay of the move for the lead in Division 2. There's John Powell. He went wide coming out of the chicane. Just got a wheel onto the grass there as Paul Rivett got his foot down the Wheatcroft straight and was able to take the lead. Meantime, into Redgate, and Simon Reed's got the inside line this time. Side by side for the lead. Simon Reed's going through. Retakes the lead of Division 1. It's all happening in this final race here at Donington. We said the last race of the day tends to be the liveliest. So Simon Reed back in front again. Still, Ryan Smith only 5th. He can't get past Stuart Oliver. Two bonneted trucks together. Bradley Smith not far behind them in 6th place, still running well. 7th is Michael Oliver, and 8th place Stephen Powell. Stephen Powell has got a 5-second penalty though for exceeding track limits. I think he'll be okay though, clear of Tom O'Rourke. He may lose 1 place if he's unlucky. Ryan Smith weaving around on the tail of Stuart Oliver, but there's not many drivers more difficult to get past than Oliver. 5 trucks almost line astern. 2 identical Ivecos, 1st and 3rd. 2 laps to go, I think it will be this time. It's 1 minute 50 left on the clock. From the line they come. Simon Reed, Bowl, Craig, Oliver, Smith. There's Bradley Smith in the background, being caught now by Michael Oliver and by Stephen Powell. Meanwhile, here's a battle further back. Ricky Collins having a good scrap with Simon Falk. This is for 10th place. They've been scrapping all race long, these two. Behind Tom O'Rourke. And then next in the order, Paul Rivett, who leads John Powell. On board with Paul Rivett. Here is our Division 2 leader. Had to make a pit visit when a turbo pipe came loose in race 1. While else he could have had a maximum this weekend. There go your leads. Still Ryan Smith can't get past Stuart Oliver. Round McLean's. Just hasn't quite been able to get the line away. He's getting impatient now, Ryan Smith. You can see him moving around. Slides it out of Coppice. John Bowler still doing superbly to hold on in 2nd. The best weekend he's had in Division 1 so far. 30 seconds left. We're coming into the last lap this time. The last lap of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park. And it is a convoy of 5 trucks for the lead of this race. Stuart Oliver still under fire. Craig Reed moves across to block him. Now Oliver moves back to the inside. He's trying to sell in the dummy. No, Craig Reed stays across. 5 of them line astern. It's like that Grand Prix at Tarama in 1981, which Gilles Villeneuve held on to win in the Ferrari. We've got more penalties coming in. John Bowler and Craig Reed have been given 5-second penalties. Oh, that's going to shake the leading order up a bit. So 2nd and 3rd place at the moment, they're going to be penalised, so that's going to put these two onto the podium, almost certainly, Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. That's a great shame for John Bowler and Craig Reed. They've driven really well in this race, but they've been picked up for track limits. Simon Reed looks like he's going to hang on to take another victory. So that fight between Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith is now effectively for 2nd place, because Bowler and Craig Reed are going to be penalised. It's going to be a win for Simon Reed for the 2nd time this weekend and this season in the 89. Great drive by him despite having gone off at McLean's midway through. He recovered to retake John Bowler. The rest of them fight their way through behind him, and it's going to be Simon Reed coming in to take the checkered flag in our last race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. He takes the win. Ryan Smith trying to push his way past Stuart Oliver. He can't do so. So that'll be 2nd for Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith is 3rd. The rest of them coming through. Bradley Smith will get 4th. John Bowler is relegated to 5th. Then Michael Oliver, Craig Reed, Tom O'Rourke and Stephen Powell ends up 9th. Ricky Collett will complete the top 10 ahead of Simon Faulkner. They've been together for most of the race. And what about Division 2? Here comes Paul Rivett through the chicane. If it hadn't been for that loose turbo pipe, he could have won all 5 this weekend. He takes his 4th win of the weekend in Division 2, ahead of John Powell, Adam Bintz and Craig Evans. It's going to be a very interesting title battle in Division 2. 3 meetings to go this season. Next they go to Snetterton in September, then it's on to Pembrey in October, before the finale on Bonfire Weekend at Brands Hatch. Provisional results then with the penalties applied. Simon Reed takes his 2nd win of the weekend. Stuart Oliver beats Ryan Smith to the line for what turned out to be 2nd place, because John Bowler was penalised, as were Craig Reed and Stephen Powell. Bradley Smith ends up 4th, just reward for his team's efforts to get him back out there. Bowler 5th ahead of Michael Oliver, then Craig Reed, Stephen Powell in 9th place. Tom O'Rourke was 8th. Ricky Collett 10th ahead of Simon Faulkner. Paul Rivett wins again in Division 2 ahead of John Powell by 2.5 seconds. Adam Bint in 3rd, then Craig Evans, Neil Yates and Jim Bennett the final finisher. We lost David Jenkins with what looked like a blown turbo on the opening lap. Well, we said the last race of the weekend would be the liveliest. David Jenkins didn't get much participation though. His truck going up in smoke and a few flames on the opening lap. Been a disappointing season so far for Jenks. Flames from the turbo, sadly. It was a frantic battle all the way down the Division 1 field. Everybody getting involved at some point. Battle for the lead between John Bowler and Simon Reed. Simon taking the lead with a good move down the top of the Craner curves. While in Division 2, John Powell and Paul Rivett slugged it out in the early stages at the front. Ryan Smith got to grips with the Olivers. We've seen that a few times before. Ryan able to deal with Michael. Couldn't quite get past Stuart Oliver. John Powell led much of the way in Division 2 in the DAF. Eventually just ran a little bit wide coming off the chicane, and Paul Rivett able to pull alongside him and take the lead down the pit straights. Simon Reed eventually battling his way back ahead of John Bowler, having gone off wide at McLean's and lost the lead. Went on to a superb victory. Great drive by Simon Reed. We'll head down to Pointy shortly in Parc Ferme.
Wow, unbelievable, what a finish to that race. A bit of a rehash to the results as we saw them cross the line, of course, with penalties being handed out to John Bowler. And of course that means we've got the undisputable winner of that race, Mr. Simon Reed. Let's get inside the cab and say hello to him. Simon, absolutely fantastic race there, really sticking it out early on.
Yeah, I thought obviously got cracked on, and then part way through I thought I'd had a disc snap, so it locked this wheel up, and I thought shit, so just combed it round and I thought hold up, it's free back up, right, let's get back on the track again. And then
clean race though, clean race for everybody behind you, not too much hassle, and few track limits of course.
Cracked on. Obviously I saw John having a 5-second penalty, so I didn't stress myself out, to be honest. So yeah, I was well chuffed, to be fair.
Great result, well done Simon. Well, that's another first place for you this weekend. I didn't get a chance to congratulate you on your other one, obviously.
No, that one, yeah, especially obviously every podium's an absolute bonus for us, you know, with the team and everything and the hard work we put in. But yeah, that one before, obviously, I was sort of, you know, starting on the 3rd row and then picking everybody, you know, well, not picking the lads off in front on me bit by bit, and then coming home with the win. You know, it was hard work.
Yeah, you feel like it's more of a reward when you put more of a battle into it.
That's it. Yeah, we keep everything together. But no, I kind of, you know, bloody brilliant, to be honest. I wasn't what expecting. You know, you just go with the job and see where it takes you, you know what I mean? And you good ounce of luck and the truck feeling right and being together, it's usually can set you up for the job, you know what I mean?
Oh, that's fantastic. We're going to go speak to a few more drivers. Let me shake your hand. Well done, buddy. Good job, Simon. Who have we got over here? Stuart Oliver, by unanimous decision. We saw a little rehash of the top 3 there just as they crossed the line, puts you up into 2nd place. That's another great trophy for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pleased with that. I have 3 seconds this weekend, so yeah, I'm over the moon with that.
Now, obviously, I didn't get a chance to chat to you after the last race. Obviously, Ian might have asked you a DNF before due to steering issues. Obviously, you got that sorted out, didn't you?
Yeah, a steering bolt snapped on the link arm to the axle, which left us with no steering. So yeah, it was a bit of a shame that, but starting at the back of that one and getting to second, that's quite good, you know. So.
And of course, now looking at the timetable, we're going to go from racing conditions to drifting conditions, and you're going to go and smash up a caravan as well, aren't you?
I'll take great pressure on that. I just want Ryan Smith to be in the caravan when I do it.
Yes, he wasn't super thrilled when he got out the truck earlier on.
No. You know, racing's racing. He straight lined the last chicane and tried to get the legs on us over to the line, but I knew he was there. I never moved. He just came into us. You know, I went to go to the checkered flag, and he decided I was in his way, but I didn't go anywhere.
That's what happens. Sometimes, like you said. I mean, we asked him the same question. It was a move. It's just racing. It's how it goes down sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. He didn't. You know, he's not happy. He's not going to be on the podium, but. Well, maybe he is going to be on the podium because I do, you know, unfortunately.
Well, we got the third place. Did get the third place.
Well, I'll see him. I'll shake his hand on the podium.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, if he lets you,
All right.
can I have a lift?
Yeah.
Thanks. Right then, that's all we've got time for here down at the Parc Fermé. Sorry, we've still got a full package. We're going to join you back down the live action arena whilst we're bringing you some truck drifting and caravan smashes.
Well, you go and enjoy that, Pointy. We've got a couple of races to go. First up is the second race of the day for the Kumho BMW Championship. They're already on their green flag lap. This grid based on the results of race 1. So it's Brian Branson who starts on pole with James Card alongside him. Jasmine Sapra and Jason West on the second row. Third row is Paul Wood alongside Ian Crisp. Then we've got Adrian Bradley and Klaus Klika. 2 Class B runners, Kevin Denwood and Ronan Bradley. Giuseppe Calari and Pete Miller should hopefully round out the field, although I'm not sure if Pete Miller is there. We don't have Trevor Ford. His car sadly broke down in qualifying. Yes, Pete Miller is missing from the back of the grid. We saw that car smoking quite heavily in race 1, so he's perhaps elected not to start. Can Brian Branson make it a double win? I imagine our race winner will come from the first 2 rows. James Card kept up a relentless pursuit of Brian Branson in the first race. Jason West seemed to be struggling a little. He was further back in 4th behind Jazz Sapra. There is Sapra, the white car. Jason West in the black and orange, the underscore car. There's Ian Crisp, lovely 1M coupe. Behind Paul Wood in the other black and orange machine, one of our invitation runners. Shame that a couple of cars have hit problems today. Trevor Ford, Pete Miller, and of course the Waltons sadly failing to race their car. Unfortunately failed scrutineering. Hopefully they'll be back out later this season. Up to the grid they come. There's Klaus Klika looking for another Class C victory. Ransom in orange, Card in silver. Take a look at Jason West's YouTube channel as well. He'll have the onboard action from his car on there, usually with some quite humorous commentary as well. Jason West, great entertainer is Jason. Let's hope he can get on the podium this time. 11 cars in position then for our final car race of the weekend. So we have a 20-minute race for the Kumho BMW Championship. Waiting for the red lights to come on. They do so. Revs are up, and away we go. Straight out onto the grass goes Paul Wood. Jasper Sapra was, I think that was, very slow away there in the number 40. Paul Wood had to dodge round him on the grass. It's Brian Branson who's got the lead ahead of James Card. Jason West up into 3rd ahead of Ian Crisp. Sapra has recovered round the outside of Paul Wood. There's Kevin Denwood in there. He's lost the lead of the class as well. Ronan Bradley's beaten him away for the 2nd time today. Front row men pull away then as we go down the Craner curves. James Card has a look up the inside, not close enough as they go into the old hairpin. West in 3rd, then it's Crisp. Adrian Bradley in the red car is up into 5th, then Klaus Klika. Sapra is down to 7th. He had a terrible start there. Was lucky not to be collected. I think he stalled it briefly, quite possibly. Ronan Bradley next, then it's Paul Wood. Then the compact of Kevin Deadwood, and finally Giuseppe Calari in the number 82, the Britalia auto recovery car. The Anglo-Italian driver based down near London. Watch for Jasper Sapra coming back through the field here in the number 40. He's already on the tail of Adrian Bradley, the number 21. There's most of his racing down at Brands Hatch, the Bradley family. Ronan out there as well, of course. Jasper Sapra very late on the brakes for the chicane. He's through. Completing the first lap, Brian Branson leads by 1 second ahead of James Carr. Third is Jason West, then it's Chris. Back up into fifth is Jazz Sapra. They're all round the first lap. Okay, the field covered by just under 10 seconds. It's Adrian Bradley, the number 21. Second in the invitation class, it's Ronan Bradley who leading the invitation class, sorry. It's Ronan Bradley who leads Class B, Klaus Kuika in Class C. Again, the closer action is further back in the order. That's Kuika under fire from Ronan Bradley. Through the old hairpin they come. They've got Paul Wood behind them. There's the number 85 car, headlights on. Kevin Denwood is in 10th place. Now he needs to catch the 78 of Ronan Bradley and keep up his scores in Class B. Paul Wood had a look on the inside there trying to take Ronan Bradley, couldn't quite do so. And it's the more powerful M3s and the 1M filling the top 5 places, all Class A cars. Comes Paul Wood, our invitation class runner-up at the moment. Ronan Bradley going for the outside on Klaus Kuika. That's brave into the chicane. Side by side. Is he going to make it through? No, he's not. The 771 holds them off. Here are the leaders. Brian Branson from James Card. Jason West, a better run for him this time. Look, he's keeping pace for our 2 years. James Card's at the fastest lap, 1:13.159. On the bottom of the circuit they go, then the climb up through Schwantz Curve. Here's the battle for 4th place going through. It looks like Sapra's got ahead of Chris. Yes, he has. So Jasper Sapra's taken 4th place. And now he'll try and catch the 3 M3s out in front. There's that battle further back, headed by Ronan Bradley now. And now getting aboard is Kevin Denwood. He's making it a 4-way scrap. Up the hill into Coppice at the moment. Here's the battle for 4. Yes, Sapra confirmed as ahead of Ian Crisp. Oh, and Ian Crisp gone straight on. Missed his braking. Now, that's a repeat of the problem on the last lap of the first race. Missed his braking point. He didn't spin this time. He was heading for the Melbourne Loop. But he'll have lost 5th place there to Adrian Bradley, and Ronan Bradley's up there with him as well. Here come your leaders. Still Brian Branson. He's got James Card shadowing him. Here comes West as well, he's got his headlights on. Jason West, a subdued first race, and he's fired up this time. Then Sapra, Adrian Bradley, and then the next group. Yes, Ian Crisp has dropped behind Ronan Bradley there, so he's in this group. It's 5 of them now, fighting for 6th position. And maybe something amiss with the number 10 of Ian Crisp, the 1 Series M Coupe, 1M for short. Kevin Denwood at the back of that group has dropped away a little bit. There's Calari, the Class C runner, has got nobody to battle with at the moment. He's being rather left on his own at the back. Up the hill towards Coppice once again. There's Klaus Kuika under fire from the Deutsche Tech sponsored car number 85, Paul Wood. Ian Crisp wants to get back up with his fellow Class A runners after that moment at the chicane. He's attacking Ronan Bradley, going for P6 overall. It's snaking under braking, and there's perhaps an issue with the brakes on that 1M. Branson still leads from James Card by less than half a second. 78 of Ronan Bradley keeping 6th position. To the old hairpin. Plenty of time to go yet for Ian Crisp to play catch-up. 4 laps completed. It was Branson from Card by 0.4 of a second. They were just over a second clear of Jason West. Jazz Sapra still 4th, ahead of Adrian Bradley by 2 seconds. Pick up the lead groups in a moment. This is the main battle further back to 6th position. Paul Wood there holding off Klaas Kuijke. That's for P8 overall. Ronan Bradley runs a bit wide there, coming off Coppice corner. There go the leaders. Has a look on the inside there, James Carr, but he's not close enough. 0.3 of a second, the gap came down very slightly. Down the hill. There's no car linking it between these two M3 masters. Jason West looking on. Then there's a long gap back. There's Jazz Sapra in 4th. He'll be ruining that slow start. Adrian Bradley 5th. He leads the invitation class. Ronan Bradley still leads Class B, and Klaas Kuijke Class C, if you'll excuse the pun. Here come the leaders along the exhibition straights, going through to complete lap 6. Jason West has done the fastest lap, 1:12.936. That's 0.2 of a second faster than the 2 leaders last time, through average of nearly 99 miles an hour around Donington Park. Going to complete another lap. Still 0.3 of a second in it between the 2 M3s out in front. Jason West not quite as quick that time through. Ian Chris, meanwhile, has got ahead of Ronan Bradley now. Paul Wood having a look as well, so it matters not too much for Ronan Bradley because they are in different classes, Chris and Ronan Bradley. Behind him, Paul Wood. Paul Wood's going to have a go here. More powerful M3. Newer M3. But again, Paul Wood isn't racing for points because he's in the invitation class, so Ronan Bradley won't mind too much as long as he stays ahead of Kevin Denwood, because that's the other Class B car. Kevin won the class in race 1 to keep his overall championship lead. Klaas Kuijke's going to go through as well. Yeah, Ronan Bradley's dropping back. But he'll want to keep at least 1 car behind him out of this group as a buffer, just as we saw in race 1. Yeah, he's trying to keep Kuijke there as a buffer to Kevin Denwood because he knows Kevin will close up. There's Joe Kalari at the back in his compact number 82. The Britalio auto recovery car. Through Coppice we go. There are the leaders. Still the gap remains the same. Still Brian Branson holds on to his lead. Ahead of James Card. Down the hill they go. As Jason West been able to close in only by a couple of tenths last time through. So he's not really charging hard after the 2 leaders. There's West with the headlights on, the 76. Done the majority of the winning this year. Coming up to half distance in this Kumho BMW Championship race number 2. Ronan Bradley staying ahead of Klaas Kuijke for that. Kuijke's going to have another go though into the old hairpin. This time he goes through. Pretty aggressive driver is Klaas, as we said earlier, made his first races in the UK last season in a Mazda MX-5 before moving to BMW racing. And there's Denwood. Now the gap between Ronan Bradley and Kevin Denwood is the one we need to watch because they're both in Class B. Kuijke clearly has the measure of Kalari in Class C. There's Ian Crisp holding off Paul Wood. That's for 6th overall. Crisp is registered for points. Paul Wood is not. He's an invitation. So they're happy to scrap for every place here, all about entertainment. The lead gap has increased very slightly to 0.49 of a second. Brian Branson's done the fastest lap, 1:12.796. Card did his personal best as well last time through though, 1:12.9, so they've dropped Jason West again slightly. There's Kevin Denwood. Now, what was the gap between Ronan Bradley and Kevin Denwood? It was 1.1 seconds. So Kevin Denwood, he can see now that Ronan Bradley's dropped to the back of that group ahead of him, and now he can go after the lead of his class. Up over the line come the leaders. The gap was 0.49 of a second last time through. It is now down to 0.34 of a second. James Card starting to turn up the pressure on Brian Branson, who's led every lap of the day so far. Took pole position by a clear margin in the wet qualifying session. Jason West has dropped back by about half a second further. He's 2.6 seconds down now on James Card. This could close things in the championship as well, because Jason West leading Class A, but his rivals ahead of him. Interesting to see how the points chart looks at the end of today. There's Sapra on his own in 4th. There's Ian Chris, 5th in Class A, having a go at Paul Wood. Now, how far behind Adrian Bradley are these two? 20 seconds, so they're not going to catch the top 5. This race is almost split into 3 parts now. That's part 2, the 6th and 7th place, and this is part 3. Kuika, Ronan Bradley and Kevin Denwood. The gap is still 1 second for the lead of Class B. Over the line go the leaders. New personal best for James Card, 112.848. As he continues to hound the number 26 of Brian Branson. The driver's got some practice in racing at the Classic Sports Car Club's event here at Donington last weekend, although sadly for Lucky Kira and Jazz Sapra, Kira crashed while he was in Jazz Sapra's usual choice of car, the grey BMW. You see the gap has pretty much stabilised between the two of them. They're over 3 seconds clear of West now. They're pushing each other harder and harder, these two. Great display of one-on-one motor racing, and James Card thinking about a look there up towards Coppice. There's just under 7 minutes to go. Now James Card is going to start to attack. He's going to try and force Brian Branson into an error. Right on the tail of him as they come down into the chicane. He thinks about a look. He's not close enough. This is a repeat of race 1. Branson again quicker off the chicane. See him pull away. And he's just done the fastest lap. 112.738 for Brian Branson. The man from Norwich clings onto his lead. Down towards the Craner curves again. James Card on his local circuit, comes from Ravenshead near Nottingham. Runs an accountancy business. There's the battle further back, and Ian Crisp still behind Paul Wood. This is for 6th place. Paul Wood is nearly 22 seconds behind Adrian Bradley now, so Adrian's going to win the invitation class. Unless there's any major problem for his car. Here come the leaders. The lead gap did open up a little bit last time through because of that new fastest lap. The chicane. Further back there's the Class C leader, Class Kuika. And Kevin Denwood is not catching Ronan Bradley. Indeed, the gap has opened up by about a second. There's Denwood, Prep and Lay compact. 5 minutes to go. New fastest lap for James Card, 112.679. Personal best for Brian Branson, 112.682. Their lap times 0.003 of a second apart. Still lapping just outside the 99 miles an hour bracket. These two drivers, they'll be concentrating so hard in the cockpits of their M3s. It's the BMW M3, many people say is the greatest touring car racer of all time. Andy Prio took the later M3, the E90, to a hat-trick of world touring car titles. We've seen many titles in the BTCC for BMW, of course, over the years, and in international touring car racing, certainly more than I can remember. Oh, Ronan Bradley up the inside takes Class Kuika, who instantly dives back up the inside. scrap between the two E36s, the older shape M3s. Side by side down the trainers, they're loving this. Quaker up the inside, he's got the inside for the old hairpin. He holds the place. Great battle for 8th overall. Here come the leaders, they're lapping Joe Kalari. Less than 4 minutes to go. Kalari in the compact lets them through. Less than a quarter of a second in it now. Down to the old hairpin. Where is James Carr going to try and make his move, if at all? He won't take too much risk. Into Schwantz curve, sweeping up towards McLean's. McLean's climb up to Coppice. Ransom's got his headlights on now to warn any back markers they come across that he's there to lap them. Now these two cars, so evenly matched. You said how evenly matched their lap times have been. It's almost identical E46 M3s. Through they come into the chicane. Card gets a slightly better exit that time. Over the line they go. Gap is 0.2 of a second now. What about the battle in Class B? Does that have a bearing on the overall championship? Never mind that, because James Card's having a look at red gates. The door is closed by Brian Branson. I thought James Card had got the better exit from the chicane there. He got the momentum down the Wheatcroft straights, and he's ready to attack. Now he's in attacking mode. Look at this, James Card is all over Brian Branson. He's been tracking him for the whole race, now he's lunging. We are talking about Class B there. The gap is down to 0.9 of a second, so Kevin Denwood's attacking as well. Car number 21, I can tell you, he's been given a 5-second penalty for track limits. That's Adrian Bradley, but he's well ahead of Paul Wood, so it won't affect any results there. James Card up the inside, he has a go into Coppice. Ransom later on the brakes. Oh, this is getting good now. 2 laps to go this time, I think. Here they come. Down to the chicane. Tension really mounting now. 2 laps to go, I think. Just about. What about up at the back of the field, the battle in Class B? It's Ronan Bradley from Kevin Denwood. It's 1.3 seconds now, so Ronan Bradley keeping his advantage, just chasing Class Quaker. He won't attack him, he didn't want to make any mistakes here and lose the class win to Kevin Denwood. As Adrian Bradley, confirmation, will have a 5-second penalty, but it won't affect his result. He's well ahead of Paul Wood in 6th place. What can James Card do? All over Brian Branson. 1 minute to go. To McLean's. Is he going to make his move? He's tried into Coppice last time through. Can he get into the slipstream and charge up the inside? No, he can't. If you can keep the momentum up through here, he might get him into the chicane this time. Is he waiting till the last lap? It will be last lap this time. Here they come. Is he going to make a move this time? He goes to the outside. Is he trying to sell the dummy into the chicane? No, he's not close enough again. James Card really working that M3, they both are. Absolute joy to watch these two. Last lap. James Card draws alongside. Now he's got to run into Redgate. If he can get the nose down the inside in time here, but no. Again, Branson defends. Superb defensive driving from Brian Branson. Little bit of a flick sideways there as he got a wheel onto the curb. Less than 0.2 of a second in it. They're down towards the old hairpin. It's now or never for James Card on this last lap here at Donington in this pulsating race for the Kumho BMW Championship. Down to the bottom of the circuit, up towards McLean's. Where is he going to launch his attack? James Card, the local man from Nottinghamshire, against Norfolk's Brian Branson. Jason West is safe in 3rd. Which way is he going to go? He's having a look into Coppice. Branson will be wise to it and move to the inside. It's going to be all on the chicane. It's going to be all or nothing for James Card. Here they come. He's got to get into the slipstream. Which side is he going to go? He goes to the right. Can he get down the inside of Brian Branson? He's going for. He's going to have to brake as late as he dares. James Carr is up the inside. Branson turns across his nose. There was nearly contact. James Carr has to back out, and Brian Branson completes the double. What a great race between those two. James Carr second, Jason West in third. Meanwhile, this battle's still going. Ronan Bradley's got past Klaas Kuijke. And he'll be hoping that Kevin Denwood doesn't suddenly appear on the back of these two. I don't think he's going to. In fact, is Kuijke slowing up a bit there? He's dropped back suddenly from the back of the 78. Meanwhile, Jasvir Sapra has taken 4th place. Adrian Bradley will be 5th and wins the invitation class. 6th is going to be Paul Wood. He's a long way back though. There's Joe Kalari coming in. He'll finish 11th, the lap down. There is Paul Wood. He holds off Ian Crisp in the 1M. And there's the battle in the background. Kevin Denwood is catching the 2 ahead of him. They're coming into the chicane for the last time. Which order are these 3 going to finish in? This has been one of the battles of the race as well. It's going to be Ronan Bradley. He's going to win Class B. Is he going to beat Klaas Kuijke home though? They both win their classes. Ronan Bradley beats Klaas Kuijke by 0.2 of a second. Kevin Denwood finishes behind him. Pause for breath needed after that one. James Carr threw everything but the kitchen sink at Brian Branson there. He nearly got him into the chicane for the last time. He had to back out as Branson turned in, held the corner, and held on for his 2nd win. Great stuff between the two M3 Masters. Confirm the provisional results in a moment. The win goes to Brian Branson by 0.7 of a second from James Carr. Jason West on the podium in 3rd. Jas Sapra a rather lonely 4th. Adrian Bradley wins the invitation class despite that track limits penalty. 6th goes to Paul Wood. Then Ian Crisp in 7th. Ronan Bradley does win Class B in 8th place. Klaas Kuijke takes Class C in 9th. Then in 10th place, Kevin Denwood. 11th, Giuseppe Kalari. And a non-start for Pete Miller and Trevor Ford. Well done to the Kumho BMW Championship then. Members of the BMW Racing Drivers Club. I'll look forward to their next round now. Kevin Denwood will keep his championship lead. And then we'll hopefully head down to Park Ferme to catch up with some of the drivers. One race to go here at Donington this weekend, the International Truck Prix Race 4. Can Jamie Anderson make it 4 out of 4? Let's head down to Ian in Park Ferme first.
James Carr, unfortunately unable to deal himself an ace in that one. A bit of deja vu for Brian Branson, who manages to hold on for a pair of wins. Sorry, Brian. Sorry, guys, I'm going to interrupt if that's all right and just grab Brian again. Pair of wins, Brian. Come on, that was magical, right?
Yeah, mega. I don't know how I've done it, to be honest with you. Somehow it worked, whatever.
You're obviously aware of the lap countdown. Are you just praying for that checkered flag?
Oh, mate, the last, I think, 4 or 5 laps, I think I was looking at the board at the gantry, looking at the time, and thinking, please last lap. And then when I went past the second before last lap, had something like 20 seconds left on it. I was like, really? I've got to do it again? Yeah. But yeah, no, it's mega. Just got to relax, just keep it calm. As soon as you start getting all like agitated, that's when you go off and make a mistake. So it's all good.
Right, pair of wins. Well done, mate. Fantastic stuff, James. Oh, so close again. What are you going to do next time to get him?
Push him off now. I'm joking. No, it was a great race, to be honest. I thought I'd got him on the last lap coming into the chicane. But he's got ABS, so he can just rely on the ABS, and I haven't. And then I locked up and he came across, and I thought we were going to hit, but luckily we didn't. So it was a good, clean race.
It's been a fantastic day, hasn't it? Everything in one day for you guys, of course. You two put on a bit of a spectacle, but we know you, James. You got an ace up your sleeve, haven't you?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I'll pull one out somewhere. I should have really got in then, but it's actually quite a hard track to overtake on when we're going that quick. The braking points are all really on, off, and you can't actually you normally can set them up a couple of kilometres before. Here you can't.
Yeah.
So I just struggled to get that last little bit.
Well done, mate. You've really entertained us. Thank you so much. Need to get myself a new plan as well. Oh, Jason, it's good to see you, buddy. Yeah, that's an entertaining one, wasn't it? You sound out of breath.
Yeah, I've never worked so hard for a third place. That was hard work, but it was great watching these two. It was brilliant. Great race.
Yeah, no, it was an absolute corker, wasn't it? And what a day as well. Everything, of course, over one day. It's over for two for everybody else. There's quite a gap, wasn't there? Qualifying in wet conditions and then into the races. I mean, what do you fill the time with? Do you get a chance to have a bit of a walk around?
I should have had a snooze, actually. That would have worked.
Brian did. Oh, no.
Yeah, nice. Well, look, it clearly worked for him, so that's the thing. Sleep. Yeah. That makes you faster.
Jason, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. And see you next time. Best of luck, of course, for the next round as well. Still more Kumho action to come. They've still got Silverstone and Donington Park to go. Here as well, we're not finished. There's one more truck race. The International Truck Prix is coming up. Dave, back to you. Well, thanks very much, Ian. And a little earlier on, this was our Caravan Smash events in the Action Arena behind Redgate. We've got Stuart Oliver and Steve Thomas in their trucks out there. When was the last time you saw a truck pulling a caravan? Whose caravan is going to end up the most smashed up? They said the one with the most caravan left wins. No, it should be the other way round, surely. The old point is to wreck these caravans, gaining revenge for anybody who's ever got stuck behind a caravan on a narrow road and it won't move over. There they go, wallop. Look at that. Nicely done, and without damaging the trucks as well. Well, that one is down to the chassis. Let's have a look at the other one. Yep, I think they're both comprehensive. We'll call that a draw. They both smashed them up comprehensively. I don't know how you're supposed to decide a winner there. Main thing is, two less caravans on the road. We apologise to any caravan owners who might be watching our stream today, but we know you love seeing them smashed up as well. And now time to get ready for our final race of the day, which is the International Truck Prix Grand Finale, Race 4. Based on the results of Race 3 earlier on, with the top 8 reversed, it should be Willem Bredijk on pole, but I don't think he's there, unfortunately. I can't see the Dutchman on the grid in front of my commentary box. John McGuinness is there on his own on the front row, number 23. Second row, Ray Coleman in number 2, and 42 of Luke Garrett. Row 3, 81 Mark Taylor, and number 12 Martin Gibson, and 18 John Newell, and 33 Jamie Anderson at the back. Complete the grid. Is Jamie Anderson going to make it 4 wins out of 4 this weekend? Yes, Willem Bredijk is not there. Maybe he's had to head off to catch the ferry back to the Netherlands. No shame, really, because he's been entertaining this weekend in his Volvo. Can anyone stop for flying Jamie Anderson in the 33? We will find out over the next 20 minutes or so. The grid is in position behind the Kel Truck Scania, I think it is, the pace truck. No, it's not, it's the GB Tyres pace truck this time. There's a whole variety of pace trucks in attendance. So just to confirm the grid then for the International Truck Prix 4th and final race. Willem Bredijk was meant to be on pole, but he's not on the grid, unfortunately. So we'll hope he's going to start from the pit lane, but so wait and see. John McGuinness on the front row, number 23 in the Scania. Second row, number 2 Ray Coleman, and 42 Luke Garrett. Third row, 81 Mark Taylor, and number 12 Martin Gibson. Fourth row, 18 John Newell, and number 33 Jamie Anderson. A shame that a couple of our international truck racers didn't get to race this weekend. No Terry Gibbon or Brad Smith after problems in qualifying. We lost Mika Mäkinen earlier today in the second qualifying session as well. The Sisu not able to race today. But the first ever International Truck Prix here at Donington has been a success. Maybe we'll see more international entries come out if it is repeated at Convoy in the Park 2024. Truck racing is booming in the UK at the moment. 9 races this weekend and some brilliant racing as well. Team effort of the weekend has to go to Bradley Smith, and for me, driver of the weekend, although we'll see what happens in this last race in the British Championship, for me driver of the weekend has to be Simon Reed, superbly driven for his 2 wins. Just awaiting everybody to get into line, then ready for our final truck race of the week.
We will very shortly be getting our final test lap of the day underway.
While we have this delay at the moment, I did say earlier on, when we gave you an update on the Intermark silhouettes, that some cars have been disqualified for overtaking under the safety car. In the case of one driver, that was not the reason. Just a correction. Keith White was disqualified because he didn't see the checkered flag and continued at racing speed. We saw him spin off at the exit of McLean's. So that's the reason he was disqualified. He didn't see the checkered flag and continued at full race speed. I think that might be because the checkered flag came out slightly early. It was a bit of a confusing end to that race. So just to clarify the reason there from race control. Well, we await this truck race to get underway. I'm not sure what the reason for the slight delay is at the moment, but we will be underway as soon as we're able.
Concluding with dealing with those kind of prohibitions, then we'll be allowed to go racing. So apologies for the delay. There is nothing we can do about it at the moment, but please bear with us. There's a good crowd of you still hanging around at various points of the circuit. Hang around because we're going to have a fantastic international truck Prix to bring down the curtain on Convoy in the Park 2023 very shortly indeed.
Apologise for the enforced delay here to our final truck race of the weekend. We will be underway as soon as we can, everyone. We believe it is because the paramedics are currently needed off track But as soon as they're back in position, we will be underway. So apologies for the delay. It's due to the medics being needed elsewhere at the moment. We will be underway as soon as we can. Some of our show trucks leaving the arena at the moment. The infield truck show coming to an end. Hundreds of them here this weekend. Certainly my pick of the bunch would probably be Neil Yates's huge American recovery vehicle, the Lone Star, that's in the paddock, but I'm biased because I love my classic American trucks. I must say thank you and fair play to all our exhibitors here this weekend, all our show trucks. The haulage companies do take great pride in their show trucks, keeping them highly polished for events such as this. Interesting to see an electric powered lorry there. To everybody for making Convoy in the Park 2023 such a wonderful event, certainly the biggest we've had for many years. All our exhibitors, all our drivers, officials, marshals and so on, everyone for their hard work. Our charity fundraisers here this weekend, two great charities we've seen funds raised for. PADS, Positive About Down Syndrome, and of course MND, My Name's Doddy. We mentioned them yesterday with Carl and Holly doing their laps on their bicycles. A wonderful weekend it has been, despite the showers of rain. The weather forecast absolutely spot on this weekend. I don't think there's been a meeting, a motor race meeting in the UK that it hasn't rained at some point this year. There's more of our truck exhibitors leaving. How do they cram in so many on that infield? It's fantastic. Just parking them is an art form. Just everything to do with trucking is celebrated here at Convoy in the Park, one of the biggest truck racing festivals and trucking festivals in the UK. Said earlier on, thanks to Taylor's Haulage, you can even have a go at driving an HGV for yourself. Maybe some people are inspired to take their HGV licenses and take up trucking for themselves. If you want to be a truck racer, as we said earlier, you don't need an HGV licence, just a racing licence. Randy Howardson, who's watching from Texas, says it's been an international racing weekend for me. Stock cars from Canada and Ohio, road racing from Australia, and now British truck racing. We said when was the last time you saw a truck towing a caravan. We've got one there, it's just disappeared off screen. A flatbed lorry towing a caravan. I've never seen that before. I think Pointy's got an update from us as well, just hearing in my headset. What you got for us, Pointy?
Just taking a brief sit down and play on the phone. Has anybody out there ever sat on a racetrack? This is actually the second time I've done it. The first time I did it was in the FIA at Zolder when we did a grid walk there. I decided to sit down after everyone had left, and someone, in fact Darren, who runs a company called Calsa, who make the cool truck bars on the front of very showy Scanias and things, took the picture for me. We've been friends ever since. It was a very interesting experience, that was, sitting on a very hot racetrack in Belgium. Anyway, today we're obviously running late again, the reason for which is apparently someone fell off the waltzers. There are many different stories surrounding whether that's true or not. However, we're going with the fact that someone had a medical emergency on the infield, and they needed, of course, to get them across the circuit, which was the quickest way in and out. So they will, of course, be getting them to the medical centre, and once that is done, the ambulance can then return to circuit and the race can begin, because we wouldn't want to have any more driving incidents with no ambulance on the track. The weather does appear to be rolling in. I never thought I'd be in the weather game, but yeah, it's dropping in temperature slightly. I'd call it a kind of mildish 14 degrees with a bit of a breeze, and the clouds are starting to thicken, which means, in true tradition for the first year of the International Truck Prix, we're probably going to have another wet race, which isn't ideal. Join me, of course, after the Truck Prix, where I've got not one, not two, not three, not four. I think I've got like six or seven sets of trophies to hand out while everybody wants to go home. This is probably the most difficult part of my job, trying to hand out trophies. I can hear engines going, which means it's possibly time to go back to the circuit. So let's head over to a different camera and see if we can get you some racing on the way for the last race here at Donington Convoy on the Park.
Yeah, perfect timing there, thanks Pointy. I don't think his story is true there, but what we do know it was that the medics were required off track, so that was the reason for the delay there. They're now back in position thanks to our medical staff here at Donington Park. We are now ready to go racing with our final race of Convoy in the Park 2023. 7 trucks out there for the finale of our International Truck Prix, the inaugural one 2023. Can Jamie Anderson at the back of the grid make it 4 wins out of 4? John McGuinness leads them round in the Scania. Ray Coleman and Luke Garrett behind him, then Mark Taylor, Martin Gibson, John Newell and Jamie Anderson a little bit further back. Almost a perfect reverse grid race, isn't it, for these trucks? It's a shame we haven't got Willem Bredijk out there as well, the Flying Dutchman. Hindsight they make to conclude the first ever International Truck Prix. As we said earlier, it was back here in 1984 at Donington. The first ever UK truck races took place with a whole host of celebrity racers. Back then, they were literally road trucks with their trailers removed. It was a new phenomenon. It had the biggest crowd Donington had ever seen, quite literally. They clogged up the motorway for miles trying to get in. It was the Italian Tullio Ghislotti who won the first ever race. And surprisingly, Italy, given its motorsport heritage, has never been the most successful in truck racing. They do have a round of the European Championship at Misano on the Adriatic coast. It's been mainly the British, the Scandinavians, the Dutch and the Germans who have been the most successful through its history. Now it's Hungarian Norbert Kiss who is the current European champion. Of course, truck racing first appeared in the United States with races on the NASCAR ovals in America, as featured in the film Smokey and the Bandits many years ago. 7 trucks out there then for our last action of the weekend under threatening skies once again here at Donington. So here we go then. John McGuinness will lead them away in the Scania. Can he hang on in front? What a story it would be if the TT legend could take a win on 6 wheels. Pace truck pulls into pit lane. Red light is on. Red lights go out now, and the race is on. Good start by Mark Taylor, tries to charge her. They all move to the inside to try and take John McGuinness. Ray Coleman's going to take the lead in the MAN. Down into that first corner, a bit of a lock-up there from Mark Taylor. Coleman's got the lead, McGuinness hanging on around the outside. Look at Jamie Anderson, he's come up the outside of everybody from the back of the grid. He's into 4th place, a flying start for the 33. They're all bunched up as they head down towards the Craner Curves. Ray Coleman leads from Mark Taylor. McGuinness is in 3rd, under fire from Anderson already. He's surely going to go through at the old hairpin, side by side for 3rd place. No, McGuinness holds him off. Good defensive work there. 5th is Gibson, and John Newell. Luke Garrett's dropped to the back in the orange truck. It's Ray Coleman from Ware in Hertfordshire, the Lantern Recovery MAN, who holds the lead. Here comes Mark Taylor, the European Championship regular in the 81. Started his career in truck racing as a sponsor of Ryan Smith before deciding to have a go himself. Jamie Anderson now a bit more aggressive, attacking John McGuinness in the 23. But again, McGuinness holds him off. Mark Taylor going around the outside into Coppice. That's never going to work, surely. Might get him into the straights. It is going to work. Look at that. I've never seen that. You rarely see that in car racing, never mind truck racing. Mark Taylor around the outside takes the lead at Coppice Corner. I've never seen that before. Here comes McGuinness. He's going to have a go at Coleman. Now John McGuinness really getting into his stride in only his 4th ever truck race. Anderson 4th, then it's Martin Gibson in the number 12. Anderson will try again down the Wheatcroft straight. That's MAN. He's quicker in a straight line than the Scania. John Newell closing up now as well. He's trying to box him in there, but no, Ray Coleman's moved across there. The 23 could get 2nd place here with a bit of luck. No, Coleman turns in. Anderson round the outside, and McGuinness leans in wide, racing like he's on a motorcycle here. Battling handlebar to handlebar almost there. This is allowing Mark Taylor to escape at the front. Now Anderson's got round the outside of McGuinness and takes 3rd place away. Here comes John Newell, the 18, the Yorkshireman, into the battle. Luke Garrett at the back in the 42, been having a few teething problems with his new MAN. It's Mark Taylor in the 81, in the clear. Ray Coleman holding 2nd place. Here comes Anderson. He's patented this lunge up the inside into McLean's. Through he goes into 2nd. McGuinness still there in 4th place. Up the hill towards the right-hander at Coppice. No heroics around the outside either. Mark Taylor continues to lead in the 81. There he is. John Newell under fire from Garrett now. Newell ran a bit wide there coming through Coppice Corner. There's a little bit of damage on the front of Martin Gibson. He's clipped the back of somebody in the number 12. That's Michael Oliver's truck. 23 owned by Team Oliver as well, hence the GT Tyre sponsorship. I remember visiting John Newell's headquarters in, there goes the bit of bodywork flying off Gibson. I remember visiting John Newell's headquarters in Rotherham when he was building that number 18 truck. It was half finished in his warehouse as McGuinness loses out to Gibson. Here comes Newell, trying to force his way through, doesn't quite manage to do so. Down the hill they come. John Newell all over the back of John McGuinness, the 2 white and blue trucks. Mark Taylor's still got the lead ahead of Jamie Anderson. Jamie trying to complete 4 out of 4. There's Ray Coleman in 3rd, then it's Gibson. Then the battle at the back, Luke Garrett closing up on them as well now. through McLean's. John McGuinness learning very quickly on his truck racing debut, getting the lines right. Could lose out to John Newell here. Newell onto the grass there. Oh, he's gone almost straight lines, Coppice. He nearly took John McGuinness into the gravel trap there. McGuinness still side by side. Luke Garrett getting involved in the battle as well. Down into the chicane. Ray Coleman under fire from Martin Gibson now, as Newell goes through up into P5. Still your leader is Mark Taylor. By 2.5 seconds near enough ahead of Jamie Anderson. This is the fight for third. Here comes Martin Gibson in the GT Tyres truck on the outside line. Ransom Recovery MAN just about holding on. It's a good run by Ray Coleman. First time in several years we've seen him in action here at Donington. Down the hill they come. Things start to cloud over again here at Donington.
2.4 seconds to the good from Jamie Anderson, who that time through on the first of the flying laps has just posted an improved time of 1:26.295. That's the third place. Well, they are still all together as they start to head up towards Schwann's Curve. 3 trucks and
John McGuinness coming under fire from Luke Garrett.
From Martin Gibson, John Newell.
Into McLean's.
John McGuinness, he can focus his attentions on the 2 trucks ahead of him.
Mark Taylor continues to lead.
Together at the minute.
Newell attacks Martin Gibson.
And it is for now still Ray Coleman out in the lead of that little battle that we have for the final step on the podium. Down the back straight they head once again.
Well, the 2 leaders are away and gone. Anderson's done the fastest lap, 1:26.295. This is the battle for third, so we've got 3 fights going on. The lead gap has come down to 1.9 seconds now, so Jamie Anderson took half a second out of Mark Taylor on that last lap. What's John Newell going to try here? He's up alongside Martin Gibson. He's gone through into 4th place. Now going for third. Can he get the place away here? The wiper has come on John Newell's truck. Does that mean there's a bit of rain coming down? I think there is. Swing through towards the Craner curves once again. John McGuinness trying to keep in touch. He's staying ahead of Luke Garrett. He's got a bit of damage. You can see one of his rear wheel arches dislodged there. Anderson with the quickest lap, 1:26.069. Up they go towards McLean's. The 2 leaders well clear of Ray Coleman. They're nearly 8 seconds clear of this trio now. Proof that you don't need a huge grid of trucks for a good race. It's International Truck Prix this weekend. Shame that a couple of our drivers didn't get to race after problems in qualifying, Brad Smith and Terry Gibbon. 18 weaving about there on the tail of the number 2. So the straight they come once again. Luke Garrett going through into P6 there ahead of John McGuinness. He's dropped to the tail of the field. Still 3 trucks line astern for third. The lead gap has come down, but only very slightly. That's because Mark Taylor responding. He did a personal best lap. Here comes John Newell up alongside Ray Coleman, trying to take third away, but it'll be on the outside line for Redgates. McGuinness fighting back in the background, still on the tail of Garrett. John Newell onto the outside line. Can he take Ray Coleman? He's just about got it done, I think, but here comes Gibson on the inside. They're swarming past Ray Coleman. Newell's got the 3rd place still on the outside at Redgate. Fantastic. Now Gibson leans Coleman wide at the Craners, up into 4th. The MAN has lost 2 places. Could lose more because Garrett's trying to close in as well. It's been a frustrating weekend, really, for Luke Garrett on his return to racing. Had hoped to contest Division 1 in the British Championship this year. That didn't come to fruition. And the new MAN treating this as a testing weekend, really, but plagued by a few problems. 5 of them together now for 3rd place. They're well behind Taylor and Anderson. They're about 10.5 seconds down last time through. But now John Newell will get pedal to the metal and get after Taylor and Anderson out front. Leaders going across the line, and again the gap comes down only by 1/10 of a second or so. Mark Taylor getting quicker and quicker. His last lap a personal best of 1:26.219. There goes the Taylor's haulage truck. Catching him, but very slowly. The gap. Oh, John Newell's got a track limits penalty. 5-second penalty for John Newell, unfortunately. So he's going to have to get more than 5 seconds clear of the pursuing trucks if he's going to retain third place. If he's going to catch the two ahead of him, he's got to get more than 5 seconds ahead of them if he's going to win. So that's pretty much ruled out a win for John Newell here, sadly. Is that a bit of smoke I see from Martin Gibson? Just a bit, I think. Still there in fourth place. There is, yes, you can see a little bit of smoke there from Martin Gibson, but nothing too serious. Fifth behind him, it is Coleman, then Garrett and McGuinness. Down to the chicane once again, less than 10 minutes to go now, so we're past half distance. It's final race of the International Truck Prix 2023. There's definitely smoke coming from Martin Gibson, you can see there. Don't think it's any major problem for it. There are the leaders. The gap is coming down, but only by about a couple of tenths a lap, so he's slowly closing in Jamie Anderson. Oh, John McGuinness has got a 5-second track limits penalty now as well. Black and white flag has been shown to Luke Garrett, so if he transgresses again, he'll have a penalty too. John McGuinness has dropped back now from Luke Garrett by a couple of seconds. Now Jamie Anderson's on the attack. You can see him starting to close the gap. They go towards the chicane once again. Now the gap was 1.5 seconds. It's going to be less than that this time because in sector 2 alone, Anderson's taken 3 tenths out of Mark Taylor. Over the line they come. The light definitely fading here at Donington Park. The gap's down to 1.19 seconds, so Jamie Anderson now starting to make his attack. He wants 4 wins out of 4. There you can see how the gap has come down over the last 3 laps between the two MANs. MAN trucks holding the top 6 places. The odd man out is John McGuinness in the Scania. Brad Smith's DAF unfortunately failed to race. We lost the Sisu of Mika Mäkinen earlier on, and the Volvo of Willem Bredijk.
John Newell, who at the moment had 5 seconds to his time, and he would drop down to 5th position.
Ray Coleman being tracked by Garrett there. They're only separated by half a second. 7.5 minutes to go. Taylor and Anderson now almost together. Jamie Anderson started from the back. He was into 4th place right from the off. Has picked his way through to follow Mark Taylor for the lead. His main rival this weekend has been John Newell, but he's back in 3rd, a long way behind these two, and has got a track limits penalty as well. Into the chicane they go. How long before Jamie Anderson is on the back of Mark Taylor? Gap is down to less than a second now. It's 0.9 of a second. Another 2 tenths gained. Seems to be in the latter part of the lap where Anderson is stronger. But he's always slower in sector 1 than the truck ahead of him, Mark Taylor. Luke Garrett has caught Ray Coleman now. This is the battle for 5th. See that wheel arch hanging loose on Luke Garrett. There's been a bit of contact in the early stages. Can Mark Taylor hang on in front? You'll need to have been watching Brian Branson in the preceding BMW race to know how to defend around Donington Park. Jamie Anderson playing the role of James Card.
As well, so just be careful, Mark. Manage this as best as you can. Make sure you keep an eye on those mirrors and keep yourself
Leaders head through Coppice Corner. Gap down to less than a second last time through, and Jamie Anderson is even closer this time. They were almost equal through Sector 1. Yeah, another 3/10 gain possibly through Sector 2 rather. Now he's almost on the back of it. This is Jamie Anderson in attacking mode through the chicane. It was 0.9 of a second, it's now 0.3 of a second, and he could make a move on this lap. Here they come, down to Redgate. Is Anderson going to pull out in behind Mark Taylor? No, he's not close enough this time. What about at the Craner curves? Here's the battle between Coleman and Garrett. They're even closer now. They were 0.3 of a second apart. About the same there. As the leaders head down into the old hairpin. Now you can see Jamie Anderson is right with Mark Taylor. Where can he make his move? He was actually very slightly quicker through Sector 1 this time. He's gained all the time. He's on the tail of the number 81 Taylor's Haulage MAN now. Up the hill, he's going to have a look at McLean's. Not quite able to get through. Here they come up to Coppice. Well, I reckon he'll get him coming out of the chicane this time around. Maybe even into the chicanes. He's close there, out of Coppice. Two MANs, Mark Taylor, Jamie Anderson. Now, which side's Anderson going to go? Into the chicane. He's in the slipstream. Taylor should be able to hold him off here. The attack is likely to come on the straight down into Redgate from Jamie Anderson. Power comes on as they head down the Wheatcroft straight from these 13-litre engines. Mark Taylor really having to go defensive now. 0.3 of a second in it as they cross the line. John Newell still in third, a long way further back, still ahead of Martin Gibson. Ray Coleman still in the clutches of Luke Garrett for 5th position. John McGuinness at the back in the Scania. Across the line they go. See the track not yet wet. There are a few drops of rain early on, but not enough to dampen the circuit. Ray Coleman actually pulls away a little bit there from Luke Garrett. Here come your leaders, and Jamie Anderson trying to get round the outside there at McLean's. You've got to run through Schwantz curve. Still not able to get alongside Mark Taylor. He's up alongside him into Coppice Corner. Now Taylor's going to have to really defend vigorously into the chicane this time through. Coming up to complete lap 12. With less than 3 minutes to go. Now Anderson really turning up the pressure. He's going to have a run here into the chicane, surely. No, he's not. He moves back in. He's not close enough. Here's the move going to come into Redgate this time. Anderson a little bit sideways. He tries to get up alongside. He'll throw the truck through the chicane. It may not be close enough, actually. They kicked up a bit of dust there. He was a little bit too aggressive through the chicane there, Jamie Anderson. He's going to maybe have a look. No, ducks back in. Until still, Taylor defends the lead. Just over 2 minutes to go. It may well be last lap next time around. Anderson really trying. You see the way the rear end stepped out slightly there as he got a wheel onto the dust. He will not want to be pinged for track limits. Down towards the old hairpin. Ryan Smith has been the only man who can overtake there in a truck this weekend. Here they come. Again, the dust is kicked up by Anderson. He's taking some risks here. Towards the right-hander at McLean's. Taylor knows that Anderson can pass there. He defends the inside. Great race between these two to round off the weekend. Is Jamie Anderson going to be defeated? Looks like it will be last lap this time. That will be the signal for Jamie Anderson to launch his final attack. Could we see the closest finish in any race this weekend? The closest has been 0.166 of a second in one of the MG Owners Club races yesterday between Steve McDermott and Scott Bugman. Could these two top that in their MAN 5-ton beasts? Over the line they go once again. Where is the attack going to come? Just over a minute to go. This will be the last lap. Last lap of the weekend at Convoy in the Park 2023, and here comes Jamie Anderson. Oh, I thought that was going to be the move. Mark Taylor defends it. Well, we're in for a real grandstand finish, our very last lap of this 21 race weekend. Mark Taylor actually pulls away a little bit as they go down the Craner curves. A great defensive drive from Mark Taylor. Can he hang on? Jamie Anderson with the wiper going is trying his hardest to close in. He wants a maximum. Still Ray Coleman's holding off Luke Garrett for 5th place as well. We've got other battles going on down the order. John Newell staying ahead of Martin Gibson too. Here come your leaders through McLean's. Can Mark Taylor do it? His first win on British soil in a couple of years. Anderson gets the tighter run through Coppice. It's going to be an all or nothing move into the chicane. Which side's he going to go? He's kicking up the dust again. Anderson really trying, using his rallying experience there almost. Down to the chicane for the last time. Mark Taylor, Jamie Anderson. A grandstand finish to the weekend at Convoy in the Park. He's going to have to try and jink out from behind Mark Taylor. They won't get side by side out of the chicane. Is he going to do it? I don't think he's quite got the momentum to get up alongside. They almost finish side by side, but Mark Taylor wins just by 0.177 of a second. John Newell will come over in third, but he'll have that track limits penalty, I think. Here they come over the line. The rather smoky Martin Gibson will inherit 3rd place. John Newell penalised to 4th. And here's the battle between Coleman and Garrett. They've been together for the second half of this race. Ray Coleman on his return to truck racing in the Lantern MAN comes through to take P5 just ahead of Luke Garrett, the reigning British Division 2 champion. John McGuinness will complete the finishers. There's the Scania. Well done to our international truck Prix races. Jamie Anderson, well, there's no points on this, but technically he's the moral overall victor with three wins out of 4, but he couldn't get past Mark Taylor, a superb defensive drive in our final race. Congratulations, Mark Taylor, the winner by 0.177 of a second. A brilliant duel with Jamie Anderson. Martin Gibson comes over in third. John Newell penalised to 4th place for exceeding track limits. Ray Coleman 5th ahead of Luke Garrett. Then John McGuinness in 7th place, and Willem Bridijk was a non-starter. But we wait for the trucks to head into Parc Fermé. Let's have a look at some highlights of our final race at Convoy in the Park 2023. It was Ray Coleman who set the pace in his MAN early on. Jamie Anderson was initially given a good race by John McGuinness in the Scania. He's learned quickly this weekend. Mark Taylor soon took over the lead. Anderson lunging up the inside to take Ray Coleman for 2nd place. All 7 drivers got stuck in at some point during that race. Martin Gibson, rather battered and bruised and rather smoky towards the end, MAN. John Newell diving up the inside, almost cut off Coppice and went straight on. That could have been disastrous for John McGuinness. I wouldn't be surprised if that was where he got penalised for track limits. He fought his way into the top 3 eventually, but then got that 5-second penalty. Martin Gibson got involved in the battle with Ray Coleman as well. There's plenty of battling all the way down the order, despite there being just these 7 trucks in that race. But up front it was all about the 2 leaders, as further back John Newell round the outside at Redgates to take Ray Coleman. Impressive move indeed, and Martin Gibson then able to force his way through into 4th as well, and almost the same manoeuvre. But up front it was all about Mark Taylor and Jamie Anderson. Jamie, that was really the closest he got to leading the race on the outside at McLean's. A memorable bout between those 2. Into the last lap, it looked as though Anderson was going to make the move down the inside, but Taylor, a superb defensive drive and just able to hold off Jamie Anderson on the run to the line. Well, let's see what the drivers think of that one. They're with Pointy in Parc Fermé.
No, Mark Taylor. Mark Taylor, though, absolutely fantastic. Jamie, great racing. Fastest lap goes to you, but you've got to be happy for Mark Taylor. Shake my hand, sir. Fantastic race. You literally just stuck it out the entire time. Brilliant.
God, you got to, ain't you? And I tell you what,
best person to battle with, Jamie. You couldn't have made that up any better for last race. So, anyway, just once Jamie come, I thought, oh no, I just can't let me pass me out, can I?
I'll tell you what, the commentators up at the circuit, your name is now apparently Jake, just to let you know. Yeah, so they were literally on the edge of their seats. I think everybody at home was as well. What a great way to end the weekend. No major issues, a really great day's racing. You know, are you happy with how the weekend's gone?
Definitely for me, you know, it's been brilliant. We've had a lot of local people here. You know, great racing again. You know, it's good to see Mark. We've been working closely with Mark and Alan. You know, they've come out to Europe. We try and help them where we can. And it's great to see, you know, even looking back now from his last career in UK to what he's just done now, there's a transformation, you know, and that was one hell of a drive from him. And you know, I'm not the easiest person to be when I'm behind. I'm hunting him down, and he was faultless. You know, he was faultless.
And that's what a lot of drivers say. It's not always just about getting out in front. It's about the mistakes. If you make one mistake, that's it.
Yeah, and definitely, you know, his lap times was there. He's done brilliantly, you know, and it was nothing better than to race with him and just look at how clean he was, you know, and that's the change in that person. And that's what it's happened.
Well done, Mark. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, yeah, you've obviously been enjoying. More congratulations coming your way. Obviously, Dad, Alan's going to be really happy. And what a way to finish the weekend for you here in the British with a first place podium. That last race, you made it.
Yeah, definitely. It's made up from blasting. I made some mistakes on the last one and got a lot of track limits. But you learn and try and keep your pace up and try not make a mistake.
I'll tell you what, you were close to track limits on this one as well. We heard the people in the tannoy, they were saying, I'll tell you what, you know, Ian said if he gets any closer, he's on that last warning now. It could get serious. So I'm so pleased that you managed to stay on the black still.
Oh, definitely, yeah. But if you're not close, you're not racing, are you?
Too bloody right, too. You've got to push it to the limits. Push it to the limits. Mark, well done you. Fantastic. Martin, come on in. Of course, you might not have crossed the line where you thought you did, but as the results landed, we just got a third place there, sir.
Yeah, that was just about keeping it clean and trying to get as quick as I can, but as clean as I can, because I could see there was some not so clean driving in front of me.
Yeah, it was getting twitchy. There was some penalties handed out, of course, as they crossed the line. All the names jumbled around on TSR. We're like, there he is, third place.
No, it's good. I think that's the same as the last race as well, but forgetting that was absolutely brilliant.
It seemed like everybody out there was having a really good time. It seemed like quite a tight pack, actually. And that first half of the race was just a joy to watch, with all the bustling and the clean overtakes and the late braking. And it was racing. It was brilliant.
Yeah, and the best part about it was I got to ram John Guinness.
Don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see anything.
I can't wait to see him.
Yeah, so that Dave on the commentary noticed there was a little bit of damage there. And I was like, oh, I wonder who he's hit. And I was like, oh, no, who he's hit.
That's a friendly tap between us.
Yeah, a love tap. That's what we're calling it. Where is John? Is he still in his truck at the far end, or what's going on? Is he hiding? I'll tell you what a fantastic end to the weekend. I think you can all agree it has been a jam-packed session here at Donington Park. I've been rushed off my feet. The marshals have done phenomenally. All of the organising staff have worked as hard as they possibly can, along with, of course, all the drivers and their teams as well. It's been a huge team effort, and that is what racing's about, the team. So I'm going to leave you guys here for a bit now. I'm going to hand back to Dave, but just in case I don't see you again, thank you so much for joining us here at Convoy in the Park. It really has been emotional. We've had terrible weather, we've had great weather, and we've had some fantastic racing. I hope you've all enjoyed it. We'll see you all again very soon, I'm sure.
Well, that was Convoy in the Park 2023. First of all, thank you very much indeed to Ian and Pointy down on the ground this weekend for all the interviews and the banter on the grid and in the paddock. Thank you very much indeed to them. And thank you everyone for making Convoy in the Park what it was this year. Thank you to, first of all, we must say thanks to all our volunteer marshals. We couldn't go racing without them. To all our other officials, our race control staff, our medical staff, recovery crews, everybody else. Those who rebuilt the tyre wall as well after Bradley Smith's accident. Special mention must go to Bradley Smith and his crew. I don't know how they rebuilt that truck and got it back out for the last race. That deserves a special award. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment in all races, all 21 races this weekend, both car and truck races. Thank you to all the teams as well for keeping the cars moving. Thanks to all our camera crews for braving the weather over the weekend as well. Sorry if our equipment was affected by the weather at any time. We can only apologise. And thank you to all of you, the viewers, as well. And full credit to all who have subscribed to BARC TV on YouTube. We passed 30,000 subscribers this weekend, so thank you one and all for watching. Well, that's about all from us then, here at Donington Park this weekend. Our next live action here on British Automobile Racing Club TV is from Snetterton next weekend. If you like close racing, don't miss that one. The Caterhams are over in Norfolk, and I'll be joined by Chris Hutchinson to take you through all the action from that one. But that's about all from this weekend here at Donington Park. A wonderful weekend of all things truck here at Convoy in the Park. Thanks for joining us. On behalf of Pointy Ian and everyone else, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Donington Park. Thank you once again for watching. 10-4. Goodbye, everyone.